we're going to focus on this. Are they going to stop fighting or not? And what it's going to take to stop the fighting. And what it's going to take to stop the fighting, if we're being honest and serious here, is both sides are going to have to give, and both sides should expect to get something from this. And that's a very difficult thing to do. It's very difficult because Ukraine obviously feels, harmed, and rightfully so, because they were invaded. And the Russian side, because they feel like they've got momentum in the battlefield and frankly don't care. Don't seem to care very much about how many Russian soldiers die in this endeavor. They just churn through it. So I think what the president deserves a lot of credit for is the amount of time and energy that his administration is placing on reaching a peace agreement for a war that's not a war that started under him. It's it's on the other side of the world. That said, it's relevant to us, but there are a lot of other issues he can be focused on. So tomorrow we'll be meeting with President Zelensky. We'll be meeting with European leaders. We just met with Putin. He's dedicated a lot of time and energy because he has made it a priority of his administration to stop or end war, stop wars or prevent them. And right now, this is the biggest war going on in the world. It's the biggest war in Europe since World War II. We're going to continue to do everything we can to reach an agreement that ends the dying and the killing and the suffering that's going on right now.
I'm going to say hello to her, okay, fellas?
Absolutely, sir.
I want to say hello. She's a patriot. She's a patriot.
We love you, Trump.
I'm right here.
We pray for you.
I want to say
We pray for you.
darling. Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Drink plenty of water, please, okay?
Thank you so much. I had to come see you.
You come in.
Ah, thank you, baby. We love you, Trump. We love you.
Let's get started.
wooden cross, blackbird in the barn, 400 empty acres that used to be my farm. Grew up like my daddy did, my grandpa cleared this land. When I was 5, I walked the fence while grandpa held my hand. Rain on the scarecrow, blood on the plow. This land fed a nation, this land made me proud. Son, I'm just sorry there's no legacy for you now. Rain on the scarecrow, blood on the plow. Rain on the scarecrow, blood on the plow. The crops we grew last summer weren't enough to pay the loan. Couldn't buy the seed to plant this spring, and farmers bank foreclosed. Called my old friend Shipman up to auction off the land. He said, John, it's just my job, and I hope you understand. They calling it your job, oh horse, sure don't make it right. If you want me to, I'll say a prayer for your soul tonight. And grandma's on the front porch with a Bible in her hand. Sometimes There's 97 crosses planted in the courthouse yard. 97 families who lost 97 farms. I think about my grandpa, my neighbors, and my name. Some nights I feel like dying, like a scarecrow in the rain. Rain on the scarecrow, blood on the plow. This land for the nation, hey, this land made me proud. Son, I'm just sorry, there's just memories for you now. Rain on the scarecrow, blood on the plow. Rain on the scarecrow, blood on the plow. Rain on the scarecrow, blood on the plow. This land for the nation, this land made me so proud. Son, I'm just sorry, there's memories for you now. Rain on the scarecrow, blood on the plow. Rain on the scarecrow, blood on the plow.
I asked President Trump, Mr. President, why did you talk to Russian President Vladimir Putin before talking to me? And President Trump said he wanted to talk to the tallest one first and then the shortest. I was not happy about this. Then I told him that I want to create a European army. And then he asked me if it was an army of short little midgets like me. And I did not like that either.
If at some point it becomes clear that both sides are so far apart and so dug in that we're just not near a peace deal, then the president will have a decision to make about how much more time do we invest in it and what actions does he take then. But I want everyone to understand, if this morning the president woke up and said, I'm putting these terrible, strong sanctions on Russia, that's fine. It may make people feel good for a couple hours, but here's what you're basically saying. You're saying talks are over. For the foreseeable future, for the next year or year and a half, there's no more talks because there's no one else in the world that can talk to him. Okay, Putin's not going to meet with Macron. He's not going to meet with the UK. With all due respect to these leaders, none of these leaders are going to be able to bring him to the table and talk to them. There's only one leader in the world that has any chance of bringing these two sides together. If there is a chance, there's only one leader in the world that can do it, and that's President Trump. And you forfeit that role the minute you put additional sanctions on him. We may get to that point, unfortunately, but if we do, it means that peace talks are no longer possible, and that would be very unfortunate. Because the real world ramifications are that while we're here calling each other names and doing TV interviews about this stuff and all of that in American politics, there are people who today will be injured and killed in the battlefield and in cities, in Ukraine, on the front lines, and even in Russia. Even as we speak, people that have nothing to do with this war are suffering as a result of it. And I think we are very fortunate and blessed and should be thankful to have a president that has made peace and the achievement of peace a priority of his administration. We've seen it in Cambodia and Thailand. We've seen it in India, Pakistan. We've seen it in Rwanda and the DRC. And we're going to continue to pursue any opportunities we can find to bring about peace in the world.
Let's see if you can pass the U.S. citizenship test. You got to get 6 out of 10 questions right. Ready? What is the highest court in the land? The Supreme Court. How many U.S. senators are there? 100. Who was the first president of the United States? George Washington. How many justices are there on the Supreme Court? 9. What year was the Declaration of Independence? 1776. What did the Emancipation Proclamation do? Freed the slaves. How many stars are there on the U.S. flag? 50. Who is in charge of the executive branch? The President. Name one freedom in the First Amendment of the Constitution. Freedom of religion, freedom of press, freedom of assembly, freedom of speech. Who wrote the Star-Spangled Banner? Francis Scott Key. Let me know how you did in the comments. Tag a friend and see how they do as well.
President Trump is a peacemaker, and he is mediating a brutal meat grinder war to a truce. And that's going to take some time, and both sides are going to have to give, and he's going to have to see how far both sides are willing to go. And there is nobody that is better positioned and can bring the parties to the table than Donald Trump. And I think he should be given the support of really all these elected politicians that are doing nothing to help Ukraine settle this war, to help with the rebuilding of Ukraine. And
To do democratic, open, legal elections.
So you say
we're ready.
during the war you can't have elections. So let me just say 3.5 years from now. So you mean if we happen to be in a war with somebody, no more elections? Oh, that's good. I wonder what the fake
You like
news
this
is.
idea? No.
Speaking of news, I got to
tell you, you have a very similar thing with President Xi of China and Taiwan. But I don't believe there's any way it's going to happen as long as I'm here. We'll see. He told me, I will never do it as long as you're president. That's President Xi told me that. And I said, well, I appreciate that. But he also said, but I am very patient, and China is very patient. I said, well, that's up to you, but it better not happen now.
Tomorrow we are doing the biggest civil disobedience action in Norway's history against the fossil fuel industry.
Norway's upcoming election is all of our business. Their lack of a phase-out plan to their ridiculous fossil fuel production is killing people across the globe and destroying everyone's future.
Norway is Europe's biggest oil and gas producer and has no plan to phase out their production. On the contrary, they are giving out new licenses like never before. And with the amount of oil still untouched in the Norwegian underground, they would emit unfathomable amounts of CO2.
Under the myth of having a greener and better oil and gas production than other countries, Norway is heading towards particularly fossil fuel friendly politics. And so, the Norwegian election is the business of the entire world.
On September 8th, the Norwegians are voting for their next government. We need to stand together and demand a phase-out plan for the parties wanting to be elected. Our future depends on this.
We met last year in Stavanger at the ONS Oil Conference and have established the Nordic Climate Justice Coalition to strengthen the collaboration between our countries.
One single group could never have organized a big action week like this alone, transporting hundreds of people, doing thousands of meals and other logistical nightmares. And so we urge any group out there to join the Nordic Climate Justice Coalition and fight together for a just future for all.
Elizabeth Warren said she was an Indian. We call her Pocahontas. She's a liar. She lied her whole career. Based on the fact that she was an Indian, she was able to get into certain colleges, get certain jobs, get into certain universities to work there. She's a liar and a mean person. She's a nut job. I watched her the other night. She's all hopped up endorsing a communist in New York City. And she was all excited and jumping up and down. She's got to take a drug test. She really does. She's got to take a drug test. There's no way somebody can act that way and be normal. What she's done to our financial institutions, he destroys people. Do you know that you had a lot of great banks in the Midwest and banks that loaned to farmers and others, and they went out of business? She put them out of business. Stone cold mean. Banks that were open 150 years, family banks that supplied the farmers and manufacturers and others, and she put him out of business. She's a mean, horrible human being. Bernie Sanders is Bernie Sanders. I don't mind him so much. He's just a liberal guy, very liberal guy. He's a wacky guy. He's still sharp. I got to tell you, he's 86 or 87 or something. He's still sharp. You compare that to Joe Biden, it's, sort of what happened. So I don't mind Bernie Sanders. With him, you know what you're getting. You're getting a guy, he's a nasty guy, but he's somebody that, I don't know if I call it a fastball, but he's able to throw the ball pretty well.
Time has 3 dimensions, according to a new theory by physicist Gunther Kletechka from the University of Alaska Fairbanks, which suggests that time, not space, is the core structure of the universe. In this theory, the familiar 3 dimensions of space are secondary, arising from a deeper framework of 3-dimensional time. Instead of one timeline moving only forward, Kletechka proposes 3 separate axes of time, like height, width, and depth in space, allowing for different versions of events and new paths between them. He describes this setup as the canvas on which reality is painted, with space being the paint. His model combines these time dimensions with space to create 6 total dimensions, offering a possible step toward the long-sought theory of everything. Unlike earlier 3-dimensional time ideas that were mostly abstract math, Kletechka says his version makes real-world predictions, including matching the known masses of particles like electrons and quarks. The theory also keeps cause and effect intact, avoiding the confusion earlier models had. Supporters believe this kind of framework might help unify quantum mechanics and gravity, which currently don't work well together in physics. Still, the idea hasn't been widely accepted. It's published in a lesser-known journal, hasn't been independently verified, and lacks support from the broader scientific community. Without peer-reviewed replication or acceptance in major journals, it remains speculative.
Been a political earthquake today here in California. Governor Newsom is under fire from the League of Women Voters of California, a nonpartisan voting rights group who are calling his push for mid-cycle redistricting a shameless attempt to rig the political map in his favor. The nonpartisan watchdog says the plan would gut California's voter-approved independent redistricting process, a system they call a national model for fairness and transparency, and replace it with the same kind of partisan map manipulation California voters fought to eliminate. In their statement and letter to the governor, they warned that Newsom's plan would erode public trust, weaken democratic safeguards, and set a dangerous precedent for future power grabs. In their words, you don't save democracy by imitating those who seek to destroy it. You save it by inspiring voters with bold ideas and principled leadership. Coming from a group that rarely weighs in so forcefully, this message is a political earthquake.
We want the world to hear that there are other opinions in Israel. Not everyone is for the war. The majority, which is silent, is against the war, against the destruction of Gaza, and we hope for peace.
We don't think that there's any purpose to the war anymore, and we need to end it for the sake of the Israelis and the sake of the Palestinians as well. We are worried about our people, and we are worried about the people of Gaza, and we want to bring peace and calm to the area.
There's a battle going on inside Israel. Citizens fighting against their own government's policy to escalate the war in Gaza. They've been trying to block roads and cause disruption to daily life today. It's a nationwide strike in support of the families of hostages still held captive by Hamas.
Last week, we decided to call to everyone in Israel, to all the citizens, to stop. Take a day and stop all the country in one saying, please release the hostages, bring them home, and stop the war.
Today she had the support of the Wonder Woman actor Gal Gadot. But many in Israel fear that the total victory being pursued by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will inevitably mean that the 50 remaining hostages, living and dead, will never return home.
Those who are calling today for an end to the war without defeating Hamas are not only hardening Hamas's position and delaying the release of our hostages, they are also ensuring that the horrors of October the 7th will repeat themselves over and over again.
More international aid was dropped around Gaza City today. It's nowhere near enough to satisfy the demand of the thousands who remain amid the ruins. They're running out of places to run to. As Israeli defense forces prepare to take control of the city, more tents are being sent into Gaza to accommodate those who face being displaced again. This woman says they've had enough. There is no safe place and begs for the war to end. The plight of Palestinians is of little concern to Israelis whose focus is on the safety of their hostages. But the fate of everyone inside Gaza is inextricably intertwined.
This storm literally went from a Category 2 hurricane to being the strongest storm on the entire planet. Hurricane Aaron is now a Category 5 hurricane going over 160 miles per hour, and the National Hurricane Center has confirmed that this is an extremely strong Category 5 hurricane and can even be the strongest storm ever recorded in history since we started keeping records from the 1800s. It started off in the Atlantic Ocean near the Caribbean, fueled by ocean water from 86 to 89 degrees Fahrenheit, which is perfect for hurricane formation. Thankfully, Hurricane Aaron is projected to turn before any interaction with the mainland U.S. And according to models from the National Hurricane Center, it is projected to pass north of Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, moving east of the Turks and Caicos and southeastern Bahamas before calming down. Even though the hurricane is not going to hit mainland U.S., it's going to leave its effects and will cause dangerous rip currents and even potential coastal flooding on the entire East Coast up to Maine.
Trump is putting the Robert E. Lee name back on buildings. I mean, are you down with that?
So when I was at West Point, I actually lived in Robert E. Lee barracks when I was there. And as I said,
Robert E. Lee went to West Point.
Yes, he did. That's why the barracks is named after him. My brother, sister, and I are matriculated through West Point. We all graduated. And I'll never forget walking under the threshold of Robert E. Lee barracks and think to myself, damn, this is one hell of a country. Because only in America can someone like me walk into a building named after a Confederate general and then be a successful West Point graduate. If we start changing the names on buildings, then every single building would be named Jesus Christ based on perfection. I bring that up because I want to talk about the progress, and the idea of us changing names on buildings actually doesn't harken us back to times where they weren't as good.
And statues,
and how
too?
can we not? Oh, I am, my wife is, I've been black my whole life.
Yes.
So far, still. My wife is white, and we have 3 biracial children, and I cannot wait to show them and take them to places that wasn't always the case. There was a time when your mother and daddy could not be married. My children are going to have the opportunity to be second lining down in New Orleans, and then my wife is from Iowa. They'll be on a farm with their grandfather in Iowa. That is America, and I do not want to take down these statues and change the names of these buildings because they're a reminder of what was, and if we don't remember it, we are doomed to repeat it.
All right, so bear with me on this one a little bit. When everyone realizes there was a 16-year plan, 8 years of Obama, 8 years of Hillary, what was going to happen? It was going to be complete destruction of the country and the world. So Obama's like, yeah, I got my 8 years in. Hillary's like, I got my, whoa, shoot, no, I don't. They never thought she would lose. Well, let me be very clear. In 2016, the Operation Q was going to go in and do the unthinkable. They were going to take out Obama and Hillary if Trump said no when asked to run for president and fulfill his position. But check this out. Check these columns out. First, you guys remember how much we talked about this picture the last month or two? So there's going to be 3 movies playing out. Guardians of the Pedophile, Panic in D.C., and FISA-gate. Panic in D.C.? Hold on. So just the other day, Scavino dropped this about abolish the IRS. Let me just tell you this. When Scavino or Trump, they put things out, it's going to happen. So he puts this out, abolish the IRS. Scott Bessent comes in as commissioner now to the IRS. And we're seeing this exposure of the Federal Reserve. Too late, Jerome Powell. That should be the other movie playing out right now, the money system that is absolutely changing so fast no one even knows it. Hold on. So this post just came to mind after that abolish the IRS from Scavino. And when you understand the Fed, which is controlled by the world banks, the ruling families, the Vatican, and then the Fed made and created the IRS to control you, to make sure they got paid and they're protected. Okay? It all goes hand in hand, right? But anyways, it says U.S. taxpayers are paying for it all. Paris Accord, Red Cross, foreign aid, all scams, war scam. Who audits where the money actually goes? Well, we knew nobody did that. Slush funds everywhere. Think George Soros really pays for Antifa out of his own pockets? Nah. The hole's deep. Are you sick yet? I know I'm sick. Hold on. Then today, man, all of a sudden the movie script just keeps putting these things out. Vatican under fire for alleged skeleton key money laundering scheme. No. The Vatican? Come on. Well, get this. You're not going to believe it. 7 years ago, Q dropped this out on the board on the 4chan server. It says, list the estimated wealth of religious organizations. Billions. Vatican Bank, $229 billion. Board of Superintendents, Supervisory Commission of Cardinals, Crown Connection, 1832 Rothschild loan to the Holy See. Oh boy. Then out of nowhere, it gets better. Trump says he's going to sue Jerome Powell. And the Fed needs to be looked into under investigation. Holy smokes. Do you guys see it? Can you see it? Hold on. You know, Trump was telling this story today about how his dad would always say, you know, don't go into a restaurant because if it's the outside's dirty, well, obviously the inside's probably got a lot of issues and bad food, right? Okay. Why is he talking about that? I thought of something on the Q board. 7 years ago, drop 970 says, done in 30. House cleaning. White House secured. Final stage. What's going on right now with the Capitol? All these blue cities can be federalized. And by the way, if you think this is some kind of martial law takeover of a dictator, you're completely fooling yourself. You need more knowledge. Just remember who saved the country. Was it Lincoln when he used the military? Yeah, okay. I think so. Anyways, guys, what you're seeing is the cabal that has ruled us for hundreds and hundreds, say thousands of years. The entrenched swamp enemy is being destroyed right in front of your eyes. Every aspect of it. Money was their power. Washington, D.C. was their military. The Vatican was their religion stronghold. Remember the Pope, everything, go back earlier this year? Isn't it just ironic how all these people are gone? It's truly an incredible time to be alive. The operation's playing out. The script's playing out. And when you realize that, man, it makes this very fun. But I tell you what, you have a lot of people out there who just want to hate on Trump, wants to hate on this operation called Q. You're going to get a reality check. And we all know it's coming. But the best part is God already won. And the best is truly yet to come. Love y'all.
The Statue of Liberty could not be put on land according to maritime law. It had to be put in water. So they built harbor of New York and put the Statue of Liberty out there because the law said that they could not put it on land. Why? It's because the statue is called the Statue of Liberty, not the Statue of Freedom. We're not free. Liberty is what a sailor gets when you pull into port. You ask the captain if you can have a little free time, and if he allows you to, most likely he's not, but if he allows you to have some time, then you get liberty. You don't have freedom. So there's a world of difference between being a free American and having liberty. So that's why you couldn't put the Statue of Liberty on our land.
It's not the Statue of Freedom. It's a Statue of Liberty, which is only something that's given to you, permitted when they feel like it.
Exactly. And any government that can give you something can take it away. That's why civil rights, there is no such a thing as a civil right. That's why you have the American Civil Liberties Union, not a civil right, meaning civil comes from government, civility of the government. Well, anytime the government gives you something, the next administration coming in can cancel it. So you don't have any rights. You have a liberty, hopefully.
If you're seeking the real truth, if you want to understand what you are and where we are, this ebook will have answers. Check the link in the profile bio.
Zionism was born in Europe in the late 19th century, a Jewish dream of freedom from persecution in the biblical land of milk and honey. But to settle in a country inhabited by Arabs, the Jews needed protection. The British were to provide it. The British Army captured the Holy Land in the First World War, driving the Turks from the Middle East. The British wanted Palestine as a military base to protect the vital artery of the empire, the Suez Canal. For this, they needed international approval. The Zionists tipped the balance.
The Zionists were the people who were lobbying all over the world in the Versailles Peace Conference and everywhere else to see that Britain did get this charge, so that there was a contract here. We would help Britain become the ruling power, and Britain would help us to develop the Jewish national home.
The cabal parade about as if no one can touch them. I would remind them that God is not fazed by their pride. It may be a bitter pill to swallow for Anons, to watch them gloat in public, but our disdain will turn to joy when public justice finally arrives. It'll be that much sweeter now that we waited, believed, and fought through this precipice with our heads held high. The struggle is what makes it so special. The price you paid is not to be swept under the rug. God remembers everything you've gone through for him. He sees and won't allow the cabal to achieve their desired goal. He has deliverance planned, and he is pleased to have you share in his joy and play your God-given role. Victory is coming. He won't abandon us. We're living his deliverance plan. Think about how the enemy works against the children when a deliverance comes. In Moses' day, they murdered many children to stop him from coming, but this was to no avail. In Jesus' day, the same moment happened, and we know how that turned out. Now let this sink in. The enemy has sacrificed more children than any moment in the history of the world. What are they so afraid of? If precedent is anything to take note of, we are witnessing a full-scale war against our generation. The enemy hates deliverance, and we know he usually targets the children when he senses something special happening. Think about it. I would argue that we are walking through a modern-day exodus, but on a global scale that is absolutely unprecedented. Millions of children are being slaughtered, and I would argue that it is because they fear the fall of Babylon. We were slaves to Mystery Babylon and its rulers, and they are panicking. Here is the good news. God never fails. He didn't fail in Moses' day. He didn't fail when Jesus destroyed their works, and he will not fail in our generation as he delivers us from the cabal. God is winning. The Great Awakening will be written about in history books. Anons will be looked back on kindly as the ragtag group of patriot digital soldiers who worked to wake people up to the corrupt rulers whose time was coming. Hold your head up high, Anon. We were part of a spark that set the world on fire. There is absolutely no stopping what has begun. Everything the enemy does is brought back against him. Think of the plagues of Egypt. Every single one only hit the enemy in the end, and God's people thrived. A day is coming when everything that they have will be taken from them, perhaps suddenly. And you, the Anon, have front row seats for the great moment of our time. And I think that is something worth thanking God about. Even though we experience the bitterness of awakening before much of the world, our elation will be unlimited when the day comes. Goodbye, Mystery Babylon. The light is shining and your days of rule are coming to a glorious end.
Breaking news. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker just signed a seismic law that's turning the immigration debate on its head. House Bill 460 now gives undocumented students full access to state financial aid programs starting January 1st, 2026. This sweeping move standardizes eligibility across all state and institution-administered programs, eliminating confusing rules that have kept DACA recipients and other undocumented students locked out of aid for too long. Supporters say this is a bold step toward social equity, ensuring every Illinois student has a fair shot at higher education. But critics are screaming about prioritizing non-citizens over U.S. citizens in times of tight funding. And while this law is state-specific, it could spark a domino effect. Other states that already allow in-state tuition for undocumented students, like California, New Mexico, and Texas, may feel compelled to follow suit and open aid eligibility too. Meanwhile, at the federal level, states are carving their own paths amid a gridlocked immigration debate. And Illinois just raised the stakes dramatically. Share this video right now and drop your thoughts in the comments. Is Illinois building a future that includes everyone or breaking the rules in the name of inclusion?
Success for us the last 10 years in your view, and you have criminal referrals right now on Adam Schiff, Letitia James, among others. What is the status?
Well, first of all, thanks for asking about the last 10 years. I mean, you know, when Donald Trump came into office as president, he signed an executive order saying, go and find out how government was weaponized against the citizens. When Attorney General Bondi came into office, she put a memo, put more specifics to it, and said, get to the bottom of this. She gave a specific list and a broad charge. And I have to tell you, for your viewers, we have the Attorney General Bondi has that Department of Justice spinning like a top. We've got more stuff going on. A lot of it we can't talk talk about because of the nature of it, but it's going like crazy. And one of them was, we were in a group, we're still in it, working on the Russia hoax. And Tulsi Gabbard declassified what happened, and she sent it over to us, to DOJ, as a criminal referral, and that's ongoing now. But what that was, and Maria, you're one of the earliest, I think you might be the only person, the only journalist who said early on, this is a Russia hoax. And you know, Brett had President Trump on an interview on that flight to Alaska, and in the interview, President Trump said the Russia hoax was meant to destroy the relationship with Russia, make it impossible to get things under control, get a reset, like Hillary said she wanted. So what we have in the Department of Justice now is a weaponization working group and the backing of our leadership to go and find this stuff. And so the Russia hoax, we know the birthday of the Russia hoax. It's December 8th, 2016, where the Obama administration, including Obama, said, don't put the truth out, lie, and ask the media to help us. And the Washington Post and others jumped right in. And then we had the Russia hoax that went on for 10 years. And every time they get in trouble, meaning the deep state and others, they throw another hoax out. And all we're doing at DOJ and all we're doing across the government is saying, get the truth out. And then, by the way, let's hold people accountable. And that's exactly what's going on. So when Bill Pulte sends a criminal referral over to us, and he says Letitia James and Adam Schiff, and by the way, both their lawyers have come out and talked publicly about that criminal referral. So you can talk to them about the specifics, because I'm going to tell you what we're going to do is we're going to follow the facts. Every American has that has a mortgage or has other documents they sign has to follow the law. We're going to go to the very bottom of the facts, and if somebody did something wrong, we're not only going to hold them accountable, we're also going to look at everything else that they've been doing, because when you're a liar, you lie not just on one thing. When you're a cheater, you cheat not just on one thing. When you're doing corruption, you generally don't just do it on one thing. So we have that's our what we're asked to do as prosecutors, and that's what we're doing.
Well, unbelievable. Real quick, what about the January 6th committee? Did they destroy evidence? Is there criminality there?
Of course. We're all in that too, and trust me, a lot of people did not get a pardon that were involved in the select committee, and they ought to be keeping an eye on their mailbox, because there's a lot to be asked about.
And the pardons that were given out were done by an auto pen. Are they legitimate?
Well, I'm the pardon attorney, so I'm in that too. I can tell you we're investigating how the pardons were granted. It was not like anything in the history of America what Joe Biden, his staffers did, not just with the auto pen, but with faking him out on the memos. More to come, Maria. I'm telling you, Pam Bondi has let us loose, and when this comes out, it'll take the whole of these people's hoaxes down, and we're doing it bit by bit, and it's fantastic. It's a great privilege.
Everyone thinks the future is about innovation, AI, smart cities, green energy, but that's the cover story. The real future is about reducing the human surplus without a single bullet fired. And the system that is being built makes it look like progress. In the old world, humans were assets. More people meant more labor, more soldiers, more taxpayers. But technology flipped the equation. When automation does the work, people become liabilities. They consume resources and they produce nothing. From a corporate state perspective, they are dead weight on the balance sheet. Now, what happens to liabilities in any system? They are minimized, quietly, efficiently. You don't announce population reduction. You don't draft policies that say, time to eliminate 800 million people. You design the environment so people self-select out of life. First, you control food economics. Make real nutrition a luxury. Flood markets with synthetic hyper-processed calories. Why? Cheap to make, addictive to consume, and lethal over time. Obesity, diabetes, cancers. It's slow-motion euthanasia disguised as personal choice. And then you privatize survival systems. Hospitals, medicine, insurance. Turn health into a product, and when the bill comes and you can't pay, nature takes its course. No violence, no fingerprints. Meanwhile, you flood culture with distractions. War headlines, influencer drama, ideological cage matches, So no one notices the algorithm that decides who thrives and who quietly disappears. People think they are arguing politics, but in reality they are debating inside the zoo enclosure, while the zookeeper holds the keys to their lifespan. This isn't genocide. It is market-driven selection, a corporate Darwinism where the unprofitable simply phase out. And the punchline? They don't kill you. They invoice you until you die. This is the most profitable extinction in human history. And is happening in slow motion while everyone thinks they are free.
You can begin by investigating the techniques of propaganda. Glittering generalities?
What is a glittering generality?
A victory for good government.
But it's true, isn't it?
What's true? What does good government mean? Is the mayor's idea of good government the same as yours?
I see. It's a glittering generality.
One of the best.
There's another.
Yes. And why do you suppose our opponents chose that phrase?
I guess because everybody likes a real American.
Right. And they wanted to transfer that liking for a real American to Mr. Butler. But a great deal of propaganda is much more hidden, much harder to detect. You'll find that the purpose of most propaganda is to persuade people to believe something, to do something, or to buy something. Your next step, and it's a big one, is to get the facts.
Well, is he a real American?
Howard Butler was born in this country. He obeys its laws. He's a good citizen. Yes, he is a real American. The same can be said for Richard Cooper. So ask yourself whether the facts support the purpose. Do they support the transfer of feeling from real American to Mr. Butler over Mr. Cooper?
No, I guess not.
Well, that's your fourth step. Weigh the facts against the purpose and the technique.
I think I understand. To know whether propaganda is good or not, whether it's true or not, I should know the purpose, recognize the technique, get the facts, and judge the purpose and technique by the facts.
Okay, so we have a front row seat to the greatest show on earth. Trump said he was going to drain the swamp. But the swamp is worldwide. And Q says you can't tell someone, you have to show them. So they're letting it play out in real time right in front of your face. We just witnessed one of the biggest, most historic chess moves of peace and prosperity in world history. Putin and Trump meeting is the deep state's worst nightmare. Putin and Trump getting along and having an alliance is the deep state's worst nightmare. Panic. The swamp is worldwide, and it's all about the three city-state empire. Washington, D.C. is the military force to enforce their cabal agenda. The Vatican, religious psyop mind control to keep us far away from God and Christ consciousness, and to manipulate and control the masses with guilt and religion. And third is the money. It's all about the money. It's the Bank of England, London. This is where they launder their money and move the money. And you are literally watching the takedown of all of these right in front of your face in real time. And isn't it interesting that all three of these things are districts? They're not a part of their country. They have their own government, their own military, their own rules. The three city-state empire. You saw President Donald Trump call in the National Guard and secure D.C., one of the three city-state empire's arms, the military arm. Donald Trump just took control of D.C. The nickname for the Vatican is the Black Hole because it's in its own district. It's lawless. It gets away with child molestation, child trafficking, and they have their own bank, the Vatican Bank, which is currently under investigation. According to the former head of the Vatican Financial Police, the salary service of the Holy See, it's under investigation and being accused of writing fraudulent checks, changing the names and account numbers, making the sender and the receiver invisible, directing the funds to private clients without disclosing their identity. QPost 1021, estimated wealth of religious organizations equals billions. Control bodies connected to CIA clowns. What if Q has been watching closely the Vatican and their bank and their fraudulent books? The Queen is dead. Prince Charles has cancer and they're already planning his funeral. And when Trump and Q and the White Hats took the gold back from the Vatican, that changed everything. It took back our control. It gold-backed our currency. So we weren't controlled by the World Bank, the central bank, the Bank of London, the Bank of England. The Bank of England separated itself from the City of London in 1996. This was the first move in consolidating all U.S. assets, setting up for the final takedown of the U.S. The Glass-Steagall Act was enacted to ensure that a major crash wouldn't happen, but they removed it in 1999, allowing the banks and the brokerage houses to consolidate. And in my opinion, this is why Putin is so hated worldwide, is because he was a threat to the cabal. The cabal and central bank try to control every country and their currency. Well, they couldn't control Putin because he has a big military protecting him, and he kept his Russian ruble currency independent. He gold-backed it. It's all about moves and counter moves, and the cabal's only move there was to skew his reputation and tell the whole world he's dangerous and scary and bad, so everyone thinks Putin's bad. The cabal kept us thinking that Russia and U.S. were enemies, and they did this through the central bank, the Bank of England, which is owned by the Rothschilds. Break that name down in Latin. Rothschilds. That means red children. Red children. Red like Satan. Satan's children. Has Satan been running the world this whole time? We are living through World War III, and it really is a fight of good and evil. And the end is watching all three of those city-state empires fall. What if this whole time we've been lied to and Putin wasn't even bad? And President Trump and Special Forces had a secret alliance with Putin the whole time. But the three city-state empire controlled the money through the Bank of England. Who controls the media? The three city-state empire. So they kept lying to us. U.S. and Russia cooperating is England's worst nightmare geopolitically. It makes for a British sandwich, darling, with U.S. on one slice of the bread and Russia on the other. Total control, darling. I'll have my tea and crumpets now, thank you very much. You saw firsthand U.S. and Russia working together to take down that container ship in the Suez Canal, full of children being trafficked and delivered. U.S. military operatives followed the ship, and Russian Navy covered the exit. There was no way out. And remember in May of 2021 when we watched Putin hand Trump the soccer ball? This was a major comm saying that they're working together. Trump and Putin meeting is the deep state's worst nightmare. You're watching the fall of the three city-state empire. Get excited and smile because you're watching Q, President Donald Trump, and the good military give you action, give you proof that they're actually doing what they said they would in the beginning. Drain the swamp and giving the power back to the people and weaponizing the people with the truth.
Dealing with the judiciary situation, but it's much less intense than it was even 6, 7, 8 years ago now. So we have a significant amount of force momentum is what you would call it in a battlefield terminology, where we are able to carry the initiative throughout the day. We're able to run the field, essentially. The other side will have to rely on some sort of derailment, some sort of obstacle that crops up in that force momentum movement to stop and break that momentum or attempt to break that momentum. And I think that's probably what Mr. Reed is referring to. And I think a lot of patriots and anons out there have expected for at least the last 2, 3, maybe 4 years that we were going to see another major societal level style event, whether that is a false flag, whether it's another COVID style event, whether it's, something that happens out there with respect to riots and destabilization within cities, whether it's a flavor of all three. We're expecting something to come in this process where they will try and stop the momentum that is being built by situations like the grand juries around the nation that are looking into this corruption, or by the internal DOJ investigations that President Trump has said multiple times himself are going on in the background. The vice president just telling the public a few weeks ago that there are active investigations in the background ongoing about sensitive, quote, national security matters, end quote, that the public cannot know about at this time, but which they will know about when those investigations are concluded.
So would you place your bet that Hillary and Obama will not show up for the subpoena?
Dear gracious God, I need you. Now more than ever before, I need you, for I realize how great is my task and how meager are my resources. Give me wisdom, I pray. When demands press in on every side, give me accurate eyes that can separate the important from the urgent, the fundamental from the incidental. Give me wisdom, I pray. When I ache for my soldiers' friendship, give me courage to earn their respect and obedience. Give me wisdom, I pray. When time and task pull in different directions, grant me clarity to see the way and peace to calm those around me. Give me wisdom, I pray. When decisions are demanded, may my walk match my talk. Remind me daily that the speed of a leader is the speed of the team. Give me wisdom, I pray. When my authority is tested, show me when to raise my voice and when to lower it, when to use the carrot and when to use the stick. Give me wisdom, I pray. When my time is done, may I be remembered as a leader who encouraged, not discouraged, as a man who built people up, not tore them down. Give me wisdom, I pray. When in victory, keep me humble. When in defeat, keep me from despair. Compensate my weaknesses, accentuate my strengths, mold me into the man you want me to be. Give me wisdom, I pray. And most of all, please keep my soldiers safe. Lead them, guide them, protect them, watch over them. And as you gave all of yourself for me, help me to give all of myself for them. And it is in your name we pray. Amen.
The sort of conventional wisdom that when I first got into the case, people were saying that the military itself had killed Billy Levine because he had turned into such a problem and was messing up so badly.
I don't want to derail your story, but you've referred twice to assassination programs. I wasn't aware that the United States admits it assassinates people. When did that start? When did that become a feature of modern war or statecraft or whatever it is? What is that? What are you talking about?
In 2001, President George W. Bush signed secret orders that essentially, and they're secret, so I haven't read them, but based on the best reporting that I've seen, he signed secret orders that essentially reversed the assassination ban that had been put in place decades earlier. Actually, the groundwork for that legal move had been laid under President Reagan. There were memos in place. There were certain authorities, executive orders in place that did allow for assassination in the case when the target was deemed to be a terrorist. That those authorities actually weren't used, to my understanding, for decades. But when after the September 11th attacks, Bush reversed that. And you're saying that you haven't heard too much about it, but that's because we often hear about it by a certain euphemism, which is night raids. So you may have heard, I'm sure you have heard, that under President Obama, the war making, all of the war effort in Afghanistan became about drone strikes and night raids. Well, night raids is just a euphemism for assassinations. Yes, if somebody comes out waving a white flag, well, he'll probably get shot anyway. But under certain circumstances, they will take people prisoner. But for the most part, when they hit a target, every military age man, as they say, on that target dies.
Whether or not he's guilty of a crime or even suspected of a crime.
Well, guilty of a crime, I mean, there's no accountability over this because it all depends upon the determinations of intelligence analysts in the Joint Special Operations Command and in the CIA and what have you, the people that generate targets. Delta Force just hits the targets. They may not necessarily generate them, although they do have substantial intelligence assets that develop targets. But there's no way to check their work and say, who these people really were. But as I talk about extensively in the book and trying to get some clarity around this, the error rate is believed to be very high, at least 50%. So I think one of the first signs of it is, and I'm tracking about 24 murders involving Fort Bragg soldiers in the book since 2020. Yeah, in which it was either the Fort Bragg soldier who was murdered, accused of murder, or convicted of murder.
24.
24. That's my best count. It might be off by 1 or 2 on the margins.
Well, that's wild.
Yeah.
A military base?
Yes.
I would imagine the murder rate at a military base would be 0.
I think it should be. If you're an employee of the government, if you're an active duty soldier, you're
the most disciplined people in the world, right?
You're supposed to be. I don't know if you can say that anymore. I also learned that Dumas and Levine were trafficking cocaine together at a high level. And that,
they were trafficking cocaine?
Mm-hmm, not dealing cocaine, in little baggies to their friends. I'm talking about trafficking kilos of cocaine from Mexico up into the United States and distributing it in a large multi-state
And Levine
area.
is just once again, an active duty.
That's correct.
Member of Delta Force.
That's correct. Yes.
God bless you, Patriots. Welcome to Patriot News Broadcasting. It's good to see you guys. I missed y'all last night, but it's one of those long days. I feel like taking it off. It was actually slow news-wise, but you know how it goes. Good to see you, Patriots, tonight. We're going to look at the news. After that, we got a couple quick things we're going to talk about. I want to talk to you about the fake guy playing John F. Kennedy Jr. And then there's a ton of new shows and things out there to catch up on. So we'll start the week off with some fun. It's really good to see you guys. I don't even know where to begin. Like every day, there's so much happening, and Little Midget Man was there at the White House today. We'll take a brief look at that. Good old Greta Thunberg. She's blocking Norway access to this oil refinery like she's just lost her mind. But she seems to go where the cameras go. You can kind of see that. If they weren't having an election here shortly, would she be there? I'm not so sure.
Right now, hundreds of people are blocking Norway's biggest oil terminal, with people coming from all over Europe.
Norway is by far Europe's biggest fossil fuel producer.
They're drilling for more and more oil while our climate keeps closer to collapse.
We are here to draw the line.
They have an election in 21 days which will define the future of European oil.
Norway, we demand a plan for phase out now.
That guy looked like he was handcuffed to something. My lord. Can't get rid of her. They kicked her out of the Gaza Strip, and she ended up in Norway. I don't know. There was a really bad shooting today in Utah. We'll take a quick look at that because I'm sure you guys have seen that. As the days pass, it's one of the bigger stories.
Welcome back in. Today we are following major breaking news out of Tremonton, where 2 police officers were killed in the line of duty. We've got Shara Park live at the scene of the shooting right now. Shara, can you tell us what's happening right there?
Yeah, well, there's still a lot of investigating going on here at the house. Obviously, the crime tape is up. We've got windows that are broken out at the house, but we've got the Box Elder deputy who is at the hospital, the one that was involved and injured and survived this, and the canine that was also injured at a vet. But let's go out to Brian Carlson right now, who has been here since early this morning to walk us through the details of this situation. Brian, really heartbreaking, sad situation to have 2 officers killed in the line of duty here.
You know, for these people here in Box Elder County, it's not something they have seen, I don't think, in their entire lifetime here in Box Elder County. And for us here at home, not only are we seeing the house here where these officers are gunned down, but we're also seeing video that these neighbors took of the aftermath that occurred afterwards. And I spoke to that neighbor, at least one of them, who was the last person who may have talked to that first officer killed while he was alive.
This is how it looked last night, shortly after 2 Tremont and Garland officers lost their lives, reportedly at the hands of an armed gunman.
Upon arrival, they immediately began taking fire. They requested additional units and then stopped answering their radio.
Oh, I hear them smashing windows. A neighbor now sharing with KSL video he took of the roughly 50 officers who came to help them. It started just after 9 p.m. Police say the first officer had received several 911 hang-up calls traced to this Tremont neighborhood next to North Park Elementary. Neighbor Tyson Taylor tells me that he spoke to that officer trying to find who needed help.
And he just said, "Are you pushing the button for distress on your phone?" I'm just like, "No, I'm not doing that." So I showed him my phone. And then he just drove off around the block. He's like, "I'm just trying to find this distress call. I hope it would be an easy night," or whatever, just something like that.
Minutes later, Taylor says he heard gunshots and drove around the corner to find the officer still alive.
He was just on the corner, and I said, "Hey, I heard some fireworks," or it sounded like fireworks. He told me, "No, your neighbor on the corner is shooting his guns, and it's an active shooter right now. He says you need to go home and get in your home."
Moments later, Taylor heard more gunshots and learned the officer and a second Tremont and Garland officer were both shot and killed right there at the scene. While a Box Elder County Sheriff's deputy arriving...
We're starting to see a pattern, where our police officers are being ambushed, right from the start. It's quite a few of those we've seen. Not a good situation. It's gonna make cops all over the country tense, which makes everybody tense, and it's gonna have a lot of tense situations. Don't mess around if you get pulled over. So obviously there's a lot going on today with Zelensky. Earlier, President Trump had said that he supported Putin's proposal for Moscow to take full control of the Donbass region and freeze front lines elsewhere for a deal with Ukraine. I don't think they're going to have to do that. I wondered if they would at first, because I kind of figured Zelensky's European cronies weren't going to let that pass. But they're actually coming up with some good negotiations here. He was doing the crybaby thing there. Basically, what's going to happen is we're going to give them weapons financed by Europe, and it guarantees their security after the peace deal, to where, you know, if Russia broke the agreement, they've got their weapons to fight back. They're going to lose some region. They're probably going to lose that Donetsk, Donbass region, but you know, they're going to have the security they want. They're not going to be allowed to say, "Hey, we're in NATO." It's not that, but it's just a different story. But I think Trump's up to some other things we're going to talk about involving Belarus. Witkoff was on saying that instead of giving Ukraine NATO membership, they can offer them Article 5 like protections. And we'll listen to what he has to say in his own words there.
In terms of Ukrainian security guarantees, you mentioned the Article 5 guarantee of NATO, an attack on one and it's an attack on all. Russia would allow that to happen, that any further incursions into Ukraine, Russia would understand would be seen as an attack on all NATO members?
No, Jake, that's not what I said. What I said is that we got to an agreement that the United States and other European nations could effectively offer Article 5-like language to cover a security guarantee. So Putin has said that a red flag is NATO admission.
Right.
And so what we were discussing was assuming that that held, assuming that the Ukrainians could agree to that and could live with that, and everything is going to be about what the Ukrainians can live with. But assuming they could, we were able to win the following concession: that the United States could offer Article 5-like protection, which is one of the real reasons why Ukraine wants to be in NATO. We sort of were able to bypass that and get an agreement that the United States could offer Article 5 protection, which was the first time we had ever heard the Russians agree to that.
I think it's a good agreement. I think it could potentially end the war. They could withdraw their troops. There might always be a tiny bit of skirmishing on those lines, sort of like the Gaza Strip lines, but it's different than full-on war, what they've had going on. So I don't know. I feel pretty good about it. I assume they do too. Ukraine may not feel great about it, but it's a matter of if they want more people to die or not. It really is as simple as that. The same thing with what's going on between China and Taiwan. They're trying to make it look like China's become this aggressor, and China's saying that, hey, we're going to work on peace and reunification instead. And here's a tiny bit that will kind of explain that story to you.
Why does China always want to annex Taiwan to its territory? In history, Taiwan used to be a part of China, but after the Civil War ended, Chiang Kai-shek's side was defeated and retreated to Taiwan, operating like an independent country. Taiwan has an extremely strategic geographical position. If it controls the island, China will be able to expand its influence into the Pacific Ocean, creating conditions to surpass the United States. Not only that, Taiwan also owns the world's leading semiconductor technology, and China needs it as well. However, an attack on Taiwan would trigger many international reactions. First, the United States would intervene directly because it has its own treaty with Taiwan. Not only that, other U.S. allies might also participate in order to stop China's attack. At present, with its ambition to surpass the United States, it is very likely that one day in the near future, China will proceed to annex Taiwan into its territory.
It's just a small overview of the situation for you. Moving forward, Trump's really pushing the changes to our elections. I'm going to lead a movement to get rid of mail-in ballots, and also, while we're at it, highly inaccurate, very expensive, and seriously controversial voting machines. Speaking of those voting machines, I mean, Newsmax just had to settle with Dominion in a defamation case for $67 million because on one of their broadcasts, they said that Trump had really won the 2020 election and that the voting machine had been rigged, and they got sued and they lost, and they just settled that today. So it's, no surprise in his timing there, but he also talks about these things being watermarked. That's kind of what this looks like. This is a watermarked ballot. So 10 times more sophisticated and accurate watermark paper, which is faster, leaves no doubt at the end of the evening as to who won and who lost the election. We're now the only country in the world that uses mail-in voting. All others gave it up because of the massive voter fraud encountered. Yeah, you get the gist. Anyway, that's a big part of what Trump wants to accomplish, changing the elections. In Dubai, thieves got a hold of a precious pink diamond worth $25 million, though it only took police 8 hours to catch up to him. Can't really look at this video because it's in a different language, but I wanted to show you the diamond at least.
I just had a problem. I came to meet a client to sell a diamond to them. They looked at the stone, and now they say the stone is not with them anymore.
How much the price for the diamond?
$25 million.
They took it for somebody that wanted to look at it, and they got robbed of it, but they did get it back. Not kind of cool. Pink diamond. I don't know. Thought I'd mention that story. And Hamas has apparently agreed to a new ceasefire proposal in Gaza. This, of course, would be historic and very well received, I think. You saw the protests in Tel Aviv today. This is amazing here because this crowd was there to promote peace, not chanting death to Palestine or anything. They just want things to stop. And that's the Israeli people right there. And so hopefully this deal goes through.
Let's turn to the Middle East for the next few moments because Hamas has informed mediators that it approves the latest Gaza ceasefire proposal. That is what a group official has told the Reuters news agency. AFP are also reporting this, that a Hamas source who requested anonymity told them that Hamas has delivered its response to the mediators, confirming that Hamas and the factions agree to the new ceasefire proposal without requesting any amendments. A Palestinian official earlier today told AFP that mediators had proposed an initial 60-day truce and hostage release in 2 batches. Well, let's go live to our Middle East correspondent, Emir Nader, live there in Jerusalem. And Emir, tell us more.
Well, what we understand is that this proposal is been based on a proposal originally put forward by the US envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, earlier in June. We've heard from a Palestinian official familiar with the talks that is what this 60-day ceasefire proposal is based around. It would see hostages and Palestinian prisoners exchanged in 2 batches over those 60 days. So an initial release of living Israeli hostages of perhaps around 10. That's around half of the Israeli hostages in the Gaza Strip believed to still be alive still, and a number of bodies of Israeli hostages. And then there would be negotiations during this period ongoing for a permanent end to the war. That was the proposal put forward by Steve Witkoff earlier this year. We understand from Palestinian officials familiar with the talks that it is the proposal that has formed the basis of what Hamas have agreed to today. It was put forward to them in Egypt, where there have been these very reinvigorated...
Egypt and Qatar had worked on this heavily with Steve Witkoff, and if we see the prisoners released, that would be amazing, wouldn't it? And if they release those prisoners in 2 batches, it said Hamas accepted the deal, requesting no more revisions. So that would be really amazing to see. It'd be historic. And then there won't have to be this ground invasion by Israel, but you still have the problem of hunger that it's going to have to be dealt with there in the Gaza Strip. And Trump, of course, had posted this at some point, I think before the deal was announced, but we'll only see the return of the remaining hostages when Hamas is confronted and destroyed. So, maybe this was part of their decision to just go ahead and accept it, knowing that, Trump wasn't very happy about it. And so, I don't know. It's a good thing. I think it's going to be historic if it all works out. You may see Gaza and Ukraine and Russia all have peace deals all at once. It would be amazing. Indonesia's Luatawi Laki volcano is still erupting, technically. It keeps having these bursts over the past month. This one's pretty severe.
Ooh. Oof.
Laki. Yikes. I like the name though. Laki. It's sad. And this case, I'm wondering what the deal is with it. I just kind of glanced over it. A missing mother and infant were found dead. I think this is out of Sacramento.
The family of Whisper Owen and her daughter Sandra McCarty say their bodies were found in a canal near Oakdale. The discovery comes after the mother and daughter had been missing for more than 30 days after a trip to Fresno from their home in Sacramento. Good evening and thank you for joining us for Action News Live at 11. I'm Christina Lopez. The two were found earlier today near Oakdale in a canal on Victory Avenue off Highway 120. Action News reporter Vince Ibarra joins us live from Fresno Police Headquarters with how the discovery came to be. Vince?
Well, as anyone could imagine, the family is having a very difficult and heartbreaking day, Christina. They say as days passed by, they knew something bad happened to Whisper and Sandra. Now they face that unbearable task of having to move forward without them. A month-long search has come to a grim end for Whisper Owen and her 8-month-old daughter, Sandra McCarty.
I'm sorry that this is how they had to depart, but I know they're in a better place.
The family says they were found in this canal in Stanislaus County on Sunday. They explain Whisper's phone last pinged here on Victory Avenue and Highway 120.
Our dive team has responded, and they did locate one adult in the vehicle and one infant in the vehicle.
Whisper and Sandra went missing on July 15th. This surveillance footage shows Whisper's SUV driving in Oakdale the night of their disappearance. The family says the two left Fresno to head back home to Sacramento after a doctor's appointment. When the mother and daughter didn't arrive back home, the family alerted Fresno law enforcement. Since then, they've done all they can to find Whisper and Sandra.
Our sonar was able to shoot a beam underneath of it, identify that we have a object that appears to be in the size and shape of the 2006 Trailblazer.
Authorities were alerted to this canal after Adventures with Purpose, a nonprofit that specializes in clearing waterways for missing people, stepped in to help the family.
It does appear as though Whisper was making her way to the back seat to save her daughter, Sandra.
Richard Owen, Whisper's brother, says he's grateful for the outpouring of support, including from Adventures with Purpose.
Not once, but twice driving down from Oregon. And
it sounds like it's accidental. I wondered if there was foul play. I don't know. Like I said, I don't usually look at those kinds of stories, but there was an evacuation in Times Square earlier as police launched an investigation and reports of a suspicious package. I believe it was left outside of the police department there, but of course was nothing, so didn't look into that any further. Zelensky was told he needed to wear a suit today, and sure enough, he did. They gave him a little guff about it.
President Zelensky, you look fabulous in that suit.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, you look good.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, looks good.
I said to the one that attacked you last time. See, now I remember that.
Yeah, I apologize to you. You look wonderful. No, my first question for you, President Zelensky.
In the same suit. You see, I changed. You are.
I bet he can't stand coming to the White House. Oh man, it's funny. This was the Delta for 2 days ago matched up. It's time, perhaps it is time to drop some truth bombs on the murder of Lieutenant Charles Harris Jr., John Brennan, old passports, Senator Obama's trip to Russia, Loretta Fuddy, and Sobarka. We think the people are ready. You decide. Sounds like an interesting story right there. Love to see these matching up, though. Another interesting post, I thought, after that thing about time being 3 dimensions. 2 converging timelines are happening simultaneously. The first timeline is a collective holding on to past systems of control and fear. The second is the collective tuning the future, using frequency, resonance, and wisdom within. Choose your timeline wisely. That's sort of why we're going to talk about the fake John F. Kennedy Jr. right after the news here. Going to point some things out. Dan Scavino Jr. wanted to point some things out today. I get letters at the White House from people who thought that they've been communicating with me on social media via comments and direct messages. Some of them are kind of crazy. One person thinks we're in love. Please be careful and don't fall for the fraudsters and impersonators and fake accounts that use variations of my name with my photo. My socials are all verified. Please be careful. And also, I'm not on Telegram. Stuff to keep in mind. Important, really. Hurricane Aaron is sparking some mandatory evacuations on the coast of North Carolina. Worried about more flooding. Don't forget the flooding from Helene. There's a reason I'm pointing all this stuff out early.
The drenching rain from over the weekend as Aaron exploded into a monster Category 5 hurricane, lashing the Caribbean islands with heavy rain and wind. Now, right now, Aaron remains a strong Category 4. That latest update from the National Hurricane Center, the intermediate 8 a.m. advisory. It is still just to the east of the Bahamas, with Turks and Caicos under some of the threats of those outer bands.
And although Aaron's core, the most intense part of a hurricane, is going to remain hundreds of miles away from the U.S. mainland, Aaron will deliver a glancing blow to the eastern seaboard. Mandatory evacuations have been issued for parts of North Carolina's Outer Banks. High surf and rip current alerts are also in effect for much of the week.
And just behind Aaron, I know it's hard to think beyond that, but already the National Hurricane Center is, and we've got that area to watch from the NHC. Odds are increasing for potential tropical development within the next 7 days. We'll have more on that.
50-50 shot at this point. We do have team coverage all week along the East Coast as Aaron gets uncomfortable.
So, and don't, they're saying it won't come near the coast as far as the core, but you never know. You never know. Things can change all the time. So a couple of things I want to point out. If the name Aaron sounds familiar, it's because that was the hurricane that was happening at the same time that 9/11 was happening. Let's go back in time and take a look.
Blowing out into the ocean right now.
Fizzling, don't you think? It looks like it won't, it'll just continue to fizzle as it moves north.
There is indeed hurricane action today.
Here's this huge hurricane right off the coast of New York City.
It is forecast, though, to continue to turn away from land.
And we've got, we got Hurricane Aaron. This is Aaron right here. This is Aaron. Hey, Weller, look who's here. Mr. Peanut.
And a cold front that moved through was really going to help deflect Hurricane Aaron.
It is forecast to continue, though, as we said, though, to push away from land.
Or they moved it and did 9/11 along with it.
You can see on the edge of your screen here, this is the outer bands here of Hurricane Aaron. Looks dangerously close to the U.S. mainland.
A lot of people, you even mention it to them, and they say, prove it.
The only effect really it does have is some large sea swells along the beaches. The cold front that moved through the area is going to help to kind of deflect Aaron, as you see it here, more toward Nova Scotia.
It's moving north. Look for riptides and heavy swells along the northeastern Atlantic coast.
We're going to have just a beautiful day today. It is affecting the U.S., the eastern coastline, in the form of some pretty large seas. Watch the coastal areas if you are planning to hit the beach in the days ahead, because it could be several days that we'll have these dangerous rip currents. Tonight, under clear skies, all will be quiet. We do have a hurricane that's just off the coast.
And you'll see that we've got clear skies throughout much of the country.
Why weren't people given a warning that there's this Hurricane Aaron there?
If you look at the Hurricane Erin data, all this talk of climate change, whether it's man-made, whether it's sunspots, whether it's whatever it is, you have to factor in what happened with Hurricane Erin, because that is categorically clear evidence of some type of weather control.
That's another story. What this book is a lot of evidence of what happened. I don't have all the answers. I don't pretend to have all the answers, but I find some very interesting things. This is right outside of New York City on the morning of 9/11. It was even raining at Cape Cod. This hurricane for 4 days straight was going towards New York City. Most unusual to have a hurricane running perpendicular to land. They usually swoop up the East Coast. Wind speed, air pressure, and the location were pretty much constant for the 24 hours surrounding the events of 9/11.
And then it took a sudden turn. But a lot of you forget that, that there was a hurricane on the morning of 9/11. And speaking of the current 2025 Aaron, they went into the eye today. It's real, believe it or not. I know it's not super clear, but I wonder how far across that is. Probably not that big. 10 miles? Less? The eye of the storm. Hey, Lynn. This is a cool post. I've said this and say it again. Q Team knows you. They know your good deeds, your loyalty, your patriotism, and your hard work that you put in place. Recognition and your past positive acts will reflect your future. They see you. James Comey. Is he trying to pretend to be insane? That's what General Flynn thinks. He's going for an insanity plea after this post. Let's take a look at the video.
Hey everybody, welcome back to my Substack. Last week's cold turns out to have been COVID, quite a flashback. And Donald Trump is still president and still humiliating America on a national stage, standing next to Vladimir Putin. It's like a dream, a bad dream you can't wake up from. But I don't want to talk about that bad dream this week. I want to talk about a truly inspirational public figure named Taylor Swift. Of course, I watched her podcast interview with the Kelsey brothers. Of course, I watched the whole thing, although on YouTube, Patrice and I got kicked off for the last 15 minutes and finished it on her phone. But I watched it. You see, Taylor Swift and I go way back. I went to my first concert of hers 15 years ago. I've been to a second, and I have helped financially support the attendance of a lot of family members at others. I'm in a family's Swiftie group chat. I know all her music, and I listen to it in my headphones when I cut the grass. So yes, I have a favorite of hers, although honestly for me it's a tie between All Too Well, 10-minute version, and Exile featuring Bon Iver. Taylor Swift has grown up with my family and provided us a soundtrack, really, as we've grown ourselves and learned and adapted and dealt with adversity and celebration. She had songs for all of it. I suspect that's something that millions of Americans have also experienced in their families. I think that's because Taylor Swift produces great art.
You think he's pretending to be insane, or do you think he's really it's just insane? I think he might actually just be insane.
But also because she models something. At every stage of her career, she's shown a certain way of being that resonated with my kids and also felt right to me as a parent. And she's still doing that as a grown-up. Like a lot of you, I struggle with how to stand up to bullies without letting their meanness infect me and change me. You may have seen that the governor of California has been generating a lot of attention lately by posting on social media in a satirical way where he mocks Donald Trump and his all-caps megalomania and his absurdity. And I find it very funny, hilarious even sometimes. But I gotta be honest, it also leaves me with a strange feeling at times because I don't want us to become...
It's nutty. I mean, it seriously goes on like that for 3 more minutes. I don't know what to make of, but Q said, and I said this again the other day, that they would start playing those cards when it was time to be prosecuted, whether it was insanity or I'm dying or I have cancer. Or you watch, they'll all start playing those cards. We'll keep an eye on old Comey. I still feel like he could be one of the first to be arrested, but that's me. So apparently Grok's reporting that Q is real and the Donald Trump's Q+. I've tried to explain this to people regarding Grok. It's not like it can look up secrets that you can't. I mean, it pulls a lot of things from the internet that you can't, but I don't think it really has its own thought process. It's just telling you what it's finding. I could be wrong about this. I'm not saying that it's not Q and Q+, that it's not right, but don't put all your trust in that crap. People think it's like God or something. Oh, this thing today, Trump, I guess it was yesterday, he posted the word Bella, and people are trying to figure it out. Some thought it mentioned prisoners in this letter that it connected to. Melania wrote the letter to Putin about children surrounded by darkness. Are the 1,300 actually children? Did Russia take kids from Ukraine and put them in Belarus for safekeeping? We're missing something here. Could Bella mean Belarus? Somebody also posted this, that it maybe stands for Biden, emails, laptops, arrests. I don't know. Maybe that's just for fun. What do you guys think the president meant when he posted Bella? It's also kind of a buffer there between, right there with Ukraine and Russia. Maybe there's something else in the works there. They're working with Trump. I don't know. According to this in the Washington Post, the Washington Post is tracking troops and federal agents in D.C. The National Guard are posted up at the National Mall, a block away from the Smithsonian Metro Station. They are also reportedly present at Union Station, one of the major D.C. Metro Amtrak hubs close to the Capitol. The National Guard are operating at 2 key subterranean transportation hubs near the Capitol and the National Mall. Seems like the National Guard are securing underground transportation around the Capitol, while Trump is also doing a comprehensive review of the entire Smithsonian operation to include their underground tunnel system. I'm not exactly sure what's going on down there, but Trump is using the U.S. military to secure underground transportation routes around the Capitol. Is he preparing to keep people out, or is he potentially preparing to keep people in and prevent high-profile criminals from escaping? Good question. What do you guys think? We knew that was coming, one way or the other. We'll keep watching. This is an interesting post. I think somebody was talking about earlier. In December of 2010, Vladimir Putin was charged and convicted of crimes against humanity. This is the last time this version of Putin was seen publicly and was reported to have been executed in 2011. Lyudmila Alexandrovna Okoretnaya served as the First Lady of Russia from 2000 to 2008 and from 2012 to 2014 while married to Putin, and stated in 2012 that the man she was living with in 2012 was not her husband but an imposter. When was the start and what makes a movie great? 2012, the U.S. military approached Donald Trump to run for president of the United States. Project Looking Glass set the needle for an irreversible and unstoppable timeline convergence for humanity and humankind, resulting from the destruction of the Luciferian occult bloodlines and their ET masters. That's from SG and on. He's a good linguist, isn't he? What do you guys think? We've talked about that before, right? Not the real Putin. Believe it, don't believe it, that's your choice. I don't think it is at all. I think he's one of the clearer. I mean, his whole face is a different shape. It's not that hard to see. Let me see if I can pull up a picture. I don't know if I have one still or not. I thought it was very convincing. Yeah, it's a pretty good. Gotta bring up the picture. I always thought this was one of the most noticeable of the different looking people. What do you guys think? Do you remember that Vladimir Putin? I certainly do, actually, because I was in a current world issues class at the time, I think. 2002, that time period. Something to think about. But we move on to Bill Barr. He arrived at the House investigation, the GOP's probe into Jeffrey Epstein. You knew he was subpoenaed. And he did say today, told the investigators that he never saw anything that could tie President Donald Trump to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. That's what he told James Comer today. He said that he had never seen anything that would implicate President Trump in any of this, and that he believed that if there had been anything pertaining to President Trump with respect to the Epstein list, that he felt like the Biden administration would certainly have leaked it out. Which is what I've been telling people all along. And you guys know it. That's using logic.
Barr's testimony before the House Oversight Committee is kicking off a series of high-profile closed-door depositions. Those are intended to extend through mid-October, including subpoenas issued for Hillary and Bill Clinton. That's all part of the probe into Epstein's crimes and the Justice Department's handling of that case. Mr. Barr's time as Attorney General spanned Epstein's 2019 arrest, his later death at Metropolitan Correctional Center, which he called appalling, as well as Ghislaine Maxwell's arrest. Now, additionally, tomorrow is the deadline the committee has given for the complete DOJ records on the case. So will that deadline be met?
Well, we're having really good conversations. You have to understand you can imagine how many documents there are. I think that we're going to have I think we'll receive the documents very soon.
So there is bipartisan interest in this case, and some see the interest by Democrats as newfound. I mean, they had 4 years to dive into this case. Some see it as them now seeing this case as a way to dig at the current president.
Did you guys, any of you end up watching the second part of the John F. Kennedy Jr. series, American Prince? one of you finally sent me a copy of it on Telegram. I know we looked at the first part here. Perhaps we'll look at the second part. Scientists in China are developing the world's first pregnancy robot, which would give birth to a live baby. This is actually really not something new, and is, been reported and tied to some of the things being done in Antarctica, believe it or not. Let's look.
China just created a robot that can get pregnant and give birth to a baby, and it's sparking global outrage. China has unveiled what they're calling the world's first pregnancy robot, a humanoid machine with a built-in artificial womb capable of carrying a baby from conception all the way to birth. This futuristic invention, developed by a robotics team in Guangzhou, is expected to launch its first prototype by 2026. And here's the shocking part. They claim it'll cost less than $14,000. The robot uses amniotic fluid chambers and nutrient tubes to simulate a real human womb. In theory, embryos could grow exactly like they do in a natural pregnancy, without a mother ever carrying the child. Supporters say this could free women from the physical toll of pregnancy and offer hope for people struggling with infertility. But critics are furious, calling it unnatural, cruel, and dangerous, warning it could erase the bond between mother and child. The project has already triggered over 100 million discussions on Chinese social media, with people split between seeing it as a scientific breakthrough or a dystopian nightmare. So here's the question: is this the future of reproduction, or is humanity crossing a line it should never touch?
The question is, what's the past of it? It's something I'm going to be looking into over the next week, trying to find more of the history about it. Of course, they're making it look new. Women, what do you think of it? That's the question. It seems very odd. Would it erase the motherly bonds between mother and child? Good question. National Guard troops will begin carrying weapons in the coming days. What do you guys think of that? I would have thought they already were, frankly. Attorney General Pam Bondi just deputized Secret Service and D.C. Metro transit officers. What do you guys think of that one? They're locking down that city. Sadly, we've had problems with illegal immigrants driving and causing some very bad wrecks. This one just the other day with an illegal truck driver that made an illegal U-turn and killed an American family of 3. Sadly, that's not the only one we're going to look at.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Ainsley, this crazy story happened.
Crazy story. I thought of you when I was reading about it because your dad's a truck driver. This guy's driving an 18-wheeler down on the Florida Turnpike, and he decides to do a U-turn, and he cuts in front of a family or some people that were in a minivan, traps the minivan underneath his 18-wheeler and kills all 3 of the people inside that minivan. Turns out this guy, Lawrence, is here illegally.
Yeah, he's illegally in the country. He crossed the border, the Mexican border, back in 2018. So that just tells you people from all over the world are going across the Mexican border. They're not now, but they were going across the border. And I thought this was parody and wasn't true, or some AI video. Because it's a video of it, and the guy shows zero emotion. Even when they get out at the crash site, no emotion, Brian.
Yep, this is it. This individual is an illegal. This is a post from the site. Illegal immigrant.
I imagine they were killed instantly. That was horrible. And again, that's not the only one. This one's going around to illegal alien driving on Maine on a permit, hits and kills a pedestrian in Lewiston. This was news yesterday.
A woman is hospitalized after police say a car jumped a curb and hit her while she was walking. Police say it happened along the Park Street side of Kennedy Park around 1 this afternoon. The woman was taken to the hospital to be treated for her injuries. We're told the driver stayed at the scene and is cooperating with police.
And the thing is, some driver's license facilities are illegally selling them driver's license. We've been hearing about those fraud cases. This one is even more horrific. A daycare worker was arrested for child abuse. This, I believe, out of Decatur, Georgia. She beat this baby boy, and she's already bonded out of jail. I'll take you to the story.
Tonight, a daycare worker arrested in Bainbridge, Yvette Thurston, is facing felony child abuse charges for her alleged treatment of a toddler. Thurston was arrested at Little Blessings, a church child care facility, and is still wearing that Little Blessings shirt in this booking photo. The child's father shared photos of his one-year-old son online and with us, but we want to warn you first, these images are startling. This is Clay Weeks. His father, Corey, says this happened on Clay's first day. Bainbridge Public Safety says they were called to the facility Monday just before 7 p.m. BPS has not released any details about what happened, but says officers were able to watch video surveillance of the incident. Thurston has bonded out of the Decatur County Jail and was ordered to have no contact with anyone under 18 or the Weeks family. We have reached out to the daycare for comment and have not yet heard back.
I don't know about you, but I would think she might be safer in jail. I would think a father would want to get medieval on her for that one. Man, I mean, how would you even begin to feel as parents? Your child goes to daycare. First day. What did she do to that kid? I mean, I've been hit before in the eye. It doesn't leave black eyes like that. That was a solid shiner right there. Like, that's a serious black eye. She hit him hard. Oh, man. I don't even have words for people like that. Trump posted this: I've settled 6 wars in 6 months, one of them a possible nuclear disaster, and yet I have to read and listen to the Wall Street Journal and many other who truly don't have a clue tell me everything that I'm doing wrong on the yada, yada, yada stuff. I know exactly what I'm doing. I don't need the advice of people who have been working on all these conflicts. You get the gist. Our president knows what he's doing. I love some of his posts. Couple random posts. Eric Swalwell, the leaker's digging in deeper. He issues a direct threat to Trump supporters, declaring we're going to bury them beneath the Capitol. Oh, buddy. We're going to bury you in the garden at Guantanamo Bay. Matt Gaetz is now openly asking his followers whether Israel's committing genocide. At least he's asking his people what they think. And suddenly the government cares about children. Lindsey Graham and Richard Blumenthal are considering introducing legislation that would label Russia and Belarus as state sponsors of terrorism in response to the abduction of Ukrainian children. I was under the impression that it was Ukraine government taking their own children and sending them to the front lines and forcing them to fight. So you got to love these asshats right here. Lindsey Graham, I mean, like, somebody needs to kick him in the balls first off so he doesn't ever reproduce. I mean, he's pretty old now, but for crying out loud. MSNBC is rebranding as MS Now, standing for My Source News Opinion World, I guess. That's sad. Sort of like CNN trying the John F. Kennedy Jr. thing, hoping that their ratings will go up from the 400,000 people a month that watch the damn channel.
We will become MS Now, which stands for My Source for News, Opinion, and the World. And look, Andrew, they even have a graphic up. I like it.
There it is.
Actually,
the new logo.
It looks very sporty.
I'm sure everyone will watch now, right? We all want to see the new logo. U.S. Attorney Janine Pirro announces the arrest of a New York woman for threatening to kill President Trump.
Hi, everyone. It's Judge Janine. I just wanted to let you know here from the United States Attorney's Office in D.C. that an individual by the name of Nathalie Rose Jones is now in custody, charged with 2 federal crimes for knowingly and willfully threatening to take the life of the President of the United States. She did come from New York to Washington, D.C., and she has been threatening and calling for the removal of the president, and even worse, as she got to D.C., her threats were on Facebook and Instagram, and she continued to call the president a terrorist and was working to have him eliminated. She is now in custody. She will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Make no mistake about that.
Pretty sure there's some politicians out there saying the same stuff. Time to arrest them. Like Comey out there, you know, he's lost his mind. Look at this stuff. Somebody got creative here. Hillary Clinton is a featured speaker in the documentary Bella. So is this connected to Trump's post? This woman's place is in the House 2023 highlights Asbug's legacy. Clinton alongside other prominent figures like Gloria Steinem and Nancy Pelosi. I don't understand all this and all the math by any means, but goes right back to Hillary Clinton being arrested at the end of October. October 30th. Date a lot of people have talked about. So I don't know. Don't know. Just thought I'd show that. Yeah, same thing. She was in a little thing called Bella. Pretty wild. This was a weird post. I figured I was obligated to show you Canadians. My Canadian brothers and sisters. Breaking planes to spray glyphosate Roundup from the sky. In just 3 days, forests, homes, lakes, and Canadians will all be drenched by toxic chemicals without consent. They've already been finding glyphosate after the forest fires tore through. So, is that real or is it a joke? Well, let's take a look. This guy talks about it.
Ronald Daigneault says the spraying may be over, but the threat isn't.
When you come within 20 meters from a house, 5 meters from a bike path, the concern should be different. And the first priority should be the people's health.
He lives just meters away from the CN trucks. And while he's been in Mercier-Est for several decades, he says this is the first time he's been warned about a herbicide used along the railway.
CN is not keeping the pace with the concerns of the people.
Montreal banned glyphosate as a precautionary move to protect public health. But CN isn't subject to city rules. The company tells CTV News it's legally required to manage vegetation under the Railway Safety Act, adding that while it mows most of its land, only glyphosate can fully clear the track bed. A spokesperson writes the section where the spraying happens supports the track infrastructure used for both freight.
So there's a big difference between people walking along and spraying along the tracks to kill weeds and people dropping it from the sky in planes. I don't know why they would do that. I don't believe they would do that. So I call baloney on that post. But this was interesting from Joe M. Did you pay attention to the news of an impromptu large meteor shower last week? Space Force blasted whatever that was headed towards Earth to smithereens. What do you guys think? Sure not talking about it now. Remember they were saying something's headed toward Earth, blah, blah. You think Space Force has the power to do that? That's another question. I know some of you are like, this is insane. Feels that way sometimes, doesn't it? Ezra Cohen posted this before all the, Zelensky meeting. The Europeans are running a massive foreign influence operation against America via the mainstream media in an attempt to undermine President Trump's efforts to bring an end to the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Keep this in mind as you see mainstream media reports over the coming weeks. Yeah, you better believe it. We've talked about that a billion times over. Few more things. Officials of the Justice Department will release Epstein files to Capitol Hill, James Comer says. So these are supposed to be, I believe, the last of the files.
Breaking news just announced that the DOJ will start releasing the final Epstein documents over to the congressional committees on Friday, so Congress can go through them, make sure and ensure that all victims' names and identities are protected, and then we'll be releasing them out to the public. Like I told y'all, President Trump had requested they be released. DOJ just had to go through the correct processes to make sure that it was done legally and not illegally. Which means, once again, like the Democrats are going to find, President Trump wasn't hiding anything. So let me know what y'all think in the comments below, and don't forget to engage from the bottom up.
Or the top down, as Trump would say. About done with the news. We're going to look at the fake JFK guy, and then we will look at some of the stuff that was on. There's some really good stuff going around today. Maybe at the very, 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 very end of the show, if you're still around and interested, maybe we'll take a look at some of that American Prince episode stuff if we can. So the Texas coward Democrats, of course, are returning. I assume it had something to do with this last message before they were announced as returning.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guerin for a second motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Mr. Speakers, I move that the Sergeant of Arms or officers appointed by her send for all absentees whose attendance is not excused for the purpose of securing and maintaining their attendance under warrant of arrest if necessary, and that this order be continued beyond the adjournment of today's session until the further order of the House.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. It's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Representative Guerin voting aye. Mr. Hunter voting aye.
So what happens now? Good question. I don't honestly know. It seems like they just go back to work, but shouldn't there be consequences for what they've done? We'll see. And Missouri Attorney General Andrew Bailey announced his resignation in order to accept a federal position. And that position is the co-deputy director of the FBI. He's probably going to be good at it, I think. He seems like a good dude. I don't know much about him, but seen a few things from him. So that is that announcement. That is the last announcement of the news. Now, let's take a look at something that came out today. This guy's getting millions of views, and I don't understand why. Well, I get it because everything about JFK Jr. just gets a ton of views anyway, but to me, it's just so ridiculous. I want to play this short video for you that he put out because he's now on YouTube. Have you listen to it, and then we're going to talk about why it doesn't even make sense, and we'll see if you can pay, while you're paying attention to it, can figure out why his story just doesn't make sense. I gotta make sure I turn it up.
My name is John Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr. I'm the real one. I'm the original. All the pictures are of me up to the age of 10. I have made literally thousands and thousands of videos sharing my story. Others have made thousands and thousands of videos sharing my story. On Facebook alone, in the last 28 days, we have had over 2.5 million views. I was on TikTok, and we had millions and millions and millions of views on there too. So you can't say the mainstream media hasn't heard my story. People in government, like Donald Trump, has even been sent my books. It's a murder crime ring, what we got going on. It really is. I've been exposing that they murdered my family members. You all know they murdered my father, my uncle. Well, our own government has kept quiet that they murdered my mother and my sister and replaced them with identity theft. They also murdered my aunts, uncles, and cousins. It was a takeover so they could steal the Kennedy power and the Kennedy billions. My mother remarried Aristotle Onassis, and he was murdered also, and they stole his billions of dollars. I'm a personal eyewitness to this. I've been sharing this for a very long time. I know how it works, people. These people that have been presidents of the United States belong to this crime ring, and it's not for we the people. And with that said, people like Bill Gates and Donald Trump and all these other billionaires and even Mark Z, you know, I know these people haven't earned the money that they have. And they have got it illegally because things were not their idea. Secrets were done through the government projects so they could get rich and support the cabal with all their money. I know this for a fact. So what would I like to see done? You know, my story is bigger than the Epstein files. They don't want the Epstein files out because it will point the finger at Donald Trump for being a cabal member, part of the satanic pervert, it's sex club that they really are. They won't.
So you know that much doesn't make sense already because it wasn't ever used against Trump. We've talked about that before. You know, I don't get why after killing John F. Kennedy, they wait another 7 years, kill the whole family, replace them, just to kill them all over again. It doesn't really make sense. And then what? To put in another fake John F. Kennedy? I mean, think about it. I don't even know if I want to play the rest of it. This guy is such a fraud. And if you look up this Quigley Jr. guy's father, he was in the CIA. He was a criminal. You know, what do you guys think? I know I keep getting people sending me emails about this or sending me the video or I don't know what to believe. Don't believe this crap. For the love of God. Don't believe this crap. You guys tell me. You think any of it makes sense? All right. If you really want to watch the rest of it, we can. It's on YouTube. You guys tell me. It's like 3 more minutes, but he just goes on ripping on Donald Trump. Just doesn't make sense either. They went to such great lengths to come up with stuff to use against Donald Trump, and supposedly all that time they had all this Epstein stuff with Trump in it. I mean, they could have reached right over and grabbed those files, but instead they got spies and put all their careers on the line, dozens of people just to fake a story about Trump that in the end really only implicated them further in their crimes. There's nothing about it that makes sense. All right. We're going to move forward. We're not going to watch this video, but I want to look at like the first 3 minutes of it or something. It's not an interview, it's just a Jaco video, but the subject he's talking about, I wanted to see what you guys think about it. So I'm just going to play a couple minutes and then we're going to move on because a lot of other stuff we want to look at, other interviews. You know, Juan was on today, Bozy was on today. This one, though, I think we need to look at a couple minutes of it.
The LifeWave X2O water machine. And you guys are not going to hear any more coughing. At least I hope so. So I've been having this cough, persistent cough for months. When I got up here, I thought it was the higher elevation, but it was making it worse. I was like, God, I hope that water machine comes soon because I need that thing. And sure enough, after just a couple days, Friday and Saturday of using the water machine, my cough today is completely gone. I breathe better. My breathing was like getting really hard, right? So, no, not allergies. I don't have allergies. But yeah, it is definitely gone. Miracle of the light water. All right, so I'll go in more detail about that later, but I just want to share that real quick now. We have possibly, as predicted, 1,000 foot tsunami hitting the West Coast, right? And that's not just psychics like me that are predicting this. I predicted this well before the beginning of this year, and a lot of other psychics are starting to see it now. And now we're starting to see all this sun activity, all the earthquakes, volcanic activity. We've already had a tsunami. So they're like, well, we already had the tsunami that you predicted. No, even though that was the biggest tsunami, and I talked about that in another show, literally the biggest tsunami that had been recorded in current times. There's evidence of lots larger tsunamis that have hit the United States. But in current times, that's the largest tsunami that's been documented that we got from the quake that hit in Russia, right? And caused that tsunami to basically spread from Russia all the way across the Pacific. So we know that they tell us what they're going to do, right? They were telegraphing that earlier because I think they ramped that earthquake up. And wow, they don't like Russia a lot. So it happened right there in Russia, happened close to where they have their nuclear sub base. So we know that these guys, tell us what they're going to do. So I'm going to show you how they have been lighting up news with articles of the 1,000-foot tsunami. And we literally had almost a 1,700-foot tsunami for real in Alaska in this last week. So hold on to your hats. We're going to go into a lot of stuff. We're also going to talk about Melania. Is she Russian royalty? That's interesting. That would be very interesting, right? So that might be why it seems like Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump are buddies, right? So they got something. They've been kind of hiding a little bit. And we're going to talk about that because there's a lot of stuff in that, guys. There's a lot of stuff. And Melania being royalty. Wow. All right, so let's jump in. First of all, we're going to talk about the big hurricane, the fastest hurricane.
All right, so that was all I wanted to play of that, just about the tsunami stuff. I guess it's pretty frightening if you live on the coastlines, right? What do you guys think? I'd like to hear what all of you think about it. Okay. So now I really would like to watch this one episode because I didn't get to watch it earlier today while I was working. It was on just a few hours ago. We're all royalty. I like it, Posty. I like it. I didn't get a blood test. That's a good question, Marilyn, because it'd prove that he's a fraud. That's the sad byproduct of what Amazon's doing. It feels nice, like, oh, anybody can publish a book now, but when you buy a book that hasn't gone through a publisher, it's not gone through any type of fact-checking process whatsoever, and it's just... you know, if it added up, if some of it made sense at least, I could reconsider or look deeper into it. But even on the surface, the story just it doesn't make sense to me. I get where he's going with it, but anyway, I know some of you probably saw Juan today. Some of you might not have. I'd like to look at it. I am hoping to have somebody on the interview this Friday. I'm reaching out to a few different people, so we'll see where that goes. Kind of like doing interviews on Friday. It's kind of a nice, relaxed day for an interview, right? All right, family, patriots, my blessed friends. Let's check out two of my favorite patriots here, Juan O'Sullivan and Captain Kyle. There were a lot of people watching it earlier too, so I'm assuming it was a good interview. I'm guessing it was. Both these guys are awesome. They both do great work, so I really want to listen to it, and I'm going to listen to it with you guys because I'm sure some of you have not seen it. So I'll be in the chat with you. I'll probably jump ahead here.
Well, hello, Patriots. Captain Kyle here, and we have Kelly, and we have the 107. And so, welcome to the end game. And, you know, Juan, I listened to you the other day. Before we do that, I want to pray, but I listened to you the other day about some pretty interesting stuff, and I want to bring that up here in a second, because you're the only person I've heard talk about it. So, first off, let's go ahead and pray, and then we'll get into that conversation. Dear Heavenly Father, all right. I thank you for all that you do. Father, I just thank you that you allow us to participate in what you're doing in our world. And Father, we just thank you for you pouring out your spirit upon this land and all around the world, and that people are finding out the truth, because the truth will set people free. Father, we thank you for it. We ask for your discernment, and that you just place a hedge of protection around this call and everybody that's on it. And Father, we thank you for it. We praise you in Jesus' name. Amen. So you talked about, you know, you're on the other side of the world. You're in South Africa there. And I think that, you know, what you talked about with, you know, a Russian warship there with, you know, loading up some stuff there, and then basically potentially having I think it's the nuclear updates to potentially some systems. Because, you know, Kurt Weldon basically had been identified as an individual that's been part of basically all of these programs, and that back those 200 or so, you know, nukes, not necessarily the same kind of nukes that we would think of as like, you know, warhead nukes, but like tactical nukes or suitcase nukes or whatever.
Yeah, they're a smaller nuke. They're what we would call
but they were
a
outdated.
Tactical nuke, yeah.
And that they weren't able to be functioned. And I heard that a lot of those were actually in the facility where they were trying to revitalize those there in Iran, right? And that when we blew that up, that it was about getting those actually destroyed. And then, you know, I heard you talking about, you know, Kurt Weldon was basically told all that information because he was brought there by the Kremlin and so on and so forth. And I'd heard nobody else ever talk about that, and that these were basically out there in the open. And then, you know, this warship that potentially had those updates, because it kind of tied back to the military officer that was tracking, you know, I guess, the code, so to speak, or whatever that was. Can you
no,
elaborate
let me
on
help
that?
you out here. Let's say it right one time. Okay. So Kurt Weldon back after 9/11, a couple years later, was asked by Putin, invited to come to Russia, where Kurt Weldon was allowed to meet with their chief nuclear team people, directors of their nuclear programs in Russia, and was actually taken out to their nuclear storage facilities and shown inventory and things like that with Russia, with Putin's permission, including their military command. And they explained to him that during the era with Gorbachev in power, at the tail end of the Gorbachev years, the end of the Reagan administration, at a certain point, Iran was needing help, and Gorbachev offered Iran anything, including, nuclear components, if they needed it. The records had since been destroyed, but it was the belief of these people, including Putin, that about 200 nuclear devices that are of a type they call a demolition device. That's just their internal terminology. We would call it maybe a suitcase nuke or something similar. They're relatively compact nuclear devices that would do an explosion a bit bigger, but on a par with Nagasaki or Hiroshima. And so there's a certain size that's required for all the things that physically have to happen in order to reach criticality, in order to get the timing right, to actually get for real implosion. So, or to reach criticality. So with that in mind, they were basically saying, look, we don't know where they are. The records have been destroyed. The people involved, we've talked to all of them, and we believe that they went to Iran. And so here we're talking about knocking out reactors where they can build nuclear, get bomb grade material, and they're going to have missiles, including hypersonic, to deliver into Israel, and they could make a bomb. Well, the question is, did they have some stuff that fit that criteria beforehand? I do remember that during the 90s that we were very concerned about the containers coming into the country, and that there was that scuttlebutt even then. Yes, that the container ship could show up and have something like this in there. And there was an incident that was thwarted where something was going to be parked next to the Seahawks Stadium in Seattle on November 3rd, 2019, a year before the 2020 election, and would have been a nuclear detonation that would have been blamed somehow, most likely on Korea. But with all this in mind, there, from the Russian perspective, is 200 missing nukes of some type or style there. Oh, just a second here.
Did you want some heavily?
No, I'm fine. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm good.
Did you say to Khalid?
No, I didn't go over there. So, all right. They're out having a hookah bar night, and so I'm out here by the hookah bar, and they're wanting to know if I need more stuff for my hookah.
Hookah stuff.
But I'm not smoking hookah, which is just flavored tobacco. So the question is, and here's the rest of the story. So even when they might have been conveyed, they were timing out. They have a shelf life, and then in order for the fissile material doesn't degrade, but the triggers do. And so you have to refresh the trigger system to get an actual explosion. Otherwise, it doesn't, it just kind of goes poof.
Yes.
But the material itself, you could take the fissile material and you could hook up, a bunch of dynamite to it and blow it up, and you'd have a dirty bomb.
Right.
And it could still be problematic, but it wouldn't be the same as an actual nuclear detonation. And so the question is, was there some kind of advanced work that was going on to develop or take some of the material needed to refresh these devices? It's not simple. And so Kurlov, the general in Russia, who was blown up in the scooter attack, he was a very close personal friend of Putin's, probably one of his closest friends. He trusted him the most, was tracking a couple of devices plus some materials that could be used for refreshing stuff like this. And if you remember when Trump, in the lead up to the 2020 election, and then all the way through the inauguration, there was all these drones running all over, primarily the East Coast, but all over the country. And
they were
Trump
doing a lot of interstate transport. I mean, tracking up and down the interstates and stuff too,
Yes, because there was the belief that, and certainly was being shared around the various places within the security community, government community, that they were looking for at least two different types of devices or more. And there was some specific information about what those devices were. But the drones, who's running this? Who's in charge? Well, excuse me, it was us. And Trump as much as said so and said obviously they're looking for something nuclear. And stopped all of the, it's aliens and other bullshit, Russians, Chinese, etc. In part, they were doing mapping. So they had up-to-date maps because you have places that have natural emissions that can look like shielded emissions, say from nuclear material or something like that. So you have to kind of sift those places out, look at them, and at least know, that that's not the bomb, that's not the bomb, that's not the bomb. So they have, better maps at this point in time. If something shows up that's a spike in that, it would show up maybe more clearly. And you just have to think about, we have a lot of nodes that are choke points that could be very vulnerable. So, for example, when the bridge was taken out in Baltimore with the boat crashing into it, a lot of people don't realize that was a more expensive disaster than 9/11. It cost the country more in revenue with the damage to the ability to ships to come in and out of those harbors and load and unload cargo and like that. Things had to be diverted, and it was fairly radical. That was a more costly event to the United States economy than 9/11 was. That's a pretty harsh statement. So somebody targeted that with exacting precision in order to hurt us. How many other locations in a free country could you hit that could be so devastating? Okay. And if you didn't have the ability to access the guidance system in the ship, maybe you need something stronger, or you want to take out something that's harder. That was a relatively soft target. We got lots of other targets that, a concentration of people, some of all fears. Does somebody get a nuclear device into a place with a whole lot of citizens all gathered at one place at the same time? So with that in mind, here in South Africa, South Africa, when the ANC took power in 1994, South Africa was a nuclear power. South Africa had enough fissile material for 5 bombs. And Kissinger came over, worked a deal, and supposedly that material was taken to Israel. And by the way, in the late 60s, when Israel had its Dimona reactor working, was creating fissile material, it's widely been reported there was a explosion in South Africa in a remote area, underground explosion, that was a test of the Israeli nuclear bomb. And so there was a relationship to Israel. And so the scuttlebutt is, and of course, nothing official has come out. So nobody knows anything officially.
Right.
But this Russian ship showed up in a harbor here in South Africa, was here for a couple days. All the blacked out vehicles and vans and SUVs are coming back and forth, and a handful of trucks. What the hell's going on? Everybody's speculating, then the ship leaves. And the scuttlebutt was that it involved some nuclear equipment, devices, blah, 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 that were taken out of here. And so where did it go? And the interesting thing is, all of a sudden, all of the ANC people involved in this, suddenly they're flush with cash again. They're dying on the vine. All of a sudden, they got a cash influx right in that time period. And the government here at the national level survives on graft. It's just a fact of life. Right. So they're taking it anywhere it's not nailed down, including, just raping the citizenry that have any wealth of every last cent. Then the other interesting thing that's there, you have, and I didn't mention this on Jaco's show the other day, you have a general that went up on a fairly normal military thing to Iran, of all places. But then he gets there and he's talking smack and how they're going to, align themselves, Iran and South Africa, and doing all this other mischief. And so part of the question is, did actually Russia convey some materials to Iran that allowed them to continue to be a threat? The enemy of my enemy is my friend,
right,
type of thing. And that's kind of the local scuttlebutt. Nobody knows exactly for sure. So to say that we know it as a fact or anything like that is bullshit. But it is interesting.
It does sound very logical and all of that assumption, but it is still an assumption, but it's pretty good assumptions, right?
Well, with the general going to Iran literally right now, this week, this last 7-8 days, this has been like in the news almost every day about this situation with Iran. And then here they have what they call the DA, which is the Democratic Alliance, tied very closely to the American Democrats Party. It's Soros funded, and they have some people tied to Israel that are big money people. It's not unknown. This isn't top secret or anything, that have thrown a lot of money after the Democratic Alliance. And it's literally something that is getting assistance out of England. And of course, I've said it. They would deny it. But, Soros money is really MI6 money. And MI6 money is done in collusion with the CIA and then Mossad and German intelligence. They're working, they're tag teaming in there, at least with the former CIA, not necessarily the current, although they're not all riffed out of there yet. So there's this history of kind of collusion to push certain angles for their friends and buddies. What Trump did in raising tariffs here in South Africa, and it's interesting what he did. Of all the countries in the world where he could have taken a delegation from several months ago, early in his administration, South Africa was interesting because when they showed up in the Oval Office, the president, Ramosa, and his crew with them,
He did slap them good. That was good.
well, you got to think about it. I started to say it on Jaco and I got sidetracked, and I apologize, but I'll say it here. You got to think of what was that plane ride like? They're on the private jet. They're not flying first class. They're on their private jet, right? They got all the money in the world. And in Graft Central, they fly up to D.C. They're going to tell Trump how it is. We have rare earth metals and cobalt and other things you need. And so, they're coming up to dictate terms to Trump. If you want these things, you're going to have to do this and we're going to have to do that. And you have to understand that this ANC crowd that's running the country right now and this Democratic Alliance crowd, they're pretty heady. They, the amount of mischief that they're up to, of all the metals that they have, all the mines they have here in South Africa and the gold and wealth and everything, and they're still up there in Congo as one of the 12 countries causing trouble up in the Congo. Okay, they don't have enough here. They got to go up there and cause more trouble up there. It's just their nature. They're Marxists. They're openly Marxist. It's not, I'm not just saying it for hyperbole. They are openly Marxists. And so they're raising the tax. In fact, on September 1st, the taxes, which are already high by international standards to the moon, are going up again radically. And here in South Africa, 7% of the population pays about 85% of the total taxes. So it's a tax on the rich and on the business and the producers and the doctors. So just in the last couple years, they've had 25% by tax volume of their population, the highest taxed people leave the country. Coincidentally, that ends up being a number of like 25,000 people, but they're the doctors, they're the money managers, the bank people, the inventors, they're a producer class.
Let me ask you something. Right there in that statement, isn't Trump actually making a way for like all of these business, like billionaires and millionaires, like in all these different countries around the world, basically giving them the opportunity to get out from under the deep state and come into the Americas and be protected?
Well, he especially was targeting farmers, but also the business class.
But I mean, in just different countries, though, even not just there, but in different, sectors around the world, that he's basically opening the door where they can get out from underneath that tyranny that they're in and basically bring that wealth into the country.
Well, the reason South Africa is interesting is South Africa had about 30,000 farmers.
Oh, yes.
25 years ago. And these were big farms because of the type of land that they have. They're huge land tracts, something akin to maybe, Texas, Nebraska types of things, because they're large swaths of land in order to make them productive enough to...
Like King Ranch, like that.
Right, yeah. And so they've gone from 30,000 ranchers down to some ridiculous number. I think the number I heard today, if I remember the number correctly, and don't quote me on it, I think it was like 7,000 of the big ranchers. I think somebody else said, more like 10,000. Which you have to kind of put it in context. and the way it was conveyed. These people, a lot of them have left the country, but here's the wild figure: 10% of the ranchers that lived in these areas 25 years ago have been murdered. So the rest of them, where the ranches have been abandoned and other people have taken them over, it's not because they sold them off or did whatever. Squatters came in, took over the ranches, and property was conveyed because the owners were killed, whole families. For comparison purposes, there's about 300,000 farms in America of different sizes, beyond a certain size that really, they're from a tax-based side, they're farmers. Imagine that 10% or 30,000 of our farmers were murdered in the most horrendous ways, and their families. What kind of what would we do in America? Okay, would we rise up? I don't know.
2%, not even 10,
Yeah. So they've lost 10% to murder. In fact, where we had lunch Sunday, yesterday, I guess, at a winery not too far out of Cape Town, about 30 miles out of Cape Town. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful spot. The folks that joined us for lunch, one of their friends just last month that they've known all their life here in South Africa had a small farm here in the vicinity of Cape Town, only, like 30 miles out of Cape Town. This is supposedly a less violent area. Woman in her early 60s. And, literally she had a small farm that she had 2 or 3 employees helped her with. It wasn't anything massive at all. With a few animals and gardens that she sold some products out of to local restaurants. And she was savagely murdered, raped multiple times by probably a dozen people, according to the autopsy. And then, literally ripped apart.
So is that being targeted to the white farmers, or it doesn't matter, just the farmers?
No, she's because she was white, and
they've just flipped the script from what it was before to where the evil's just like we're going back after the opposite, right? Kind of.
Well, and like here in South Africa, one of the things you have to kind of picture, it's not like in the States. In the States, we might say black or white, but anybody of any, variation might be called black or white. Here, there's black with, absolutely black, skin tone.
Right.
And then you have coloreds, and coloreds make up, 60-70% of the population. Blacks make up, depending on what part of the country you're in, down here in Cape Town area, they were 10%, now they're 20% of the population. The coloreds were, a far bigger percentage, but they've been being imported in this Soros funded situation. And the white population has gone from about 25% down to about 15 to 17%. And so one detail that you have to understand, and it really is an important thing, when the settlers came here, the Dutch settlers came here in the 1650s and 60s, just like the Pilgrims went to America at Pilgrim Rock in 1620. When they got here, there wasn't an indigenous population here. In fact, there's been extensive work done showing that the tribes that existed here in South Africa ended at a couple of specific rivers, the Fish River and another river out to the east. And to the north, there's a natural mountain range block. And the problem was they were running longhorn cattle herds and doing a particular type of farming that was very arid that didn't work down in the further south regions. So there was literally, for example, the first Dutch settlers here in South Africa, and it's in their logs, didn't even see a black man anywhere in the area until they had traveled over 150 miles inland 30 years later. They had never seen a black man down in this area of the Cape. And there's lots of records and writing like that. So it was really an uninhabited portion. And here at the Cape area, this southern region that's very large, the only tribes that you did see here were what they called the beach walkers. And the beach walkers would literally, very unsophisticated, they just took whatever washed up on the beach, dead seal, little fish, and like that. And they didn't even have really abodes. They were totally nomadic. Further to the north, in the mountain range area north of town, you get up 100 miles north, and there was kind of a mountain people, very passive, calm, as the people described them at the time, very sweet, engaging, and they got along famously.
So you're saying
doing
more
some
so
trade.
that the way things are now has been a non-organic, more a learned.
Well, let me just say this: it was that whatever animosity is going on right now, supposedly a black to coloreds and whites for the black population, the ones that are the agitated ones, and it's not all of them, by the way.
Right.
It's a very thin percentage. But those ones that are all amped up, there's no such thing as them being indigenous to this area. They were further north and east. It's a construct that they actually lived here in that, in the 1600s.
Right.
And they were never slave traded. None of, for example, the Zulu tribe is just over to the north and east of here. And there was never any Zulus that were traded anywhere in this region of Africa as slaves. And it was actually against the law. In fact, the Brits were intercepting slave ships coming from India and northern Africa, just like the U.S. was intercepting slave ships and groups out of Tripoli there in Libya. They were stopping the slave trade, and it was not allowed down here in this part of southern Africa. One of the interesting things also you have to understand about this area, I wanted to just get this in here. In this region, you're at the tip, at the Cape of Africa, the southern tip. And so yesterday, where I was dining, to one side of the mountain chain, we were looking at the Atlantic Ocean. To the other side of the mountain chain, in this large bay area, we were looking at the Indian Ocean. This is where the definition of the Atlantic ends and the beginning of the Indian Ocean begins. And so trade before the Suez Canal all came around this region. And so because of a couple of natural harbors, as the Dutch settled and as shipping improved and increased, this became an area where sailors delighted in stopping. And the women in this region were famous for being friends to the merchants and the merchant crews. So this was a vacation paradise. They would spend extra days here. And so on planet Earth, literally, the coloreds in this region are genetically the most diverse population of people on the planet, because the children, the genetics come from everywhere in the world in this mixing pot here. So this large colored race population is kind of, if anybody's ever a mutt, these people are mutts here. Okay,
and that's not a bad thing, though. That's
no,
in the way that's said, it's like a mixing pot of the world, really.
Well, and of course, by the way, many of the smartest people on the planet are right here, based out of here. Of course, you know about Musk, one of the folks that we had lunch with yesterday, and
a lot of really
become
cool
very good friends.
inventors have come up with some really incredible stuff from there.
Well, the one that I was just with, he has 40 patents and has won patent infringement cases in 2 major international lawsuits. He's a genius. Remember, this is where the first artificial heart was designed, and heart transplant with an artificial heart was done right here. I was there by the hospital the other day, and there's massive innovations in this area. So beautiful area, but there is an agitator crowd, and there's a desire to break the back of the people in this region. And so the southern portion of South Africa, there's a large movement that's been going on for quite a while to secede from the rest of South Africa. And this Cape Exit movement, Cape Union movement, there's several groups that have been working towards breaking off from the rest of South Africa and this Marxist crowd that's taken over. And let me add this one little component. And this has not been said publicly anywhere so far, but I'm going to pop it here with your crowd. Remember, with your audience and many others, I've said that the group that frauded us in the 2020 election in the United States, those people that we have in protective custody here in the U.S., or up in the U.S., I'm not there now, they have said that they frauded elections, flipped elections in 71 countries plus the United States. South Africa is one of them. And everybody knew when Mandela won in 94, it was impossible that he could have won that election legitimately. It's just that nobody was going to go to war over it at the time. And they thought they would pull this back in, and they've been chasing the rabbit ever since to try and get back to sound elections here in South Africa. And this crew that was flipping elections all over the world, one of the places that we have data, extensive data, on how the elections were frauded and thrown is right here in South Africa. And as it comes out, remember I've said to audiences, we're going to get America, put the oxygen mask on yourself first, and then do the people around you, help the people around you. We have to get America back on track. We're going to do it over the election fraud. We're going to show how that the elections in 2020 were frauded, and how these same people that frauded America with Chinese assistance and Cuban supervision and alliances through intelligence agencies, including U.S. intelligence and investigative agencies, we're going to show how that same group did it right here in South Africa. The people in power here are not here legitimately, including, just like with the Democrats in the down ballot in America, the Democrats in the down ballot here in South Africa are, in many, if not most cases, there through election mischief. And
Yeah, because
that's
it
going
didn't
to
make any
affect
sense
the
that
situation.
Trump wins like he wins, and then all these other Democrats get. I mean, how many people, in just common sense, goes and does selection where they say Republican, Democrat, and it just people just don't vote like that. They never have, really. You may do that in your city council or something where you actually know these people, or like your school board or something where you actually know the people. But outside of that, you would never do that kind of crazy voting like they think that we're supposed to believe, right?
Well, and so here's the situation in South Africa, for people that may be wanting to watch and understand. I'll do some of the show prep for some of the other hosts now. What Trump did in putting the high tariffs here in South Africa, 50% tariff. Remember, he had the president, all of his crew, they had a fun airplane flight up. They get to Washington, D.C. They're going to tell Trump what to do in their Marxist clan, in their bubble. They were reaching the pinnacle of power. They were going to leverage and show a U.S. president how it's done. And they get there in the Oval Office. Yeah, they're going to, they get in there. They're in the Oval Office. Yeah, yuck it up. But you have to think, Trump, of all the people that he could meet with in the first weeks that he was in office, first months that he was in office, there's a lot of critical stuff going on. And every country that had tariffs on them wanted to come explain themselves, work it out. Honest, we're really good guys. Let's work a deal, okay? They all wanted to be there. Trump puts up at the top of the list South Africa. He lets them get to the front door first, very early in these negotiations. He wanted to make sure to make a point, okay? And so they get there, they get in the Oval Office, and Trump does this Harlem Globetrotters move, dances around the floor in the Oval Office, distracts him with the Franken ball and pants the president of South Africa right there to the world. Embarrasses him in front of the whole world and all of his entourage. And he doesn't do it, this was very scripted out. Trump knows exactly what he's doing here. This wasn't just a lighthearted question. They wanted to make a point. And so he says, hey, dim the lights here in the room. Here, put the screen down. I got a question about this. Can you just explain this to me? And they're showing the videos talking about the fact that all these South African farmers are being viciously raped and murdered, torn apart, murdered. That it's not, it's not just shoot them in the head, they're gone. This is done in the most exploitative way in order to terrorize the rest of the population. Why have the farmers left? Because a significant number of them, with their farms and holdings and their life, their history being here for hundreds of years, just gave up and left. Putin last year told the South African farmers that if they wanted to move to Russia, they would give them huge tracts of land and everything they needed to set themselves up again because of what was going on here. And these people are Marxists, Leninists, and Putin's offering them relief because Russia itself has gone from the insanity of the Marxist, Leninist way of doing things. Even they don't do it anymore. Trump, as he came in, and then he made this spectacle here of the president and his entourage, offered the same thing to the farmers and business people. If they want to come to America to get out of the way of these monsters, we'll fast track you, because these are the producers, these are the scientists, these are the doctors, these are the producers, the employers here in South Africa, and we'll bring you up there. If they have to walk away from these farms and properties they've had in the family for hundreds of years to save their life, their family's life, well, they do it. But a lot of them have tried to stay to wait this out.
So I've got a friend that's there, and I talked with them about it, and that was their biggest thing, is that they just built their dream place, and that they were, they're just everything, and it was like they didn't want to leave it all, right? And so they were kind of just rolling the dice, hoping that it stays, because they had that opportunity to go, and it was like they just built their dream house and the property and all of that, and it was like, and then you just up and leave it, and it's like that's a hard decision to be walking, as far as what do you do.
Well, again, and the ones that are doing it to save their life. They're having to leave all sorts of stuff behind to leave. It's a horror, but of course that's why this mountain range, the farms that we're mostly talking about are up further north.
Right.
But now the contagion is becoming more and more prevalent, even down in the Cape area, with this murder that happened just a couple weeks ago, right near where we had lunch the other day, and where it was, very safe, considered very safe here in the Cape area. Now, everybody's carrying a gun.
Yeah, because that's where they're at. They're in the Cape area and stuff, but they felt that, it's just starting to encroach on their front door even, where they felt better years ago, but today, not so much.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well,
with that, let's, so with Russia, with what's going on right now with Trump and Putin, and I know that we've talked about the nuclear a little bit, but all right, knowing that there's the potential for the nuclear standoff, and we got Trump and Putin basically meeting and eliminating all of the, the NATO freaking war hawks and all of that crap, and just totally sidelining all of them, and doing this and making their deals behind the scenes. And I think today, whenever they met, basically that was Trump just telling them how the cows get eat the cabbage, as far as like the people that he met with today. And, they don't really have a voice in it, because they're all the deep state that are wanting this to continue in their minds, right? Because Putin's the evil, he's the bad guy and everything. Got to be. They got to have a boogeyman, right? And he's basically making these deals without them, and outside of their, being at the table, which they never needed to be anyway. But in that aspect, where do you see the potential? Because I know we got what's going on in DC and all that, and we'll get into that in a second. But where do you see the potential if him and Putin, back channel wise, are on the up and up? Where do you see the potential for a nuclear standoff if we're not going to be in that with Russia? Maybe a false flag coming from somewhere else that potentially saying that, or what? What do you see?
Well, again, Putin's not dropping his guard with the West. He's trying to be affable and agreeable to get to a deal. It's in his best interest. Trump is not going to sell Ukraine down the river, or Europe for that matter, but he's also not going to buy somebody else's mischief. The agreement at the end of the Cold War was not 1 inch further east.
That's right.
With NATO, and that Ukraine was going to be considered a buffer zone, essentially, that nobody was going to take it. It was on its own. It makes lots of money. It's got all the grain for, the grain for North Africa comes primarily, or did come, from Ukraine. And, they had a decent economy, a thriving economy. Look, all the mobsters and gangsters and political money laundering was going through Ukraine. Of course, they were fat and happy. So, they were doing just fine. But IMF said that they put $100 million a year in there. That's what Jelen said, aimed at color revolution. or excuse me, $1 billion a year for 10 years, so $10 billion. So, they wanted what they got. They got what they wanted. A war with Russia. Russia, those biolabs across the Ukraine were a violation of international law, and Putin said so numerous times, including in front of an unknown that was conspiracy. No, it wasn't. The first place that Russia went into was into those biolabs when they invaded the Ukraine, because the biolabs were working on contagions that were keyed to certain racial groups genetically. And they were testing it on Ukrainian soldiers with family histories back into Russia.
Yeah.
And very, very, very serious stuff. It's like a James Bond movie. Okay. Reality come to life. And, a fiction come to life in reality. And so that's why Russia had to do it. They couldn't just stand by and let it continue until, large swaths of their population are getting sick with some, designer disease. And that was a violation of international law. That was a war crime being set up there. So how wrong was Russia to go in there to protect its own people there in the Donbass? And even with what Russia's demanding within certain of the Donbass locations, is it that wrong? If we give Ukraine access to the minerals that are up there to the north side, then they can at least pay their way out of it, and that would be a tit for tat, giveaway back to Ukraine for the future. But Trump isn't doing any deal. Ukraine will have to agree to the deal. Russia will have to agree to the deal.
Right. I mean, he's just a facilitator.
He's not.
I understand
anybody,
but people have to know that too.
So anybody trying to say that Trump's forcing it, Trump's not forcing it on them. He's arm twisting them to go for the deal, but he's not forcing anybody. Russia and Ukraine, they're the ones that have lost 1.5 million people on each side. 3 million people dead there, probably more by this time. That was a number, 5-6 months ago.
I don't think we'll ever know their actual real truth behind any of that.
No. And the diaspora out across the world of Ukrainians living in other places across the world, and even when the war ends, who's going back to Ukraine that's gone to other parts of the world?
Exactly.
None of them. They're not going back in their lifetime. Even to live there with all the depleted uranium rounds that have been used by the American side or by the Ukrainian side with their weapons, it's going to be hard to live in a lot of those areas. So no, it's going to be a while. But again, there's Ukraine's going to have to decide. Europe's going to have to decide. European partners.
Yeah, so that's what I was about to ask.
But
is that today when Trump was talking to all of them, basically everything. Kelly brought this to my attention because I didn't get to see it. But every time that they would respond to something of the nature of what the agreement potentially was, right? Their whole thing was, where do we stand on security, right? Where are we on security? Everybody's thing was about security. What do you think that they are referring to in their security? Because, we already have the agreements. You already have, the understanding of what it was supposed to be with NATO and everything. So why do you think that they're so concerned with security when they're the ones that have pushed and encroached and broke the agreement that was initially put together to begin with?
Yeah, so real quick.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the way it went is Trump had said that, and possibly security. He just kind of put that in real quick at the end. So he was giving them all a chance to talk. And as they were going around the table, each one of them finished their little speech with, "We're so glad to hear about the security, about, it was so weird how every single one of them mentioned that was really important to them." So I asked Captain, what do you think they were, why was that so important to them?
Well, again, they need a reason for NATO to continue on. Their economies are based on a wartime footing economy with boogeymen, and by the way, with American money, U.S. money. And so if you have a boogeyman there with Russia, then the U.S. has to continue to fund NATO and supply the arms, the money, everything else. Who were afraid of Russia. What they're really afraid of is that this wartime support, economy, and everything else is going to be dithered away. This occupation since World War II. Part of the rest of the issue is also now, it's not even discussed. Who is going to pay to rebuild Ukraine? If you remember when Zelensky was there with Trump the first time, the real issue.
I hope you must have got a call or something. Hold on. He usually does that whenever he gets a phone call.
You know what else I wanted to ask him, Captain, is when you get to DC, what?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
One.
I had a call from you.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I had to have a call. That screwed us up. Okay, let me call you right back so we can get a better line here.
Yeah, he messed it up. Call him right back. Yep. Okay. So it does that every time when he gets a phone call in the middle of the.
Oh, so anyway, real quick about DC. You know how for years he had talked about it being turned into museums and all that, and now Trump is kind of talking about rebuilding it, making it. Yeah. So I was wondering what he thought. Like, has his mind changed about what's going to happen to DC?
Yeah, I was going to get to that here in just a second with all that. And I think that's something I can ask him about that too. Because I think the stage is being set for a lot of that specifically. So, all right.
Yeah, so someone's saying in the comments that the press was alluding to that Trump would send troops to Ukraine. I don't think that's going to happen.
No, but I think our presence in Ukraine actually gives the security measures that we're actually there in partnership. And that was discussed before. But actually, military there for security purposes, I don't think that's not going to happen as far as that goes.
And then someone says, will the deal with Russia, Ukraine mean USA will be involved in the rebuild, which gives both sides safety guarantees?
Yes. Now that's something that we were just about to get into talking about, was the rebuild effort and who gets the contracts and the paying of the rebuilding of Ukraine. So, because that's an important aspect of it.
Yeah, so possibly that was a big reason for having them all there, because, we're not footing the bill, right? So he's having them all. Part of resolving the war is figuring out how that country is going to be rebuilt.
Yeah,
and he's paying for it.
Yes. So, and we got to thank Juan for being on with us this late. It's 1 something in the morning there right now. So,
Yeah.
1:40 in the morning there where he's at. So,
Yeah, the place looks empty where he is. It gets everybody sleeping.
yeah, pretty much. And so, it is very difficult sometimes when you're on different parts of the world, but I do appreciate the fact that he's made the time to come on with us and be able to talk. Because the things that we have discussed, it was important because he also filled in some of the pieces that I had with the 200 nukes that we talked about several weeks ago, and Kurt Weldon being a part of all of that, and how that is, he's a key person still in it, and the understanding of what's going on, and will lead back to 9/11 as well, and what took place there.
So that was interesting. You were asking him, like, where would the false flags or the nuke scare come from? Because I was thinking about that too with this peace deal, hopefully, already completed. Oh, there he is. Okay,
yeah.
Let's just get him back on real quick. Hey, Juan.
Hey, sorry about that.
No. It's completely understandable. I was telling people how much we appreciated you still being with us and being on the other side of the world, and it's important. And one of the questions is that we were just about to talk about was, 2 things: the potential of a false flag with the nuclear, and trying to change the footing because of these damn war hawks and stuff, right? And the deep state, but then also who's funding and getting the abilities to be able to rebuild Ukraine, because those are key factors in both.
Well, but again, here's where I was going on that.
Yeah.
When Trump had Zelensky in the Oval Office the first time, it was a ceasefire agreement that Zelensky had agreed to sign, and Putin had agreed to sign. Stop the killing, murder, stop feeding the demons, okay? The blood sacrifice. Right. And then we'll work out the mechanics of a peace deal. It might take a while, okay? And Zelensky got advised by the NATO members, specifically England, don't take a ceasefire, because if you do, you lose any leverage into a peace deal. And besides that, you're going to win this thing because we're going to help you. In fact, when he all of a sudden changed his mind, wouldn't agree to sign the ceasefire with Trump until there was a peace deal, within 12 hours, he was at the front of the front door there at 10 Downing Street, getting a promise from the Brits to send British troops in to help him in the war. On the ground. Okay, and so it was the Brits that were trying to keep this thing going amongst the rest of the NATO partners, and the real rub beyond that was the rest of the story behind the scenes. Trump made it clear the American taxpayer isn't paying to rebuild Ukraine. The belief of all these globalista has been that America, the American people, are going to rebuild Ukraine to the tune of, $1.5 trillion or $2 trillion, which probably will be $5 trillion. Last year, it was estimated it was going to be, $500 billion. And then saner minds came in and said, are you kidding me? No way. It's going to be $1.5 trillion, $2 trillion, $3 trillion. By the time these people get through, it'll be $20 trillion. It'll be some astronomical figure.
Because they'll all be on the milk
built
tit.
in there. I mean, they'll be the most advanced in the world. They'll have the, tallest buildings and, everything, all at the American taxpayers' expense. So Trump said no and hell no. You want to build your way out of it? You guys egged these people on to go to war. The Russians showed up just on time. You European globalists, you Eurocentric banker crowd. No, if you want money to rebuild Ukraine and shoot, half your population has left Ukraine and gone all over the rest of the world, and a significant portion of them is dead.
Right.
You want to rebuild Ukraine? You can use your rare earth elements. We'll help you set up the mining. We'll help you. We'll provide a market to buy that, but it's going to be your resources that you have to pay. So that if anybody else in the world, it's not even about Ukraine at this point. Anybody else in the world, you're going to blow things up. You want to go to war. You want to start a war. Maybe you need to think a little bit more about it. You want to get involved in stuff that might lead to war. Think again, because it's your resources, your people, your efforts that are going to have to go into rebuilding your country. Maybe you'll think twice about it the next time around. Trump wasn't going to make the American people have to pay for that, which has been the case all the way along. Okay. So even now, that's part of the big rub. They're hoping by everybody showing up to put the lean on Trump that America should show up and pay to rebuild Ukraine. That's the rub. And Trump isn't going to put the burden on us. He's saying, are you kidding me? You Brits, you there in France, all the rest of you there around the neighborhood, you are egging Ukraine on at some level. You can help pay to rebuild this thing. And by the way, they keep saying like Russia's going to invade Europe. Are you kidding me? All Russia wanted to do in invading Europe was run a pipeline with oil and gas over there and be able to do business with them. That's their big crime. And from a Brit perspective, they didn't want oil and gas coming out of Russia.
Yeah, because they don't want the boogeyman getting money.
Yeah, and they also didn't want
where he's like under the thumb.
Well, it's not even the boogeyman. You can say that. What the deal was, it's a not made here mentality. They didn't want Germany getting fat in Russian oil. And more productive. Germany's the real threat to England for power in that region. And Germany's allowed itself to be completely handcuffed. They had a perfect nuclear reactor, brand new, state-of-the-art, best in the world. And they let the Green movement out of England and these Eurocentrist people force them to shut it down, dismantle it, remove it. And it sat on a dock up there in one of the Scandinavian countries, I think it was in Sweden, for several years. And a acquaintance of mine, pretty good acquaintance, he actually is the one that bought it and then moved it to Egypt. They're going to install it in Egypt. And
that's the epitome of self-mutilation to your own body.
Well, because again, now, you're going to have it with wind and solar. In Germany, are you out of your mind? That's like Texas. We're going to wind and solar in Texas. Are you kidding me? You got oil all over underground and all that, the density and all that. We're going to wind and solar. Here in Germany,
and then
you're
do
in
the
the northern
stupid
climate.
shit that they did when we had the freeze in February, and basically they didn't, weren't able to keep the lights on, and people freaking froze in their houses and stuff, and everything was ridiculous. And it was like, we have the ability. All they had to do was say, okay, and they could have turned on the backup system, which is all run by natural gas, which you ain't getting cold enough to freeze natural gas and in its piping and stuff. And nobody would even have had a flicker. So they murdered people.
Well, let me go a different place on energy just for a second. And I'll help all you guys that are out there doing show prep. Nobody in the American press is talking about this. I've seen virtually nothing on this, okay? You got to get your act together mentally and fight the right wars at the right time, okay? And we have all this stuff about AI going on all over the world, etc. At the end of the day, you can say you heard it here with me first, okay? There's other people who are saying it, but it's not getting out, okay, from the right conversations. So there's other people who are talking about this, but it's just not getting out. and I'll bet you nobody in this audience has heard this yet. The most important arms race taking place on planet Earth right now, this second, is an energy race for maximum power output. Advanced civilizations always use more power, by the way. They need maximum power. I mean, as in, if you put in 100 brand new, state-of-the-art, full-on, all-out nuclear plants, most, the big nuclear plants only put out about a gigawatt of energy. So you'd need 100 of them just to meet the power requirement anticipated as needed in the next 10 years solely for artificial intelligence. And the problem is where we would have 100 gigawatt systems need here in the U.S. beyond anything that's going on right now, just for AI in the world the way it's going. China's already on track and nearly has that number on deck right now. And they're not worried about it being nuclear. They've got 300 coal-fired plants that they're setting up right now. They have 700 of these various nuclear systems that they're putting in place. And what are they putting them in place for? What they see as the next great move of mankind.
Yeah, but there's 0-point energy and different applications of 0-point energy that we already have.
You're not hearing what I'm saying. You're not hearing what I'm saying. You are not hearing what I'm saying.
No, I do hear what you're saying.
Hold on. No, I gotta clarify something for you. You can do it any way you want to.
Correct. I agree with that.
Whoever wins the energy race, actually getting functional systems in place to feed the energy hogs in AI, wins planet Earth in the next round. That's the way a lot of the people gaming it out are gaming it. So if that's the case, if you don't have a winning strategy for putting out more energy than the other guy, you'll lose the race just purely because of who's got the most energy. It's not even the technical side of the most advanced systems as far as the actual AI system.
You're talking about the supply itself and the volume of it.
Which is an energy issue, yes.
Yes, I agree. And I'm in the energy business, so I understand it. I do know that.
Yep. So I'm getting it. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that, it's interesting that because, they are building a lot of that here in Texas as far as the systems and stuff for AI and
No. You gotta remember, hold on. It won't be a technology race or a server race. It will be strictly the energy to turn the machines, to keep the machines going at the level they're capable of. We can build the systems faster than we can build the power to run those systems at this point in time. That's the race right now.
I got you. And I do understand that.
So when you have a green revolution and you're shutting stuff down, you're setting yourself up to lose what has been gamed out as the more important race. Now, I'm not saying that I'm promoting this. I think it's something different than what's best for mankind. But the other side of the coin is China doesn't care what you think. In fact, they hope you think different than they do. The way they've gamed it out and the way our own military intelligence areas have gamed it out. That's the fight moving forward, is who's going to build the AI systems out faster and be able to support it to essentially take control of everything. It is actually very much so a Revelation 666 type of a thing. But at the very least, I want the good guys to win the race. And,
yeah, it's the new arms race type
so,
situation, right? I mean, it is what it is.
And power,
yes,
generation is at a core portion of it. So before it's too late, in a worst case scenario, we got to blow their systems up before they are able to work at full speed, before their systems blow ours up. So, and it doesn't mean with a bomb or dropping a bomb, but anyway, go ahead.
No, yeah, I understand what you're talking about. And so with what we see going on right now in DC and the federalization of, DC, and with the National Guard and so on and so forth, and that we know that this goes back all the way to June the 14th, basically, when the Marines out of Camp Pendleton got activated. This is much bigger than what people realize. What do you see is being set as far as the stage? Because, the arrest wars are coming, and how are they going to? I know it's very simple to do it with DC, but in your opinion, how does Trump move from just Washington as far as the militarization, as far as with the police and with the military to gain control? Does he use moving that into like New York, Chicago, LA, and all of these other cities? Because we know there's 17 cities that they're going to fall back into to basically
14, but yeah. 14.
Yeah, okay. And so within that, and how long of a fight do you see that being, as far as, with the holdout, for people just to kind of be prepared for the worst case scenario?
Well, I'd put that in kind of a minor thing. All it is that you're going to have some, we're probably has successfully passed the point where we're worried about civil war in America.
Agreed.
For a bunch of logistical reasons. But
Agreed.
That doesn't mean that you won't have civil unrest.
Yes.
And so Trump did a lot of things right off the bat to help head off civil war, including arresting right off the bat. I mean, I was getting texts, 15 minutes after Trump was sworn in, while he was still talking, before he even started signing the executive orders for guys that were getting orders to report for various things. And what it ended up being was to go out and assist in local law enforcement, where certain gang leaders were designated as terrorists, gang groups from certain countries. And so that authorized military to be involved in picking up these domestic terrorists. And the videos are out there. You don't have to wonder. They went to Gitmo. Okay, Gitmo was alive and well. Doesn't have politicians there yet, but it's got a bunch of gang leaders there. And then, as far as timing this next step, you've got a bunch of congressional interviews, inquiries coming up in September and October. Hillary is October 9th, and Bill is October 14th. And on the Russia stuff and the Epstein stuff, I think that's the last shot. And then I believe the end of October.
That's what I was thinking, that some big time arrests are going to happen maybe the last week of October,
Yeah. So anyway,
he's just putting all of his ducks in a row to get things where they need to be first, right?
Yeah. And I don't know if you're hearing it on your end. I'm getting quite a bit of clipping on my end on the audio, so I hope it's not doing that for the audience.
It is. It just started doing it.
Yeah, and it may be my location or something like that time of night. But there's lots of stuff I'd love to tell you guys about going on at other levels. I will say this: prayer required. We're at a difficult moment, and there's so much more going on behind the scenes, and I'll share it within some of the other shows that I do moving through this. But even here at the other end of the world, things happening here have huge effect across the world and back to the States, and vice versa. Let me just tell you. So Trump put a 50% tariff on South Africa as a result of what he was saying with the South African president. And he said, if you want me to take the tariff off, you got to actively go after these people that are killing the farmers, stop the terrorism, stop the land theft. And, they sing songs about killing whitey within this at the schools. It's taught at the schools in much of the country. Down here in the Cape region, the people here are like, okay, we're done. We're going to secede. We're just, we will not be part of this. It's, the population down here is 90% Christian. And, the colors don't, they're not, they get treated differently here. It's whites, coloreds, that's the majority of the population. And then the blacks, which are really, they don't have a history in this part of the country. They're all kind of imported in here. Nobody has a history beyond the white settlers that came here in the 1650s. All the other arguments to the side is just not true. So, and they don't want the race stuff here. They're not interested. This is the country is not that way. The ones that are here are terroristic, shipped in. But what Trump did when he put the 50% tariff on has had huge impact on the South African economy. And I guarantee that Trump's people gained South. They know what the fallout is. Goodyear Tire walked away from a huge facility they have here with several hundred employees. You have a huge car manufacturing operations here. BMW and Mercedes and Ford all have huge plants here in South Africa. What is being debated right now up in Stuttgart, Germany, is, I would argue, not whether to shut down the Mercedes plant here in South Africa, but how soon. I wouldn't be at all surprised within the next 2 weeks, maybe the next couple of days, that Mercedes announces that they are shutting down operations here in South Africa. Why is that important? You don't think it affects America? It affects America tremendously. Why?
Yeah, it's a global impact.
No. It's more than that. All C-class Mercedes are manufactured here in South Africa. That's
really?
where they ship them into the U.S. And so you think they're built somewhere else, and they're built right here in South Africa. And because of the 50% tariff, Mercedes is not going to be able to sell cars at a price point that competes with Toyota and Ford and anybody else, right? That's why Japan's been working all the deals to keep from getting these huge tariffs on them. So South Africa, the Mercedes manufacturing facility here, I suspect they will announce very shortly that they're leaving. In fact, there was the rumor mill was going even over this last weekend that a lot of critical infrastructure of the manufacturing here at the Mercedes plant was being shipped out over the weekend, just this last weekend. So why that's relevant is because if Mercedes leaves, Goodyear's gone. Within the broader system, Mercedes has about 5,000 employees. Goodyear had about 500. But there's about 100,000 port jobs, maybe more. One of the figures that was given internally was it's probably more like 150,000 jobs will be lost if Mercedes leaves. And they'll be lost literally within the next 60 days after Mercedes makes that announcement. And I believe for lots of reasons, Mercedes will have to make that announcement almost immediately. That's going to affect the politics here in South Africa. And it won't affect, amazingly enough, the ANC, which is technically running the country, as much. They'll get hurt. They'll get hurt bad. But it won't hurt as much as it will the Democratic Alliance, which is that crowd run loosely out of England by the Soros crowd and like that. And that's where Trump wants to go after. And then on top of that, within what's going to be revealed in the U.S. over the remainder of this year and all into next year, is the financing of the Democratic Party, not just in America, but across the world, the Act Blue stuff and like that, of which South Africa is one of the primary places in the world that they have thrown a lot of this money into. You're going to see a political upset that is absolutely phenomenal at a moment when there's huge considerations going into a breakup of South Africa. And it probably won't break into two pieces. It may fracture into several. That affects the balance across other parts of the world. And if the Mercedes plant closes here, the reality is it opens up jobs in America. Somebody's going to fill that gap. And Ford has manufacturing here. Other people, BMW is here and others. It will cause a global rate imbalance. It's a vacuum that's going to have to be filled other places. So there's a lot of things going on, a lot of moving parts. And so anyway, I should let you go. I know we've got a little bit of disruption on the signal. I'd love to do it again sometime soon. And I hope that helps people a little bit and some interesting stuff in there.
Yeah, absolutely, Juan, and I do appreciate you. Thank you very much, and I know the audience appreciates you. And thank you for your time this evening. And we'll get together with you again in a week or so, and we'll go from there. Okay.
Super. And then, by the way, over at Jennifer's shop, thudformac.com, you got to put the dot in there. She's got a pretty good deal in there. She ran out of her own book, Be Deliciously Healthy. And so we moved an allocation of books over to her shop of my Watch the Water book. We call it that. It's the Japanese English edition, which is really a very, very fun, cool, kind of a collector item. We didn't print that many. And there's just a very fun, cool, different version of Kid by the Side of the Road. But
yeah, hey, text Kelly the links on that, and then I'll have her put them in the show at the bottom.
Yeah, the main thing I was going to say is Jennifer has a package there that includes the parasite protocols and some information on that. So she's got a kind of a special deal. Anyway, appreciate all of you folks. Sorry with the disruption in the communication.
Oh, no, it's okay. We do what we have to do, Juan. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. And like I said, send those links over to Kelly, and I'll have her put them in the show notes.
All right. Beautiful, folks. Good night.
All right. We'll talk to you soon, brother. Good night, everybody.
God bless Juan and Captain Kyle and Kelly. It was a good show. You can find them at Captain Kyle Patriots, Telegram, or Rumble. Now we're going to take a look at Lieutenant Colonel Bosey. We'll go from there. Keep this train rolling.
Hello, I'm John Michael Chambers. It's August 16th, 2025, and welcome back to Bosey Briefs, and I want to thank you for joining us. This program publishes every other Monday at 6 p.m. Eastern, where Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bosey will weigh in on the current events of the past week. Please share this far and wide and subscribe for free at jmcbroadcasting.com. And be sure to follow me on my Rumble channel. Now, the Lieutenant Colonel is standing by in the proverbial digital green room, as it were, and will join us in just a moment. But first this, I'm going to steal a few moments of this episode before Ricardo joins us. And it's important because I want to set the stage. Let me throw a few things at the wall, if you will, here to inform our viewers, to inform you of what we will touch on here in the next hour or so. So allow me a moment to mention just a bit of what I see happening just in the past week, and let's see how much of this we can actually get into in this episode today. So here we go. The National Guard's been nationalized a while back through executive orders, but now put into action. DC federalized. The DC model, if we want to call it that, is now sweeping through the entire country. Focus on the Democrat-run cities. President Donald Trump is meeting with Putin in Alaska. What's that really about? The DNI on Pence has proof linking Pence to treasonous conspiracy to undermine 2016 presidency. That's now officially been stated. Adam Schiff, same there, officially stated. Treasonous acts now made official and public. The list of wars and conflicts that President Trump has prevented seems to keep growing. DNI, as mentioned in last week's episode, has also now been discussing Mockingbird Media and will be dismantling the CIA-controlled run media. The FBI arrested Boston sheriff for refusing to work with ICE on deportations. Texas lawmakers reveals Barack Hussein Obama sent a private message to the fugitive Democrats. The Democrats are getting arrested. Brennan, I think, has fled the country to Austria, I believe. The federal income tax removed from the USAdebtclock.org. Wow. Dan Scavino publishes Abolish the IRS. President Donald Trump has stated that with the successful deployment of tariffs, we don't need income tax, as he fires the IRS commissioner, replacing him with Secretary Bissett. So Powell spent $3 billion. Trump said it should have been $50 million just on renovations, not $3 billion on all those buildings, and is talking about suing Powell now. That's the tip of the iceberg for Powell. There's talk of return of stolen wealth coming back to the people. Meanwhile, the script writers, I'll call it, are having a field day with Governor Newsom when you hear what's coming out of his mouth as of recent. So that's sort of a snapshot of the highlights. At least that got my attention last week. And now we'll begin. So who is Ricardo Bossi, former Australian Army Special Forces Lieutenant Colonel, who served 24 years in the Australian Army. He's the national leader of the Australian One Party, MAGA, Make Australia Great Again. Ricardo's expanded bio can be found in the show notes below. Thank you for giving me that time to set the stage. We've got a lot to cover. Please welcome retired Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bossi back to Bossi Briefs. Hello, sir. Join us, if you will. There we are.
Good evening, John. Lovely to thank the kind invitation.
Thanks for being here. And of course, it's morning for me. I'm having my morning Joe, but it's not MSNBC's version. That I can assure you. All right. So again, as I look around at these recent and developing events, I come to the conclusion, and I specifically say it this way, that the stage is being set in preparation for a roundup of sorts, the big arrests, and the deployment of the EBS. Just last week, the FCC announced that testing of sorts that they did, testing up the EBS. Again, the stage, I believe, is now being set. It's very clear to me. But your voice, sir, is much more important to not only Australians listening, but for all of us here in America and throughout the world. There's a lot of pent-up attention and energy on what is going on right now since the DC and all the things I threw at the wall a moment ago. So here we go. What's your take of these ongoing events? Can we begin with the DC model sweeping through the country? I mean, we've got military and National Guard now, troops on the streets of America, taking control in a very specific way. Connect the dots, if you will, sir. What is really going on?
I'll do that, absolutely. Just to let you know, it's paralleling here in Australia on a much reduced scale, where we have the government's lies and deceptions being exposed. What passes for the freedom movement in this country is being exposed. The stage is being set to reveal them because they're revealing themselves. They're eating their own. It's collapsing from within. So on a much reduced scale, the similar things are happening here, not directly as a result of President Donald Trump's responsibilities and powers under Commander-in-Chief rules, but it's paralleling nicely at our level. So having said that, what are we seeing? What makes sense of all of this? You're exactly right. The stage is set now for what we've been waiting for the longest time. The players have been behind the stage practicing their lines. Their actors have been playing their part, and we're about to see the performance. The curtain's about to go up, and away we go. So let's start with the federalization of DC. Brilliant summary by you, and that's comes under the category. If you wanted a sign, then have a look at what John just laid out in front of us. These are the signs that we wanted to see for the longest time, that it's about to come down. And the federalization of DC is critical to that. As we know, it's a separate city-state along with the Vatican and the City of London, quite separate from the United States. Most people in the world, and certainly the US, wouldn't know that, and that's fine. That's part of the process. And so no longer being a foreign power resident on a piece of soil in the United States, it is now part of the United States. And this is step number one in terms of the big reveal to the people. DC is now part of the United States again, and Donald Trump's commander-in-chief powers are fully enforced and fully employed. And now, just about everything else you mentioned is in line with that. This is not a president exercising his powers as the president of the United States. This is President Trump exercising his powers as the commander-in-chief. And as Derek Johnson quite clearly outlined to us a long time ago, that there are two parallel lines of command in the United States. There's the Constitution, the president, and then there's the commander-in-chief, and which was established before the Constitution, before the presidential powers. So if anybody's concerned that a new king has stepped into town, they're not true.
Correct.
George Washington was given commander-in-chief powers, and he exercised those powers. And this was, again, for those who haven't heard this before, this parallel lines of authority were intentionally established by a few of the founding fathers and their wives, because they made a significant contribution to this. Martha Washington and John Adams' wife, Abigail, were key in this. You don't find that in too many history books, but they were, because they foresaw a situation where the constitutional presidency down the track would be threatened and the Constitution would be threatened. And that in extremis situation, which requires what the Romans actually had in the sense of their tyranny. They allowed a tyrant to take over, to grip up the republic when it was facing dangers, and then they would be sent back on their way. The Greeks had it, and certainly the Romans did too. The Romans called it a dictator, the Greeks called it the tyrant, and the tyrants would run the show. In critical times, the Romans did it as well. And it wasn't unusual for a dictator to be appointed in ancient Rome. And then once the crisis was averted, then that would go. The dictator would go back to his farm and grow cauliflowers, which is what they did. And so it's not unusual in terms of history. And I mention that simply because the founding fathers of the US were deep students of Roman history, and they relied heavily on the Roman experience and developed it, obviously. But that was the basis for their understanding and analysis of what this experiment in people power of a republic should look like in the modern era. And that's why that's critically important. So people shouldn't be too concerned with this dictatorial power almost by the president. There's nothing dictatorial about it other than he has the power to make decisions, but this is planned for, authorized by, and in accordance with the law of the land. And as you know, Donald Trump has constantly said he's a law and order president, and he's not talking about crime in the streets. Now, let's use that as a segue to the federalization of DC. DC, as far as the people's concerned, has always been part of the US, but it's also been a complete disaster in terms of crime-riddled streets. And so what's happened now is it's taken over the DC cops. They're now responding to him. And I saw a very, very, very good clip by a young black woman in DC And she's at a red light and the window's down. And she said, this is great. This is the first time I could stop at the lights with the window down without worrying about some nigger. And she was black. So I know nigger's a potent word in the US. In Australia, it's not relevant. But this was a black woman saying, I'm glad to see that some young nigger's not about to shove a gun in my face. And so the impact strategically is critically important. It's taken control of this independent city-state. And down at the level of the people, they are seeing real positive results as a result, because now the streets of Washington are safe for the first time in how many decades, we can't say. So it's a very clever strategy on the part of the president. He's taken over that big strategic move, but he's also delivering tangible evidence to the people that this is good. So it's a brilliant move.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for weighing in on that. I took a couple of notes to chat with you about. You gave us the history lesson. Thank you of the founding fathers and their good students of Rome and so forth, and the difference between dictators, kings, and what the president is actually doing. And I agree with you. This is a strategic brilliance of Donald Trump, because folks like that have been following the cue drops and kind of know a bit of the script, if you want to call it like that, can see what we're discussing, can see what I've seen, but a lot of people can't. And that's where the brilliance of this, in my opinion, comes in, because what are they going to say? We don't want clean streets? What are they going to oppose? We want heavy crime and destruction of property? Of course not. I mean, so now if the Democrats or the general public is against this, well, it's just lunacy. And so that's part of the brilliance of it. To me, it really just looks like I realize martial law generally, would have curfews and other elements of a lot of control. So it's not necessarily that, but isn't it a little bit like that? And if it isn't, I can stand corrected. Let me pause there. Is this sort of an element of martial law? I mean, you got military taking over in certain areas. Yes or no?
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone is expecting your classic, the coup d'etat and the junta running the show, and the television and radio taking control. Big announcements,
Yes.
All hail President Kimber. No. The show's got to go on. Remember, I mentioned before, brand. You got to protect the brand. It will continue. Life will continue as usual. You won't see soldiers on the streets checking passes. What has to happen will be very localized geographically. So there's a particular problem in a particular area. Yes, military might turn up in conjunction with the local police. The problem we solve, and then they go back to work. Because by and large, the United States, like Australia and many other countries, we do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. People aren't about to start running red lights because the police aren't there.
Right.
We will behave ourselves because we're intelligent, evolved civilizations. So, yes, it's martial law in the sense that there is a commander-in-chief directing traffic, but it doesn't mean that the people's rights be trampled. As I said in the Roman example, it's an inextreme situation, and we're coming back to standards.
Yes, we are. Thank you. And we're going to move into other areas, but a lot of things light bulbs are going off here. As I try to connect the dots on all that dialogue I swept through in my sort of monologue, there's been photographs now, of course, with AI and digital manipulation and so forth. I don't know what's true and what isn't any longer, but there's a narrative, again, with supportive images that's been out there for some years now. This isn't newly coming across my plate, of I'll call it an underground city underneath the whole mall and the Capitol and Washington, D.C., underneath all of our government, if you will, our cities and tunnels. I've got going somewhere with this, but first, would you weigh in on that from your studies and your research? Is that factual, to the best of your knowledge?
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the beginning of on your first point about a lot of AI. So you don't know what's real, what's not. Again, that's quite intentional. Much of it is amusing. It's predictive programming. It's normalizing what will be revealed later, which would be shocking if this soft launch wasn't promulgated, if that makes sense. This soft launch, the AI the jokes, the news. There has to be this soft launch, so the shock of the new, predictive programming. And so, yes, that is true. But this is the beginning of continuing revelations, which will become deeper, more profound, and genuinely more upsetting. For those who think that they're not going to be shocked by what's coming, everybody at some level will be shocked. Let me give you an example just on that. On this reveal, and cities underground. Oh my God, that's just shocking. Really? Well, not to some. There's just about every aspect of somebody's life will be knocked for six. Let me give you a big one, and this is one that has to be handled gently. This is weather beaten book. You can tell I've given an absolute hiding. It's Giorgio Cataneo, who's an Italian. He interviews Mauro Biglino, and it's called The Naked Bible. Now, I'm using this as an example of the sort of thing that's going to rattle people to their core. And what Biglino does is an interlinear translation of the Bible, which means it is a literal translation establishing the etymology and the origins of words to actually just record what it says. Now, what this reveals, and I've recommended this book many times to my people in Oz, what this reveals is that at best, much of what we believe to be the Bible is incomplete, in the middle, it's a little inaccurate, and then at worst, it's intentionally deceptive. And it will rattle Christians around the world. Yes. Now, I've spent a lot of time putting a finger in the face of the Muslims, the Hindus, the Jews, and everybody else for the nonsense in their religions. Well, the Christians are no less vulnerable to deceptions by those that want power. If you've got the courage to do it, if you're a good Christian, you've got the courage, read this book and begin to dismantle some of the lies that we have all been told. And I use that as just one example, but a very profound one, a very important one, because people's faiths are the rock upon which the rest of their lives are built and predicated. And so it is profoundly important in terms of preparing, and I'm saying this because you're mentioning the underground cities, which seem like science fiction to a lot of people. That's nothing. If you think an underground city, with years of storage of stored food and water and accommodation and air and maglev trains, if you think that's science fiction and impossible, wait till someone points out some uncomfortable possibilities of the basis of your faith.
Yes.
And so the best way to prepare for that shock is to read and study and allow yourself to process this over time. Now, the White Hats aren't going to reveal everything so quickly that people will go psychotic and lose their stuff. That's just not the way they do it. It will accelerate without a doubt. It is accelerating without a doubt.
Yes.
But it has to be done in a painfully slow manner in order to bring as many people with us as we can. There's no point revealing it and leave everyone behind. I've said it before, but it's important because people keep reminding me, why is this taking so long? Because it has to. It's going as fast as it can. If I can give you an analogy, and it's a brutal one, but it's accurate. Remember when the Twin Towers were hit? Or the explosions, the explosions
demolition.
occurred, allegedly. The demolition. The controlled demolition.
Controlled demolition.
We're watching there. We're watching it live. And we can call this show the controlled demolition because that's what we're seeing. So we're watching the tower. We see fires. Okay, we see explosions of fire. That's all we see. And we're looking at it and we're pondering and wondering what's going on. And then all of a sudden it starts to come down. That's what we are now experiencing. We've been watching the fires in this edifice called Earth. Every organ of state, every private enterprise is part of this thing. We're watching smoldering. It's falling. It's looking very fragile. And now it's actually coming down. But it won't come down at the same speed as the Twin Towers. It's actually going to come down at a rate that the people can absorb. Now, let me give you the good news first. Spoiler alert. You know my analogy of replacing the beams in the house so the house doesn't collapse. Well, now we're talking about the Twin Towers. As the towers will start coming down because the reveal will be so quick now, but still in a controlled way in slow-mo, and the dust will fly and people are confused and upset. But when the dust settles, instead of seeing a great hole in the center of New York, you'll see two new towers called the Golden Age. The towers are ready to go, but the old one's going to come down, dust will swirl around, people will be in a blind panic, but the new towers are already up. Does that make sense as an analogy of where we're going and what's going to happen? Because that's the big message I wanted to get through to people today. Yes, the reveal is coming. Yes, the reveal will accelerate to a point where people will say they are having difficulty absorbing it. That's okay, but it has to be slowish. But as the dust swirls and as the panic and everything, this is so excruciatingly and brilliantly synchronized that the golden age towers will be there. They never disappeared because they were replaced while we were sleeping, if that makes sense. So it's going to be an interesting time from here on end. We've already seen so much, and there's so much to talk about. Your summary was excellent, but it's going to keep coming. But understand, it must be controlled carefully, the pace of movement, but it'll still be faster than you can imagine.
What a great analysis. Again, I've taken some notes to talk with you about as a follow-up. You're absolutely right about the Christian aspect. That may be among the top tier of the hardest hit emotionally to digest. Thanks for referring our audience to that book. Also, we talk about underground cities. What's come across my universe for many years now. In addition to the underground cities, and you describe some of it with food storage and high technology and transport systems and so forth, there's also an element that, and I'm asking you to weigh in on this, if you know this to be true from the research you've done, and I'm just picking up pieces that I know have been out there for years that people are now going to start to hear about for the first time and have you weigh in on. And that is also that perhaps George Herbert Walker Bush was instrumental in developing tunnels underneath DC for the purpose of sex trafficking. Have you looked into that? And if so, would you concur for that to be the truth from your perspective?
I can't speak to Bush's direct involvement in the establishment of tunnels. What I can say is that the tunnels under the underground some of them are ancient. They've been there for the longest possible time. So it's not like all of a sudden, in the 20th century, they decided to dig a few tunnels to traffic kids. The tunnels have been there for a long time for many, many reasons.
Okay.
And so, yeah, so it's not just him. It's been there a while. Were they used to traffic children? Without a doubt. They were used for many, many, many reasons. And as I said, many are ancient. So it's building upon the predecessors. One of the mistakes that I first made in business, and I'll give you this example. In the late 90s, I was a light colonel in the army, and I knew that my time was coming to an end because following orders being given to me by imbeciles was becoming too much to handle. So I went and did some business studies, and I spent, I don't know, maybe 6 years. Daytime, I'm a colonel in headquarters special operations, and nighttime, I'm starting businesses, writing business plans, getting angel investors to put money in, taking the business from a startup to something that could be later sold. And I naively thought that here I was, I'm testing my arm against the marketplace and I can move into the marketplace and make a mark. Not realizing that every stone, every corner of the market was controlled by somebody. And you would never had a free hand. You could get in, but the moment you got in, if you got to a certain level, you'd either be bought, controlled, or destroyed as a business because they had established businesses had the market stitched up. And they didn't want competition. Even if what you had was a better mousetrap, they would kill you and the mousetrap to make sure you didn't interfere with their cash cows when we're talking business here. Now, it took me a while to get there, but once I got it, I then expanded that to the whole planet. The whole planet, there isn't a stone on this planet that's not controlled by the cabal and hasn't, and it's been that way for ever.
Yes.
Forever.
Yes.
So to think, I'm trying to disabuse the viewers of the same naivety that I had. I was this ingenue, throwing myself into business and then realizing, my God, how naive have I been? But in looking at this problem, this planet has been controlled every stone since forever. And so nothing is happening now that is new. So the tunnels, that's a long way of saying the tunnels and much else that will be revealed has been in place forever.
Yes.
And we are just now beginning to see evidence of it.
Well, thank you. And one other point that we talked earlier about the strategic brilliance of Donald Trump, Commander-in-Chief, doing the sweeping move throughout the country right now and many other things. it leads to me, as I connect the dots on stuff, at the same time he's doing that, they raise that narrative. They're leaking out real hard intel, things we've known about, but now that are going to be much more broadly accepted because they're coming from official positions within the government. We see Pelosi and Pence in the news, if you will, from the DNI that will also, there's two things. There's Pence working with Obama to make difficult the 2016 presidency of Donald Trump. That's treason. But we also have Pence shows up again with Nancy Pelosi on January 6th. And we know what that story is about. The not exercising that, I think it's 40-day period to analyze the votes if someone raises within a certain time frame the fact that there's evidence of potential votes not accurate. That process was deliberately skipped by Pence, and then Pelosi having helped orchestrate the events of January 6th. It was their insurrection, not ours, and everyone knows that now. At least I do. But what I'm saying is, when you look at the move that the president's making right now, all eyes are on what? DC. And as you said before, people are learning that it was controlled territory by the Vatican, let's say, in London, and that's now gone. And, and it's symbolic with the moves on the street with the military. But I think the narrative comes in soon on J6, Pence and all this stuff. Am I loosely connecting things? Because I think it's all happening at the same time. And while all eyes are on DC, they better know what happened on January 6th. They're going after Pelosi on insider trading. That'll open up some doors there. And then, as I mentioned with Pence, the DNI, she's not playing games. Any comments about that, the connectivity of those events?
It is. It's a very high-paced show. Those movies or shows you see on TV where the pace is so quick, you're barely gripping what happened to the last scene, and you jump into the next scene and you get swept away. So again, highly coordinated and synchronized, a cascading collapse from above, if that makes sense. So we're starting with Pence and Pelosi, the big names, and we're waiting for that first big arrest. Is it Obama? Is it Clinton? Is it going to be both side by side? But it's this collapsing, the house of cards is collapsing from the top down. So people's attentions are grabbed by that, two big names. But procedurally, this is important. People thought, well, let the election go. Let's just move on. This was always the Democrat left wing narrative. Oh, let it go, let it go. No. Every crime will be followed up, and the J6 and the certification of the election and all the roles played by various people, their actions, every one of them is going to be followed up and minutely exposed to the people, but in quick succession. So there's this flow of collapses that Pence is a crook and Pelosi's a crook. And look, we know what's already happened to them, but just put that to one side. We're talking to the movie now. And so there's this quick collapse of everything around, but nothing will be forgotten. Nobody gets away this time. Nobody. Deals will be done with low-level people, but nobody gets away.
Thank you. And, I wanted to, I'll be very brief here. I'll applaud you for addressing those listening right now that are taking all this in, perhaps newly, that on the speed, it's taking as long as it takes because it has to. And also, would you agree, though, that even though we're still moving slower than the average person would care to see, I understand why, and I think you made that point clear, but would you also agree that even though it's moving slowly, the rate of moving slowly has increased, if that makes any sense? Like, we seem to be accelerating aspects of this from everything that's on the streets. I mean, that's what led me. I did a post, something about this on my social media. The stage is now set for the EBS and the big arrests. And I think that stage is being further set across the country. And also making the streets, from the perspective of the DC plan, making all the streets safe again, I think is also important for the mess that's going to come when the reveals happen. Would you care to comment on that?
Yeah, very quickly. You're right. The reveal has to happen to a point where the people see the EBS as a relief, as a solution to the problem. What's going on now is that the white hats are providing the evidence to the people where the people say, that's enough, somebody step up and do something. We want this. And that's the message. And that's why it's accelerating. Yes. You're exactly right. That's why it's moving at a pace where EBS will be welcomed by the people, because enough's enough. It's an in extremis situation. We've got to fix this now.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Let's switch gears, but yet it all ties together. I'm curious as to what your thought process is on the meeting taking place in Alaska with President Trump and Vladimir Putin. I understand on the dock, and you got Zelensky. I understand on the docket it's all about Ukraine and that whole situation, and I'm sure in part it is. I think there's something more going on to that meeting, and my audience right now wants me to shut up and listen to Ricardo Bosi, so take it away, sir. What's going on in Alaska in your mind?
Okay, it's this, for my money, and there's more to it, but very quickly. The biggest takeaway from this is there's Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin on stage together talking about the future of peace. Who's not there? Everybody else. This is, again, predictive programming, so people get used to the fact that we've got our boss, meaning the Americans are saying we've got our man, and there's Putin over there, and these two are going to be the ones that are going to sort this out, which is by and large largely true. It really is. Now, we know Xi's a big part of it, but Xi's under control. He's playing a role. But the single biggest part to this, and we know the diplomatic discussions between leaders is just the final step for public consumption. The real work's done by the diplomats behind the scenes over many, many, many months. So the fact that they're on stage talking to each other, that's the image that they want to see. There's Trump and Putin, and they're fixing the planet. That's it.
Yep.
And people are going, great, all right. And so now when you hear those two, again, dictating terms to everybody else, the people will go, yeah, fair enough. I'm good with that.
Yes. And it ties into the narrative that's also being put out by Dan Scavino and President Trump himself in various ways, getting a lot of media coverage. And that being that, President Trump is the president of peace. I would add peace and prosperity, but the president of peace. And, there's a list. I read them off the other day on my JMC Unplugged for my free subscribers. I think 6 or 8 different wars and conflicts that he's aided in ending, throughout this world. And I think it lines up hook, line, and sinker with what you've just shared with us about here's Putin and here's Trump, the peacemakers, right? No one else at the table. And now you've got this narrative about Nobel Peace Prizes coming to Donald Trump for the incredible work he's doing. It's orchestrated, right? Am I starting to see things a little more clearly? Because there's a lot of pieces out there, but I look at it that way.
Yeah, no, you are seeing exactly what they are projecting. And this is what the people are getting subconsciously, I guess. They're just absorbing it. For example, Azerbaijan and Armenia. Now, that conflict is ancient, like many of these conflicts. Is there an immediate solution? No. In fact, we have some friends from that region. And the message was basically, well, nothing was achieved. It's all nonsense. The underlying problems haven't been resolved. We've got Armenians living in Azerbaijan. We've got Azerbaijan living in Armenia, blah, blah, blah. And that's all true. But and they don't like the two leaders, but the two leaders are sitting there because DJT said, you got to sit down and have a chat. That's the message. That's the message. And again, people, you cannot ignore it. That's the most recent one. But let's go back to when he stepped over the border in Korea, from South Korea to North Korea. Wow.
Yeah, that was wow.
Wow. Okay. And so these wow moments are going to keep happening. Now, and this is Azerbaijan and Armenia, that's one small microcosm of a problem compared to conflicts all around the planet, not the point. The point is, it is clear that DJT has the authority and ability to sit down and say, let's talk, let's do a deal. He's always talking about, I'd make deals. I'll know within 20 seconds if I can, if there's going to a deal to be made. Well, how do you do that, Mr. President? Because that's what I do. I make deals. Yes. And so the image being projected and it's backed up by reality behind the scenes. We don't see that. But the image being projected is this is the most powerful man on the planet that can bring warring parties at least to the same table and to sit them down and say, sort this nonsense out. And there hasn't been an international incident where he hasn't been able to impose his will on the warring factions. Now, do we like what's behind the scenes? Do we agree? Not the point.
Yep.
We've been coming to nightly news where everyone's shooting everybody all the time, and all of a sudden, guess what? Peace reigns. I love it.
Yeah, no kidding. Same thing here in Thailand, where I'm broadcasting from. Cambodia and Thailand, as you know, swept through the news pretty quickly. There was war. Even on this, I'm not in that region of Thailand, but it's a pretty small country. One starts to wonder as the bombs are dropping. They even hit a 7-Eleven. There were civilians killed and so forth and so on, such as tragedies of war. But President Trump brought those two leaders to the table and ended that conflict too. And believe me, the people here are praising the president for that. And I'm very happy to hear that. And so, look, connecting the dots again, which is sort of what we're doing here on some of the things I threw out in the monologue. Media ties into this strategic plan, does it not? I mean, you've got Tulsi Gabbard talking about mockingbird media. Trump's already over the last 10 years destroyed mainstream news, fake news apparatus. Everyone knows that. But in order for people to buy in or believe the truth, there's a media move being played now too to further discredit mainstream news and to take narratives like us and others on particularly EBS when that comes out. Can you comment on that as part of the strategic brilliance, the media's role, the changing media's role, and what we see happening right now from the DNI, for example, and from the candidness of interviews from like the presser that was held recently to announce DC. I mean, Judge Janine didn't, hold back. Kash Patel laid it down. Pete Hegseth. No one's listening to mainstream news anymore. DNI's talking about mockingbird media to blow the lid off what's really gone on all these decades. And we're coming out with this. Comment on that, because that's important. That's the flow of information during war.
Yeah. This is Shakespearean writing at its best. And what I mean by that was when we know Shakespeare didn't write Shakespeare's plays, it was somebody else. Different story. But the character allegedly was Shakespeare that wrote the plays. Now, the ways the plays were written, they were written at multiple levels. So the masses in the crowd, the peasants, the illiterate peasants below, they would get what they needed from the story. And they would laugh to watch the king being mocked on stage or the actor playing the king being mocked on stage. They would roar with laughter. But the subtlety in the language was also written so that the more educated nobility sitting up in the higher seats, they would listen very carefully to what was being said. And it was quite revolutionary, quite challenging. It was quite dangerous at the time for playwrights to be mocking anybody. So the insults and the reveal had to be quite subtle for the educated ears in the high-priced seats, while still entertaining the peasants below. Now, please don't be offended by the analogy, but that's what's going on here. You've got the media being revealed, mockingbird media. Now, does the whole of US understand that? Not yet, but they will. But it's out there for those who have ears to hear. Then you've got the selection of people that were originally lampooned by many, saying, Tulsi Gabbard, why? Why is she head of DNI? This is just a ridiculous appointment. Really? Well, she's physically attractive. She speaks well. She has enough of a background to have credibility, and she is knocking down the 10 pins with every bowl. Now, the beauty of this is that's what the people are used to with the media. Your question is media. And so what did they do? They got the media, as we previously had it, was some attractive airhead reading talking points that they didn't prepare and did less and understood even less. But there it was, night after night after night. There's the perfectly coiffed hair. There's the guy with the $1,000 smile and a nice fitting suit telling them lies. So what DJT was is again, it's Shakespearean in its structure. There's enough in there to let people know you've got the Pete Hegseth. Again, he's got a background. Is it as deep as it should be to be SecDef? No, not in a million years. You're kidding me? But that's not the point. Pete Hegseth isn't there to set directions. He's there to set the direction, but he's got 4 stars all around him to make things happen. And he's there to set the direction. But again, he's on the media. People know him. He's a friendly, known face, which is key in the media. And like Gabbard, he's an attractive young guy. He speaks well. He's got that direct approach that the guys respond to. No nonsense. He drops the old salty word in there every so often. And so this is a media show. But what DJT and the White Hats have done is they've stolen the techniques of the Black Hats and co-opted them to their own ends, but even better. As I said, Tulsi Gabbard, attractive, intelligent, capable. Pete Hegseth, attractive, intelligent, capable. A known media presence. And this is key. New faces aren't going to do it. They need old faces, known faces, not old in terms of age, but known faces up there telling the people the news because they are trusted.
Yes.
Like Walter Cronkite, the most trusted man in America. Why? Because he'd been there forever. He was a signed-up globalist.
Yes,
who worked hard to bring down the US, but he was known. And so we know that the media has been co-opted, everything's been co-opted, and now DJT with the social media and his own people, they're setting the agenda, and the old media, which has been completely stripped of any real power, is now floundering and looking like what it is, which is just incompetent.
Yeah, Dan Bongino and Kash Patel, but I'll start with Dan comes to mind to support the narrative that you just shared with us. Familiar face, right? Dan Bongino did his podcast. He was first on Fox News, of course, kind of went off on his own with his big successful podcast. And that was a face we knew, and many conservative and trusted. And look where he is now, the deputy director of the FBI. I'm going to go out on a limb, and it's not a long limb that was planned well in advance, which is why he became, he went from Secret Service, credible background, fits the bill, like you just said. Second, a familiar face reporting news on credibility on Fox and then on his popular podcast. And lo and behold, now he's giving us the news from the deputy director of the FBI. It's hook, line, and sinker. And somewhat with the same with Kash Patel. Now, he had a lot of background in Trump's inner circle over the years, those that have been following Kash. Then he spent 3 years on the media circuit. We interviewed him at American Media Periscope, and I met him a few times. And it laid the groundwork, and now we have Kash Patel as the FBI director. I want to mention two quick things. We don't want to go into a lot on this because it's for another day. But you mentioned, I don't let this kind of stuff slide by because their volumes can be written about this. But you said Shakespeare, who didn't write it, who was Shakespeare. Now, again, I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but I'll just throw this out and see if I'm in your vicinity. What I've come across regarding Shakespeare over the years is, I hate to use these terms because reincarnation really can mean a lot of different things, and I'm not very clear on it, but that Saint Germain has come across, George Washington. There have been embodiments of that soul that has gone through stellar moments in history. I don't know if there's any validity to any of that, but you've alluded to that it wasn't Shakespeare who wrote it. Just what were you talking about briefly? Because doesn't stick here all weekend.
Well, two issues there. Reincarnation. Just deal with that one very quickly. There's a lot of quite carefully peer-reviewed studies on the phenomenon of reincarnation. And so that's there. You can study it if you want to. It was removed from the Bible by the Council of Nicaea and other groups because it interfered with the control of the people by the church. So the concept of reincarnation, Jesus Christ himself, it was always a discussion. Who do they say I am? Well, you are this person reborn. You are this person reborn. So the concept of reincarnation was part of the whole setup. So Christians shouldn't get too cranky about, oh my God, this reincarnation is all nonsense and lies. No, it's not. Do your homework. It's there. The evidence is there. The secular evidence is there. Now, in terms of who actually wrote Shakespeare's work, there's a number of potential contenders for that, and I won't mention any one name because there's a number of them. But why would a man with Shakespeare himself was actually illiterate. He couldn't. He could read the script so he could do the play, but he couldn't write. But why would a man who allegedly could write such gentle, intelligent, subtle prose and yet entertainment for the masses? He could write sonnets, he could write plays. Why would he retire and sell dry goods? Because that's what he did. He said, that's it, I'm hanging up my quill and I'm going to sit there as a shopkeeper and sell dry goods. Why did he do that? Because he never wrote a word. Shakespeare, the man, did exist. He was an actor and he was given scripts. This is my take. He was given scripts by somebody else who had to conceal their real identity because they came from way up here in the social order in England. So that's it. That's my
Wow.
take. But ladies and gentlemen, if you're interested in one is worth looking at, and you can work out for yourself who you think actually wrote Shakespeare's works.
You know, I just saw a little glimpse into the future here, and when we get past this phase and stage of this war, this battle between good and evil that's taking place and affecting almost 8 billion, or about 8 billion of us. When we get through this, and of course, all eyes on America, and then the rest of the world settles in. When we're past the dawning of the golden age, or in that hefty part of the dawning of the golden age, I would very much hope that you could spare us some time each month like we're doing now, and we can get into a lot of stuff that we don't want to get into right now because it's not productive for the mass. I can see so many incredible things that we can jump into down the line, and I look forward to it. And one last thing you mentioned about, traditional news, they prop up, empty suits and empty skirts to read teleprompters. Most of them are lawyers and actors and so forth and so on. It reminds me of the Eagles drummer, one of the co-founders of the Eagles, Don Henley's song Dirty Laundry, where he talks about the bubble-headed bleach blonde, tells you about the plane crash with a smile on her face. Interesting stuff. I want to shift gears, Ricardo, and talk about America's good friend and someone I've met and worked with years past, and interviewed him later, the end of last year, Sheriff Richard Mack. CSPOA is his organization, Constitutional Sheriffs. Right now, there was reports that the FBI arrested the Boston sheriff for refusing to work with ICE on deportations. This is great news because we need constitutional sheriffs. What I've learned from Sheriff Mack over the years, besides his landmark case during the Clinton administration, was that the sheriff perhaps is one of the most powerful elected positions in the country, and so not understood. And get to know your sheriff. And, I'm going to bring Sheriff Mack into another broadcast to have conversations of consequence, focus on this man's incredible work during his life here now, and have him weigh in on what's happening. But I consider this tremendous news that a Boston sheriff was arrested. Can you weigh in on that? And how does that fit into this multi-pronged plan as we comb through these 17 or so Democrat cities that we're cleaning up right now across the country? How does it play in? We arrested a sheriff.
Oh, it's brilliant. And you're exactly right. The county sheriff should be one of the most powerful men or women collectively around the country, because that's where you've got the enforcement of the Constitution at the lowest possible level. And that this is one of the bulwarks against tyranny in the United States. And it's so brilliantly established in your Constitution. It really is. Because what happens is you've got the locals voting for their sheriff enforces the law. That's it. And you don't have to worry about this food chain all the way down doing its job. You've got your local sheriff that can sit there and go, no, you don't. That's not constitutional. You have no authority here. You have no standing. Get the hell out of my county. And if you don't, I'm going to lock you up. So people shouldn't be concerned, that the sheriff's the most important, most powerful individual, one of them. It's critical to the ongoing success and enduring nature of the United States as this constitutional republic. A nation of laws, not a nation of men. That's what it really means. That phrase is embodied in the sheriff and the sheriff's responsibilities. Now, if you've got a sheriff that's not following the Constitution, happy days. His or her days are numbered. We now have evidence of it. And now that it's happened once, it can happen again and again and again. This is social proof. This is so critical. You're exactly right, John, for naming this as one of those key moments, because at first people go, well, you can't arrest a sheriff. Well, yes, you can if he's not following the Constitution. Oh, okay, says the people. So now every sheriff should be wearing their brown corduroys, because we know what's going to happen when there's a knock on the door, and we don't want the stain to show through their trousers. They now living in terror.
Yeah, brilliant.
Done.
Yep. Thank you for commenting on that. That's exactly what the people need to hear and see. Another thing, especially those unconstitutional sheriffs, and Sheriff Richard Mack has worked tirelessly at great sacrifice to his health and wealth and so forth and so on for years, trying to get all these sheriffs together to follow the Constitution and to do their job. And he'll report to you that he's greatly disappointed in the amount of success that CSPOA has actually had, although it's been successful. But in terms of the percentage of constitutional sheriffs, great disappointment. And that's just what we've been dealt because we've let our republic slip away by putting in these left-wing nutcases. Anyway, we got an arrest of a sheriff in Boston. That's big news. And I want to move us into another aspect of this. I mentioned earlier in that monologue, and this was on the front page of foxnews.com. So there's a wide audience, a narrative of the old and dead and dying news, but it's put there for a reason. The headline was something to the tune, I have it in front of me, but Texas lawmakers reveals that BHO, Barry Soetoro, sent a private message to the fugitive Democrats. Now, what language is that? A former president, who, of course, was illegitimate, announcing the Fox News announcing that BHO sends a private message to fugitive Democrats while Democrats are getting arrested, and then the ones not showing up to their seat. Talk with us about that as part of the strategic brilliance. How does that all fit in?
That's preparing the ground. This is like the artillery landing on the hill before you assault. This is putting in the minds of the people a doubt about Barack Obama, Barry Soetoro. Mm-hmm. It's just adding to that doubt. So when the arrest comes, it won't be so much, there will be shock, but it also, the preferred mindset you want in the people is it's about bloody time. And so this is constantly undermining the image that was so carefully created over many, many, many years, undermining it. So once again, it's welcomed by the people rather than shocking to the people, if that makes sense.
Yes. Excellent. I want a quick comment on Brennan. Again, what we're doing is I'm picking up some of the pieces of the monologue and having you elaborate a bit on this. I believe I should have researched it harder this morning, but I'm pretty certain of this. I think Brennan, it's been reported, has left the country because we're coming and gone to Austria. Now, I've been saying for years, among many other things, I've been saying on my Clay Clark speeches and all the shows I had done in the past that we have all the goods on everyone. There's no place to run and no place to hide. So good luck with Brennan fleeing. But does this send another signal from a multi-pronged approach that you and I have been talking about here?
Yeah.
We're on the offense, they're on the defense, and they're running for the hills. What do you say about this element?
Yeah, it's exactly that. You're on the money again. Imagine this is a film and you've got the two criminals, two master criminals in this story. And you couldn't cast two better ugly, unattractive faces as Brennan and Clapper, let's say, right? They're two, they're the bad guys. They have to be the bad guys. Why? They're ugly. They're ugly and sneering and they engender a negative response in the audience's mind. So that's perfect. So what do you got? You've got the crook now fleeing the jurisdiction. What do crooks do? They run away.
Yes.
And so again, it's preparing in the minds of the people when Brennan goes down and Clapper goes down, everybody says, well, it's about bloody time. So
and here's Obama being positioned in the eyes of the public to support them, giving the fugitives strategies, making him accomplice to their issues, never mind his own, which, of course, he's at the top of the list, which is why President Trump and Dan Scavino have created the narrative as a relatively recent that all roads lead to Obama. I want to shift gears a bit. Go ahead.
Sorry, before you do. But again, just to tie it all together, it's that they're assembling this idea of a crime syndicate, not individuals doing individual things. They're actually setting it up. And this is the people are used to this. They're used to the mob, the capo and then the made man and all the rest of it. And so the crime syndicate story is now there's meat being put on the bones.
Yeah, beautiful. All right. So oftentimes this subject I'm about to take on doesn't get in the Q and MAGA movement, the more awakened side of the good people, is the economy. But it's all about the money. I mean, money is the one of the means of the controls mechanisms, right? Information and money, right? Food and of course natural resources, but weather. But let's talk about here's some dots I'm connecting, and we'll continue this sort of dialogue. We have the federal income tax. This USAdebtclock.org is, I think, the official site. People are familiar with it. If you're not, you can go to wealthcoachuniversity.com. I have a link to it. But the USA Debt Clock, they removed the federal income tax, has been removed from it. They've been putting some interesting statements on there. Then you've got Dan Scavino, who's been with Trump for more than 2 decades, does his social media by and large, and Scavino does great work. I love his little memes. They're entertaining. People don't realize they should follow Scavino. He's one of the mouthpieces, if you want to use that term, for the president's agenda, and he does it. He really speaks to the Q-MAGA guys because he's dropping stuff all the time that's just like giving you the crumbs you need. So what has he dropped recently? Abolish the IRS. At the same time, the federal income tax is removed from the USA debt clock. At the same time that President Trump is parading Jerome Powell around and now wants to sue him for spending $2.5 billion he shouldn't have spent. And that's just on budgets and buildings. He's fired him, replaced him with who? Secretary Bissett. And when you look at these pieces, never mind all the other narratives that are out there with the CBDC, which Trump has spoken out against, but yet the stable coin in the QFS where we're ultimately heading and so forth. And there's narratives about the stolen wealth, obviously the stolen wealth of the American people, certainly since 1913 with the passing of the Federal Reserve Act and the Income Tax Code. All of that narrative now is surfacing through Scavino and the president himself. You can't get any higher than that in terms of looking for, well, what's your source? Well, my source is Donald Trump. How's that source? Well, good enough for you folks? Okay. So what's your comment about that? Because these narratives are happening at the same time, all the other things you and I have just discussed, connected into the strategic brilliance, if you care to comment on that in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, absolutely. It's key. The economy, without a doubt. This is one of the 3 pillars, or 4 maybe, depending on your perspective, that have to be fixed quickly. One, it's low-hanging fruit for the people. The moment they get more money in their pocket, you can breathe. And I've bounced off zero many times, like most business people have. And the first time it happens, you're desperate. And after the 3rd or 4th time, you're going, I can't handle this. But the moment you get that big check that comes in, you can breathe again. And so it's critical for the morale of the people. And I hate to say it, but it's true. Morality is built on your comfort. If you got a lot in the bank, you can be very moral. The moment you've got no food to eat, you start thinking about stealing a loaf of bread. And that's what built Australia. People that stole bread from Britain, they hunted to Australia, the convict colony. So that's point number 1. Point number 2, the money is key. The tax discussions is important because to create wealth, you need 3 things. You need leadership in the form of entrepreneurs. You need labor in the form of good workers. And 3, you need capital. So what have the cabal been doing all the time? Stripping us of our capital through taxation, insane taxation. And the taxation has always hit the wage slaves. They're the ones on whose back the money's been taken. Corporations can write things off. Pre-tax profits get reduced by expenditures, writing off expenditures, but civilians can't do that. People can't do that. And so the tax burden has always fallen on poor old Jacko and Norell from Upper Kumbukta West, who are paying tax on their income, tax on their house, tax on their sales, tax on everything they buy. And it's all regressive taxes which constrain access to wealth. So the reason that the whole income tax discussion is important is once DJT gives the people their money back and they can do with it as they wish, watch the economy take off like a rocket. Now, we're going to plan for that in Oz. It's an expenditure tax rather than no tax, because every tax is regressive. It reduces the capacity for the people to grow. And if the people don't grow, then the country doesn't grow. So it's actually highly practical as well as philosophically important that this tax discussion takes place. We don't need an income tax. Income tax is the most progressive of taxes. Make money, we're going to take it from you. And people have to understand the history of tax. Tax, there's no logic to it. It's just a means by which the government gets money. Why? Well, let's have a look at it. When windows were first invented, way back when, in the Middle Ages, in England, let's say, they had a window tax. Why? Because only rich people could afford windows. So it was a means by which they could get their hands into the coffers of the local rich people. So income tax isn't something that makes any sense on any level other than the government, a grasping government, needs to fund its foreign wars. That has never changed. And yet what they will do is they will just take money from those who have it and they'll find a trick to do it. Income tax was a great trick because everybody was making money. So let's hit their income. And you know the whole 1913 story and how it works. And it was never actually ratified by the conquerors, blah, blah, blah. We got that. But it's nonsense. Yes. It's not necessary. Now, the External Revenue Service is brilliant. Tariffs. Yes. Oh, no, but you'll break down this and you need free trade. Why? Why do we need to trade freely with a country like China that has slaves producing their goods?
Yep.
It doesn't speak well of us morally nor intellectually. We're moral imbeciles and intellectual imbeciles because we're doing business with a country that is screwing us to the wall and nobody's benefiting except the cabal at the top. And so this is really important. We've got to be a moral people and we've got to be a productive people. And you can't do that by extracting the wealth from the people. Otherwise, there is no constitutional republic. It is just a tyranny.
Absolutely. And that's where we find ourselves all over the world today. And that slop is getting redirected in the plan that people said didn't exist. Well, the plan exists and they're watching it unfold. And on that note, I think that a lot of folks, perhaps listening to this broadcast right now, everyone says, it's not happening fast enough. And we understand that thought process, but they expected, they had anticipations and expectations from the podcaster world as we're going down rabbit holes all the years looking for truth. They expected things to just, okay, light switch, Nassar Gassar, here's $1 million. Okay, light switch, there's Obama and everyone else, they're all going to jail. The plan is happening, just not exactly the way that people expected it to. Would you agree to some extent? Yep. Because, you can't do this stuff on the flick of a switch. My goodness.
It's more complex than you can imagine. People think it's a Jason Bourne movie, or better still, it's Patton. Now, I love Patton the movie. Patton the man was a bit questionable at times and not the greatest general. But you see, this is what people get. Their experience of large, complex operations is General Patton with a pair of binos overlooking his defeat of Rommel in the northern desert, down to the guy kicking in a door with a gun. Why? Because that's the inspiring bit. The inspiring bit is that Patton with that 1,000-mile stare and the brave man kicking in doors, risking life to get the job done. What they don't see, because it's tedious to watch, is the massive staff process between the general saying do this and the shooter at the bottom. Now, the shooter's worldview is about, it's right in front of you. That's it. It's your foresight. Mm-hmm. You can't look at the big picture when you're focusing on your foresight. Got it. That's the exciting bit. But these guys won't be in the right place at the right time doing the right thing unless the commander has chosen the right direction. But to translate that vague statement like move your troops here and we'll come in here, we call it big hands on little maps. The general's doing this stuff, right? But what they never see is this massive effort, and I mean massive, of the staff that coordinates every aspect of that operation. For example, a U.S. Marine division can deploy within 3 days, 72 hours. Yeah, well, okay, people go, fair enough. Oh, no. Slow down, Tex. Are you kidding me? In excess of 10,000 men, tanks, ships, planes, satellites, you name it. Everything's got to be done and synchronized and coordinated because you've got hundreds of staff officers who have spent time at the low level doing this stuff, but preparing to be the general, and they learn the mechanics of how it works. And the logisticians, the intelligence officers, the personnel officers, the training officers, the plans officers, the operations officers, the communications, all these specialties that's synchronized magnificently. It makes the Bolshoi ballet look like a bunch of children in tutus in terms of the complexity and elegance of the military planning process. And it's excruciatingly difficult to get right. And so you've got this massive staff process between, say, DJT and the door kickers at the bottom end. And the door kickers think they're the center of the world. They're not, because the door kickers would be kicking in the wrong doors if they didn't have this process. And so what's taking time is people are accustomed to a 1 hour, 15-minute movie where the good guys win, the bad guys die. There's a sad moment and somebody falls in love. Not true. That's why in movies they have, when they want to pass time, they show the little calendar clicking over. That's all the boring bits. Well, life is full of boring bits where you've got all these staff officers that have been there hammering out endlessly the detail of synchronization of this multifaceted operation. That takes time. It is just time consuming. It's not a Bond movie. If kicking in a door and shooting everybody was the answer, it would have been done a long time ago, but it's not.
Yes.
It's exciting, and the guys down there think they're the center of the universe, and in a sense, of course, they are, because they're the final deliverers of the plan. But without what precedes all their kicking in that particular door, it's extraordinary. And I've said this before, I'll say it again. Military planning and execution of large-scale military operations dwarfs every human endeavor to nothing. You can give me the most complex business plan, it's nothing compared to a large, complex military operation. And that's why it's got to be military. The only organization on the planet that can do this is the military. End of story. Civies are great, but, bloody civilians, I sometimes wonder how they get through life, because it's not like anything they can imagine. The self-sacrifice, the discipline, the training, the sheer hours and weeks and years and months of training to get something done is beyond most people's comprehension. And we just drive through. And so there you go, that complexity. And it's not interesting to watch. I did have the privilege when I was in the Middle East. We flew in for a day to Bahrain, and we stopped in and I was invited to attend as a guest the Fifth Fleet, Commander Fifth Fleet's morning briefing. And I walked into the room, and there's the commander, and he's sitting in the center with his principal staff officers and 40, 50, 60, 70 staff officers behind. That's the team looking at the big screen. What are we doing today, gentlemen? And the briefing would go through, and the principal staff officer would give the brief, and if he didn't have the detail that the commander required, he would defer to his subordinate staff officer behind that would give the detail. But there wasn't a square inch of that AO, that area of operations, that wasn't covered by somebody who knew exactly what was going to go on and was responsible if something bad did happen. So it's a very long answer. I apologize for it, but people have to understand that this is not a Jason Bourne film. This is not, any one of these action movies where the guy with the gun saves the day all by himself. Because the guy in the gun is a blunt instrument that delivers a large, complex, exquisitely planned operation, if you're getting it right. The Australian Defence Force couldn't organise a piss-up in a brewery, and that's how pathetic they are. But the US, different story. They're good at what they do. They've been doing it a long time. So I guess no apologies for taking time. We understand that people are suffering. We're all suffering to some degree, some more than others. But this is the nature of war. It's not a movie. It takes the form of a movie in terms of what's being revealed to people. But the incredible effort of the staff officers behind the scene, and every staff officer out there is now giving me a cheer because they never get a shout out. Well done to all the staff officers out there. I've been there. We appreciate what you're doing. It's thankless work, but we appreciate you and love you for it.
Beautiful. Thank you on their behalf. The words that come to my mind when you say it's not a Jason Bourne movie, you're now in 15 and we're done and we go home happy. It's a course correction for all of humanity, good versus evil, that's been going on for thousands of years. That's a big battle plan. I just want to wrap up a little quick thing on the economic aspect, and then we'll wind our broadcast down. Been very intriguing and very encouraging, actually, at the same time. Okay, so recap. We've got, from my perspective, the dismantling of the Federal Reserve, the dismantling of the IRS. Now, it's not been, some states already been done, and so maybe some aspects have been, but, until it's official, just to put a disclaimer here, you might want to work with your accountant and still pay your taxes, in my opinion. But the IRS and the Federal Reserve are being dismantled and will be gone, in my opinion. You've got the restoration of sound money, in my opinion, backing our currency by gold again, and perhaps other commodities en route ultimately to a stable coin of some sort in the QFS. There's that narrative. These are gargantuan big moves. I believe that what President Trump did to the World Economic Forum and the Globalista, he delivered the kill shot, the final kill shot. He prepared for it over the years with his speeches before the WEF and his economic policies that never tasted good for any of them. But the kill shot was the tariffs, end of globalism as they knew it, over. And we got a double bang for that, because not only did it kill globalism to what they were trying to create, it will be the stepping stone and the key one that allows us to eliminate income tax in the United States of America once and for all. Ron Paul just celebrated his 90th birthday. I had the opportunity and privilege to sit in a boardroom with him, giving advice and, talking with him back years ago. I supported his campaign and I spoke at his platforms.
Yeah.
I voted for him, even though I knew he was unelectable. I just couldn't keep throwing my vote away to Bush, Gore, or anybody else. But the bottom line is Ron Paul was right. I'm going to try and get Ron Paul on my Conversations of Consequence and interview him. I'm speaking to someone, speaking to someone who knows Ron well. I'll see if I can do that because, again, he and G. Edward Griffin are doing cartwheels right now with what's happening with the Federal Reserve and the IRS. And
Can I just jump in on that? I know we're over time, but can I just jump in on that?
Sure.
Even as Australia, a long way away from the US, G. Edward Griffin and Ron Paul, two heroic characters. And they speak volumes about the nature of how wars are won. Now, you can look at both of those men and say they lost and they lost and they lost and they failed and they lost and they failed and they lost. Untrue. By doing what they did, both men, heroic, and both deserve the Presidential Medal of Freedom. I mean, goodness me, a debt of gratitude that cannot be measured at all. That persistence, that persistent push against insuperable odds is how battles are won. Now, it was Ron Paul. Did he lose the elections? No, he won the war. He lost battles, but he won the war because of that ability to just keep fighting. See, soldiers really die useless deaths, even if it seems to be a useless death in the immediacy of that moment. But that's those small sacrifices built up over time by countless individuals that create the final victory. And Ron Paul and G. Edward Griffin, heroes, absolute heroes to this movement, unsung by most people because they don't know who they are, but their names should be foremost in the list in the pantheon of winners of this war. Just brilliant. But again, the larger lesson for individuals out there, it's not about getting the gold medal. It's about participating. It's about running every race. And if you lose every race, it doesn't matter. You keep going. You keep going. Persistence is the one quality that all successful people have in common. And those two men embody it, and we as a people have to learn to absorb that into our psyche. It's not the gold medal, it's participation. Get in there and participate and fight and fight and fight. And that's how wars are won.
Absolutely. And G. Edward Griffin, he's probably 90 years old as well. Spoke with him a couple of 3 years ago at American Media Periscope. We had him on as a guest. And I worked with him back in 2009, 10, 11, somewhere in there. He was one of the keynote speakers at conferences I used to host through the Save America Foundation I had founded. And what an extraordinary man, way ahead of his time. I love going to YouTube. I used to do this years ago and look at his, I'll even say black and white, like type videos of him when he was a young man holding these little meetings in his house, telling to wake people up to what's going on. Well, of course, his landmark book, The Creature from Jekyll Island, and anyone who's never heard about that book but likes this kind of content, go buy that book. That's the Bible on the Federal Reserve, The Creature from Jekyll Island. Mr. G's a great guy, and they've done wonderful work. I want to wrap this up with just maybe two quick things. Sort of a comedy, but really a pointed question. I mentioned earlier that you see Gavin Newsom out there right now. He's getting a lot of coverage. The things he's saying are so hysterical to me. It's clear to me, maybe I'm wrong, that there are script writers. This got to be a set up situation with this guy, if it's even him. Let's go there. Is that Gavin Newsom, or is that an actor? Number one. Number two, if it is Gavin Newsom, has he cut a deal to lessen his punishment later? Because you can't make this stuff up, what's coming out of this guy's mouth. It's just like, it's perfect. Please comment.
I know. He's the comedy relief in this whole show. You've got the bad guys like Clapper and Brennan. They look ugly. They're running away. So as part of the balanced TV show or movie we're watching, Newsom is the comedy relief. Now, here's my take on it. When he got the jab and his face collapsed and he was obviously vax injured, that's when they swapped him out. Now, they might have swapped him out again since then, but that was the first message that I read between the lines, I guess. I looked at his face. It looked slightly different, but away he went. So no, that's not him. I think Newsom's gone. He went a long time ago. Secondly, is he being fed comical lines to look like the goose that he is? Yeah, absolutely he is. And yes, that's exactly the role he has to play in this show. We don't need 14 master criminals. We need the comedy relief, the idiot that says dumb stuff. Now, that is being replicated down here in Oz. Our politicians, most of our pollies have been swapped out as well. And they just talk complete nonsense, just so laughably absurd that you can't get angry anymore, because you sit back and say, okay, that's it. This is now, it's obviously, it's past the point of ridiculous. They're trying to wake people up by making them laugh at their political leadership, and that's happening here too. So no, it is a joke. It is scripted. That's not him, and his role is to be the embarrassment of one of the embarrassments of the democratic movement.
Sure, and give us a chance as we go through this transition to make California great again, because it was once an incredible state, as was New York. We're out of time to talk about the communist in New York who's running for mayor. That's another whole part of this freak show. But I want to close out with a question about Australia. It's widely known, and I think you would certainly agree that, what happens in America is important for the rest of the world. And we're leading this global defense war through our Supreme Commander in Chief and President Donald J. Trump, in my opinion, appointed by God and voted into office all three times by us. As we finish this operation, this global defense war, when the lion's share have been revealed to the public, that the arrests, the 500,000 indictments, like we've got past all that, and the world is peaceful and prosperous, and all the policies have changed and how we interact with other countries. Where does Australia sit at that stage? Something positive for your people in your country. How much will they adapt sound tax policy, sound things, a constitutional republic to make Australia great? Maybe not again, but for perhaps the first time. Please share that with me and all of our viewers, particularly our Australian audience.
Sure. This has been our focus from the beginning. We were never part of the freedom movement. We're a political organization establishing ourselves in order to create this new Australia. And that's why we had our intention. And very quickly, our intention comprises three parts: purpose, method, end state. Purpose, what we're going to do; method, how we're going to do it; and end state, what the world looks like when we are finished. Our purpose is to save Australia. Implicit in that statement is that Australia's in trouble. We have been forever.
Yeah.
Now, the end state is interesting. And this is a to-do list, not a marketing statement. This is what we're aiming for. So if people want to know what Australia is going to look like when we finish, it's this. It is a moral, sovereign, self-reliant, Christian Western constitutional republic, which is economically powerful, militarily intimidating, politically free, culturally vibrant, and socially cohesive. Now, in order to do that, we have a full suite of policies, and we've had them for years. We're not here to be sort of news commentators. We are here to rebuild the country, and we are doing that step by step. It's a slow process, the great labors of peace. So that was A1's focus. Now, the method speaks volumes about what the country's going to look like. The way we're going to build it is we have to build a moral political movement, not party, a moral political movement, which empowers every Australian to become, every individual Australian, to reach their highest individual potential, so collectively all may participate in the reformation of Australia. We help every individual reach their highest individual potential, so all may participate in the reformation of Australia. So what we do, and that's the most difficult way to do it. The quickest way is send me your money and I'll solve your problems because my name's Rick Bosey and I'm a hero.
That model doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, it's out, it's done, it's finished. And from the very beginning, we've been saying this. Look in the mirror. That's the leader of this country. You must now begin to lead yourself. When you trust yourself, as Wolfgang Goethe said, when you trust yourself, you know how to live. And what we have to do is, and we have a plan for this. It's not up high in the sky. We already planned it. It's been on the books for years. We've just been waiting for this war to finish so we can start what we are really put on this planet to do, which is to rebuild this country, to reform this country. And it's going to be magnificent. To live here, we're going to be, and I say this a little tongue-in-cheek, but with a great deal of seriousness, we're going to give you Americans a good run for your money for the greatest country on the planet. Now, you've got a good head start, and we're standing on your shoulders, and I understand that. Your founding fathers are without precedent, unbelievable, and founding mothers. And upon those shoulders, we will stand. But we're going to give you a good run for your money. But having said that, it'll be a brotherly love between us and you, because we in A1 appreciate exactly the journey that the Americans have trod from the very beginning. Not without error, but that's life. And if I could just give one little warning, I guess, notwithstanding the US's achievements, the current parlous state of US society, and it's in a parlous state, is testimony to the failure of the government to maintain the moral conditions of freedom. The moral conditions of freedom. And people get really cranky when I say that, because what right has government got to tell me what to do? Well, I'll give you the short answer. And this is what Australia is going to be doing. Every right. Why? Because a government's job is to make laws based on the people. What is a better state of morality than law, which is right and wrong? That's right, that's wrong. Government is in the job of morality. Now, I'm not saying forcing a particular religion down somebody's throat, but that's what government is for, to enforce morality on the people. And so Australia is going to have this new perspective where we will have an agreed morality, and upon that rock, we will build this wonderful nation that'll be right alongside you, not because we're subservient to you, but we admire your achievements, and you are a good and faithful people. And we want good and faithful friends, and we will be good and faithful friends to you as well. But Australia is going to be fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, the doors will be open to the right people to come in to do the right thing. This will be heaven on earth. It's going to be incredible. The women are gorgeous. The men are brave. The beaches are warm. The sun, the waves are good to surf. And this will be very much that land where you can actually start anew and create your world your way.
Beautiful. You know, the word moral that you've incorporated and placed as the core foundation of almost everything in terms of governing and making the world a better place is so spot on. And people need to go back and listen to the last 5 or 10 minutes of this. There's sound bites of the century in there of solid truths that are fundamental. And I thank you for that. You know, we're going to wrap the show up. I want to just say, I took some notes to remind me to bring to this table when you and I meet again. We meet, folks, every other Monday, and we publish every other month. Well, we meet every Saturday and record, but we publish every other Monday at 6 p.m. Eastern. You can find it on our Rumble channel. Go to jmcbroadcasting.com, hit the follow tab, and pick your favorite platform that you'd like to see this on. I suggest Rumble and my website. But what I'm getting at is I took a note. Obviously, a lot will happen before you and I speak again, and we will recap the way you've done so brilliantly here in this broadcast, because things, as we said, process overall has had to move slow in sync with the awareness level and so forth, but yet that process is moving quicker. So there's going to be a lot to cover in 2 weeks when you and I reconvene. But one of the things I would like to talk about that's not necessarily an event that's taking place, but I believe are events that are underneath taking place that are going to form the future. And we're going to talk about the Democrat Party next broadcast. Will they ever run an election again? Trump's changing the census. They're finished. The two-party system, the two-headed snake, 90% of Congress will be gone and flushed out as criminals anyway, so they're on both sides of the aisle. So we've got a fundamental political party situation that I'd be real curious, and we will leave it as a cliffhanger for myself too, what your views are on what will this look like down the road. Will Trump have a third term? How many more Trumps will be after Trump? And beyond the word Trump, what kind of a political party system will we have? Because the one we have, in my opinion, it's over. And thank goodness for that. And we'll come back next episode every other Monday and discuss this. Thank you very much for this episode. I think it's been a very candid discussion, chock full of insightful information, connecting the dots on what's just gone on in the last week or two. And again, to our viewers that are learning about Ricardo Bosi, his full biography is in the show notes below. What's the best way for people to follow you separate from this broadcast with me?
Yeah, go to www. and you've got to put the W's in, AustraliaOneParty.com, Australia One Party, and written, as you can see up there, ONA.com. That's our home website, and the social media links are there, Rumble, Telegram, etc. On the Rumble channel, we have in excess of 500, I think we might be punching up to 600 videos now, interviews ranging between an hour to 3.5 hours, covering every topic. It's been going for years. That's the track record. It's all there. Come and join us. And if you're in Australia, sign up, become a supporter, and join the party. Beautiful.
Well, excellent. I want to thank you for taking time out on your weekend to get this on the record for us. And so thank you, Ricardo, retired Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bosi, for your service to your country and your service to all of mankind, because that's what you're doing. You're a very important voice, among others, many others as well, that the people, most people are followers and are not leaders. And who and what we follow right now is very, very important, because the world, people are being unseated, and you're a grounding force for everyone. And I greatly appreciate you. Thank you, sir. We'll see you next broadcast.
Thanks, John, and thanks to everyone for joining us tonight. See you later.
Thank you. All right, folks, be sure to join Ricardo and I on our monthly.
All right, Patriot friends. What do you think? You got another hour in you? If you do, we can try to watch this. Yeah. And that's Ricardo Bosi. He's doing a weekly or bi-weekly spot on John Michael Chambers, which you can find on Rumble, or you can find him at jmcbroadcasting.com. He does lots of interviews. All right, we'll try it out. It worked last time. This is part 2. Let's just give it a whirl. I may have to fast forward too.
Sorry, I don't care to listen to that goofball, but I do want to have.
It was a very simple wedding. It wasn't fancy at all. It's like buckets of roses on the table with some votive candles.
John F. Kennedy Jr. confirmed that he indeed married Carolyn Bessette over the weekend. The couple managed to outfox and evade the entire tabloid press.
Like, he was pretty much the most famous guy in the world. As a couple, they were sought after. They got married on a tiny island. There was not a single photographer, except for the wedding photographer there.
The wedding was kept a secret from the public and indeed from many of their family members as well.
Just wanted to keep it a little private for a little bit longer. Just a little bit. That's the church. Look at him. There's pig shit and horse manure everywhere. She came from fashion, and he was passionate about magazines. It's funny because his sister got them a t-shirt for their wedding, and it said, I thought it was so cute, politics plus fashion equals passion. And that's what they were.
I think physically they complemented each other. She made John more attractive, and John made her more attractive. And given how attractive they both were to begin with, that's a tall order.
She was beautiful. She was charming, incredibly loving. You look at her and you say, yeah, who wouldn't want to marry Carolyn Bessette?
Carolyn was definitely not a yes person to John. She did not want John to be used in this like dog and pony show way. She made him feel he could be his own person. He didn't have to follow what people expected of him. Carolyn's mother really loved John, but when she made a toast, I'll never forget the end of it. She said, I hope my daughter has the strength for this. Everyone sort of stopped for a moment. I think even Carolyn, in her way, underestimated the impact of marrying John and marrying into the family. But her mom understood it in a way that all of us would then come to understand it later.
Oh, they're gonna copyright us this time. It doesn't look like we're gonna be able to watch it. They're just gonna shut it down this time. How do we get by with it last time? You can watch it on Rumble or Telegram if you have one of those. Let me see if I can put the link up for you. Oh. That's always a bummer. I'm not seeing it. Can't remember what that channel's called on Rumble. I see it. Anyway, apologies for that. I do have something else we can look at really quick. It's not super long. It's supposed to be really good.
All right, folks, welcome to Nino's Corner.tv. I'm with Joshua Reed once again from redpills.tv. Josh, a lot going on. Federal jury has begun deliberations against Obama officials tied to Russiagate. FBI agents uncovered evidence of pay to play at the Clinton Foundation in 2016. DOJ leadership and McCabe ordered them to shut it down. This is a this is boiling over now. Now we're at the point now where, things are starting to really pick up speed, along with Putin and Trump meeting. It looked like it was a successful meeting. Zelensky wasn't there. Zelensky will be in Washington, I believe, on Monday. I think the only one that's going to be a thorn in everyone's side is going to be Alinsky, who is the globalist puppet. Joshua, thank you for joining me.
Nino, oh, buddy, I hope that everybody's ready for the fall. This is where things are going to start to kick in the high gear. The things that we've been waiting for, we've been expecting, we've been discussing and talking about
for like 5 years, by the way.
Oh yeah, it's all going to start ramping up. If everybody goes off of something that Trump said just last week, he said in 6 months the economy is going to boom. Now the question you should ask is why 6 months? He's been saying the economy.
He just said that.
He said that last week, right? So he said in 6 months the economy's going to boom. This is when Eric Trump came out and said you better buy the dip and all this stuff. Well, why 6 months? Because, Stephen Miller from Trump's administration even said this. He says this is going to be quick, it's going to be fast, and it's going to be painful. And what we're talking about is the grand juries that are forming right now, not just in Florida, which I predicted. I said it was going to be in Florida, the primary grand jury for Russiagate. But there's now grand juries formulating right now that we know of. Virginia, Pennsylvania, and New York. Okay? And those 3 states are very, very interesting. One part of that is Virginia. Obviously, you have a lot of D.C. area stuff involved there. Pennsylvania, the only reason we can come up with Pennsylvania forming a grand jury pertains to the 2020 election. New York is much, much bigger. The day that it was announced that John Solomon came out and talked about how the grand jury is potentially forming in New York, which he got from an incredibly good source, is the same day that we started seeing the Clinton Foundation come back into the news. Now, we got to understand what has happened over the past couple of weeks to really draw in what is going on right now. Now, I've been saying this for a long time. And guys, I'm going to get into everything from the National Guard being deployed, the economic crisis that is currently pending.
You're on the same page as me with the National Guard in the sense that all Trump's doing is getting ready for the arrests.
100%.
Okay.
So it is preemptive coordination is what we're seeing with the National Guard. We'll get into that. But let's discuss real quick, Nino, what we've learned. So number one is we have the T1 whistleblower complaint that came out. Okay, so for people who don't know what that is, DNI Gabbard released the T1 whistleblower complaint. This is pertaining to the ICA, the Intelligence Community Assessment of the 2016 election. And this whistleblower was tasked by the intelligence community to review the 2016 election and look for Russian interference. And he came back so much so that he was being pressured by the administration to basically say there was, when he couldn't actually find the proof. And he went and filed a whistleblower complaint, was shut down. He went to Senator Warner, was shut down. Every turn that he made, he was shut down. Even when the Trump admin came in 2017, he couldn't even speak because that's how much power the deep state had. Now that is public information. We have the Durham Annex, which Kash Patel magically goes into a locked broom closet on the 7th floor of the FBI and finds a burn bag. If anybody believes that, then you might also believe that gullible is not a word in the dictionary. They didn't find it in a burn bag, people. We've had it all along. You got to remember, the reason John Brennan, Hillary Clinton, Obama are saying that this is Russian disinformation, that this information doesn't exist, is because they destroyed it during the first Trump administration with the deep state and then during the Biden administration. This is the stuff that they were looking at Mar-a-Lago. But what did we learn from the classified Durham Annex? A bombshell. An email from June 27th, 2016. From Leonard Bernardo of the Open Society Foundation, George Soros' foundation, to another gentleman, Mr. Sinclair.
You have that email, don't you?
I don't have it in front of me right now. It's way somewhere in my timeline. But I can go almost verbatim of what it says. And for people to understand what this email says, number one, it says he's talking to Jennifer, I believe, or not Jennifer, Julie. He's talking to Julianne Smith, who is the Clinton foreign policy advisor. Now, this is Clinton campaign, June 2016, prior to the election. He says that HRC has agreed with Julie's plan to produce compromise on Donald Trump with Russia. We don't have the compromise, but we'll have CrowdStrike and Threat Connect, 2 IT companies, produce it for us. This is what was said. Now, this is very, very interesting because the same day that this email comes out stating that Hillary Clinton has agreed to do the compromise on Donald Trump with Russia is the same day that Bill Clinton landed in Phoenix Airport and met with Loretta Lynch, the Attorney General, for the Clinton-Lynch tarmac meeting to where Hillary promised her the Supreme Court seat when Hillary got elected if she dropped the email investigation. Now, just a few days later, July 4th weekend, if everybody remembers when Trump was at it was the Albert Murrow or whatever it was, the one dinner that he was at with all the Catholics, and he was roasting Hillary Clinton.
Right.
And he says, Hillary Clinton knows something about confession, like her weekend that she spent on July 4th with FBI Director Comey. Now,
He's already letting him know he had it all.
That's right. This is months after. This is before the election. Trump should know this. He's not written into this, but he's telling us, I know that you were with FBI Director Comey on the 4th of July weekend. So she meets with Loretta Lynch on the same day that Leonard Bernardo from the Open Society Foundation says that, hey, this is in play. She meets with Loretta Lynch. July 4th weekend meets with Comey. July 7th, this is where it gets really interesting. July 7th, Comey drops the email investigation into Hillary Clinton. The same day, Hillary Clinton boards an Air Force One with Barack Obama and flies to North Carolina for a rally. Now, all of them know about this in and around this time frame. Now, interesting enough, the FBI agent that was overviewing the Clinton email scandal during that time was a guy by the name of Peter Strzok. Right? July 31st, not even 24 days later, they opened the Russiagate investigation into Donald Trump. But this is where it goes back to the T1 investigator, the T1 whistleblower. The T1 whistleblower talks about how he was tasked with looking at state email or state election servers. And he said that we found intermittent connectivity with Russian IP addresses, but he's like, they weren't really Russian IP addresses, and that they were only minute, as in we could see them coming into the switches, but then they were just disappearing like they had access. Now, I want everybody to understand this. You remember the DNC leak, Seth Rich, same time frame. They blamed that on Russia, but who was that really? That was CrowdStrike that went into that server, manipulated the server, made it look like Russia. So what are we talking about here with Russian servers connecting to the election system in 2016? Well, this is where it gets really interesting, you know. Do you remember a 2018 phone call with Donald Trump and President Zelensky that he was impeached over?
Yes.
Remember Eric Cimarella? You remember Vindman? All these guys came after Trump because of this phone call. What was the one line that he said on that phone call that got him impeached? It was this. It goes, Mr. President Zelensky, do you have the server? You know, Burisma, CrowdStrike. I'd like to have my DOJ take a look at it.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Burisma is the company that Devin Archer, Chris Hines, and Hunter Biden all were on the board of directors at in the eastern region of Ukraine in the Donbass, which was a mining and research company, an oil and gas mining and research company. And they had a server there hosted by the DNC that was owned by CrowdStrike. Now, why would you want a server in the middle of Ukraine? Because you can geographically spoof Russian IP addresses. So what you get is that server was being used.
It's like they just kept digging themselves into a deeper and deeper and deeper hole, trying to cover this up and then digging another hole, covering that hole up, digging another hole, and we have it all.
That's right. We have a server too. That's what Putin gave Trump in Helsinki in 2019 in the soccer ball. So what happens here is the server was used spoofing Russian IP addresses to basically use as a proxy for Hammer and Scorecard for the Smartmatic system to steal the election. And if they ever got discovered, this is why they had direct access to the election systems. And he couldn't see them actually trying to DDoS or change anything because they had backdoor access. But what it also did is they utilized it as compromise if they got caught to pin on Trump. And this is where the big story begins to unveil, because they couldn't stop Trump. They brought in the Mueller investigation. They couldn't find any dirt on Trump. They went out and indicted 12 Russian spies associated with the GRU. Well, guess what? A company of 15 of them showed up to the United States and all charges were dropped under the Mueller investigation, right? So 2018, what begins to happen? 2018, they're realizing they can't stop Trump and he's going to figure out everything. This is after the whole Flynn stuff and all this, right? So they start making their next move. And this is where we're beginning to see this. I don't know if people saw this, but one of Smartmatic's top executives was just indicted in Florida and is under federal custody.
Wow.
This was for bribery charges.
When was he indicted?
2 weeks ago.
Okay.
This was for bribery charges in the Philippines. Okay? Now, guarantee that he's singing like a bird. But I want to see I want everybody to understand that this is all interrelated. You go back to the Q boards, number one.
So this guy would be under what Juan talked about as the new whistleblowers that are coming out. He'd be in that category.
We have dozens from the intelligence community alone that are coming forth. So going back into this, I want people to understand that FISA on the Q boards is equals start, but it also says FISA equals foundation. And it says layers. How do you build a house? One layer at a time. FISA is the layers. What do I mean by that? Is if you go backwards from FISA, you get all the crimes that they use FISA-gate to cover up. All their treason of the 16-year plan that they're trying to cover up by cooing Trump is before this. After it is what happened in 2018, 2019, 2020, 2024. So 2018, they realized they can't beat them. So you have another organization, same organization I had before, George Soros's organizations come in, and what do? They go out there and fund Secretary of States and Attorney Generals across the board in various different states across our country. Do you remember this? There was supposed to be a red wave in 2018, but instead, we didn't see a red wave.
Big purple wave.
That's right. We let it happen. We let them steal it. But
so we could track and trace.
That's right. But think about the logic of this. Why would George Soros know in 2018 that the Secretary of States and the Attorney Generals were so damn important? Because, in 2020, COVID hit. And COVID
They knew
gave
it was
them
coming.
the prompt to have the Secretary of States change the rules unconstitutionally. That goes to the Attorney General, and the Attorney General says, it's okay. Until it's overturned years later. They had to have known that COVID was coming. The crisis was coming in 2018. Now, here's the interesting thing. We know the 2020 election was stolen by mail-in ballot fraud. China was directly involved in it. The FBI field office had various different investigations in Albany, New York, of China going out there creating fictitious entities through driver's licenses and requesting ballots, hundreds of thousands of them. This is in 2019, prior to COVID even happening. Okay, so now you have coordination with China, George Soros Open Society Foundation, and the Democrats directly aligned in this treasonous conspiracy that goes out. Now, in 2020, we know what happened is they used the ballots to go out there, flood the system. How did they get around the various different parts of parameters of the system that were set up to make sure that it doesn't steal? Well, they had backdoors. Smartmatic was one of those companies. Primarily, Dominion uses Smartmatic's same software. Why did they focus on Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, New York, Pennsylvania, and Arizona? Because they use Smartmatic and Dominion. That's why. Well, so those are the same states that all had the Secretary of State's funded by George Soros and the Attorney Generals. Those are the same states that we find that Smartmatic was active in. Now, why is it so important? Is there a link between George Soros' Open Society Foundation and Smartmatic?
100%.
Lord Malik Brown, chairman of the Open Society Foundation and chairman of Smartmatic from 2014 to 2020. So I want people to begin to see that the reason you're not seeing arrests right now is because we're not talking about FISA-gate. We're talking about everything. Just like I just said, a grand jury is now forming in New York. Why? Clinton Foundation. What does that go to? That goes to Uranium One. That goes to Iran. That goes to Benghazi, Libya. That goes to Fast and the Furious. That goes to connectivity directly to the Muslim Brotherhood, which 2 days ago was authorized as a terrorist organization by Donald Trump. There's reasons why he's taking these precautionary steps prior to doing things and before we learn things.
The paper trail goes way far back, so we're rewinding all the way back and then working our way forward.
That's right, and you got to declassify as you're setting this base foundation of everything. So what we're about to see is, I think we'll see the first 2 arrests coming about prior September 11th or before.
You think before September? I've heard October.
No, October surprise, I think it's me Clinton.
Yeah, that's whatever. Okay, that's what I was getting.
And the first arrest, I believe, is going to be
the first big name.
I think the first arrest will be 2 people, but one will be announced first, and that'll be James Comey and then John Brennan. And I think that those will happen.
Of, John Brennan fleeing the country.
He's in Austria.
Yeah, so
he's in Austria. Yep.
Yeah, okay.
He's in Austria. I don't think he's in Austria, but he's fled the country. Absolutely. So we have indication.
As this transpires, we're also going to come into what everyone's talked about: Suicide Week or Suicide Month, homicide
Rommel trials.
They're going to start going. They're going to start rolling on each other, bro.
That's right. And I think, and I even said this on my show. I said I think that you could potentially see Bill Clinton pass away.
I agree with that.
Soon.
I agree with that.
And that Hillary probably, oh my God, my husband died, going really soon after, because I think they're going to be Rommel trials. I mean, he's a former president. Same thing with Obama, a drowning accident in his backyard or something like that. Right. I think there'll be Rommel trials for those types of people. But when we start to look at the first arrest, Nino, James Comey. Now, you know why I think it's James Comey? Scavino put out a post the other day. And the post was, he retweeted John Brennan from 2017, and he put a clown in the retweet. Then he retweeted James Comey from the same time frame, and instead of a clown, he put a sunshine with Trump's face in the sunshine. As in, James Comey makes me happy, John Brennan's a clown. Now, these were the 2 investigations that were first announced by the DOJ on July 7th. We know that these are the 2 key components, because they're like the middlemen in between the upper echelons of the Obama administration and all the little men below. Now, here's the key. I think James Comey is already singing like a bird.
I agree with you.
You want to know? You want to know the indication of how this happened?
Go ahead.
8647 X post that he did with the seashells. That was his method of actually getting the attention of them. They bring him into DC, they bring him into a skiff, and he starts spilling the beans. He says, I want immunity. What's that?
Getting whose attention?
Getting Trump administration's attention.
Okay.
Yep. And I think that that's where he started to spill the beans. And I think that James Comey is going to take them all down. And this is potentially, if you notice that, it was right after that 8647 post that Kash Patel announced on Joe Rogan's show that he found this locked door at the FBI with all this burn bag evidence.
Yeah.
So we have to understand that there's things happening. There's people turning on each other.
They know right now the vice grips are closing in on them. They're done. They all know that their time is due. And then you just see Hillary Clinton come out and say she wants to nominate Donald. I mean, it's kind of a strange thing for her to come out and say, I want to nominate Donald for a Nobel Peace Prize if he gets his deal done with Russia, where Ukraine doesn't have to give up any of its territory. Almost like
that's her saying, okay, I'm ready to make a deal.
That's exactly. That's what I was getting at.
That's the comms. Yep, exactly what that is. That's comms of her saying, okay, Donald, you win. You got it all. We want to make a deal. That's
kind of the same thing is like being a fighter, like when you're in the stare down and just for a split second, that fighter looks away for just that split second, you know you got him.
Yep.
She just looked away.
Yep,
That was
100%, brother.
Yeah.
So this is where it gets interesting, because beyond the Obama administration, we have the real deep state. Now, what I mean by that, multinational organizations, non-government organizations, NGOs, like George Soros Open Society Foundations, right? We have Arabella Associates, dark money organizations. This is the real deep state. When we talk about the CIA and stuff, we're not talking about the surface level CIA. We're talking about the integration of the deep state intelligence apparatus, which is all the organizations and corporations globally that formulate all of the workflow for that and clandestinely operate against the Constitution and the agenda of the people and form their own intelligent networks and militaries and private militaries and all this stuff. That's what we're really talking about. That right now is in view, but has not been named or mentioned. You notice how they put out this email from the Durham Annex about Open Society Foundations. But nobody in D.C. is talking about George Soros, or I think they're bringing George Soros in a subpoena, James Comer is, but nobody's talking about criminal prosecution to him. Yet.
And Paxton just put a lawsuit on him as well with Beto O'Rourke.
That's right, because he just funded the whole the exodus of the Texas Assembly. So George Soros is going to come into view here relatively soon. Now, if you go back to the
He already is with Beto O'Rourke. I mean, it's...
If you go back to the Q post, he took over House Y. What is House Y? House Y answers the P, the Pope. The Pope is the Vatican. The Vatican is the black nobility families. This is the Orsini, the Colanas, which in 1868 funded the Vatican when it was bankrupt through loans through another family. This is where you get the Y. The Y family is the Colonna, Orsini, and the Rothschild families. So this is where you get family Y connected with the Vatican. This is where you have the integration of the economic and the religious infrastructure of the deep state and the cabal. So put that aside, this is about to turn on all of them. Because where do you think Obama is going to start saying, okay, yeah, there's a satanic cult globally. This is what they're doing. And these are the people involved in it. And these are the corporations. This is how they move dark money. Because that's the only thing that he's going to be able to do to save face. So what are those organizations going to do to try to stop this? They have to pull as much chaos into the system as humanly possible.
So are you saying that they're going to pull the plug? Black Swan event has to come.
I think they are prepping it, and this is something that you and I have talked about. The active sleeper cells, Hezbollah, Unit 910, Al-Qaeda, Taliban. We know we're in a country, millions of Chinese military-age males. We have all the cartels, organizations.
A lot of people would ask, why haven't the chaos picked up yet? And I've always said cartel warfare is coming. The whole thing, the whole 9 yards is coming. And then people said, well, in the background, they're taking down a lot of the head organizers, a lot of the top levels of the cartels. But I think, with the millions upon millions of people being here, immigrants, illegal immigrants, illegal aliens, they're going to be activated. They're not going to prematurely shoot their load. They're going to be activated at the right fucking time. That's what 100%. They're waiting for. They can't prematurely shoot anything. They have to do this. Timing is everything on this. If they mess up one miscalculation, everything's done. It blows up everything. They have to do it at the right time. So what do you think is coming? When do you think it's coming?
So what I think is going to come first is going to be an economic hit. Okay. I think that they are prepping economic warfare. Now, this is one of the main reasons why Donald Trump
has been, look like?
Oh, I'm going to get into it. 1 second. Okay. So he's been hampering Powell, the chairman of the Federal Reserve, to reduce interest rates. Powell isn't budging. But you got to remember, when you have these high interest rates, to borrow money becomes incredibly difficult. And this is why we have a housing market crisis right now with an over inventory of houses and no buyers. So eventually that price is going to have to drop. And this is going to hurt the stock markets, the derivatives, very similar to what happened in 2008. Okay. At the same time, because of these high rates, we also have the reverse repo markets that are in crisis. Now, if your listeners don't know what the reverse repo markets are, these are specifically derived by the Federal Reserve. Kind of look at it as it's overnight liquidity markets. When banks have excess cash, they can put it in the money market accounts, and financial institutions, they can put it in the money market accounts. The Fed will use that money for liquidity overnight, and then the next day pay them interest back. So at the height of COVID, that was about $3.1 trillion. It's at $28 billion. That's almost zero in consideration of the Fed. So this means that the Fed is going to have to take action. The action that the Fed could take is called quantitative tightening, where they start selling off their stocks and bonds and reserves and everything like that, and they start basically bringing more cash in. Now, the Fed is going to have to act next month on this. They have to. There's no choice. So this is why Trump has been hammering Powell. But I think that Trump played them all. And so when we start to talk about what we saw this last week, we're starting to learn that if they're going to do an economic crisis, remember that firestorm we talked about, economic crisis, and then they're going to do chaos in the streets, the color revolution. This was all coinciding with each other. Well, you got to remember, Trump destroyed their whole financial infrastructure.
This could be bigger than what COVID was.
This would be way bigger.
Yeah.
So remember, Trump destroyed their financial infrastructure.
Much bigger.
Act Blue is dismantled. Act Blue was one of the main facilitators of this dark money operation. Same thing with USAID. It's been shut down, so there's a lack of funding in their infrastructure. But this is what I foresee. They're going to make a financial move with the markets. This is why Trump said 6 months. Give me 6 months. at the same time that the first arrest, in and around the time of the first arrest. And then potentially we can have false flags and terrorist events around this. We already know that protests are rising up. These protests would turn violent, but they're not going to do that until it coincides directly with this financial event. Now, when this financial event happens, something interesting is going to happen. Donald Trump's already going to have deployed the National Guard, which we just heard today. Arizona, Georgia, and other states are coming. Alabama. We have 20,000 troops on the southern border. They're already moving in on Washington, D.C., which is, by the way, the stuff in Washington, D.C. is continuity of government planning. Okay? So this is what I want people to see that happens next. They're going to spark an emergency, a crisis situation. Immediately, you're going to have the National Guard respond to all these locations, and Trump is going to declare a national emergency, economic and social. This is going to give him wide sweeping powers over the country, specifically the Federal Reserve. Okay? Now, this is where it gets interesting. The Secretary of Treasury's duty is to ensure that the economy runs smoothly. They are going to bypass the Federal Reserve. They're going to issue a 50-year gold bond directly to stablecoin crypto companies, and they are going to mint new dollars directly from stablecoin companies going around the Federal Reserve almost immediately, which will end the financial crisis overnight. That is one thing. That is a gold-based economy coming back to you faster than you could ever imagine.
Where does crypto come into all this?
Well, that's crypto stablecoins that we're talking about.
XRP.
So, No. XRP is not to do with this. This is simply USDC, USDT. You have RLUSD, these types of things like Ripple's stablecoin that plays an effect, but not Ripple itself. Okay. The whole, if you ever wanted to do a crypto show, I'll gladly come on and tell you 3 years is the max I'd be holding Ripple. Other than that, I would be getting rid of it after 3 years. Stuff's antiquated. So all the M-Bridge stuff, CBDCs, that system's obsolete. There's no reason for that system anymore. And this is what Bissett and Trump are going to show people is a central banking infrastructure. There's no need for it. That we can go right around the Federal Reserve. It's constitutional of how we do that. I just posted this in my Substack, redpillproject.substack.com for people. But how gold shall destroy the Fed. And it's going to be 50-year gold-backed bonds are going to be issued to these stablecoin companies that they're going to mint, legitimize U.S. currency backed upon gold. It's going to go directly around the Fed. It's going to fund the Treasury. And then the financial crisis will be inadvertent overnight. The next thing that's going to happen is the Insurrection Act will be deployed. Governors and mayors who stand in the way of the federal government will be immediately arrested, and the National Guard will quell all riots and protests around the country. And at the same time, I think, and I had a show on this the other day, you could potentially see 10 days of darkness. And the reason I say 10 days of darkness is because if the lights went out for 10 days, it's not the worst thing in the world that happens. There's no communication. If we can't communicate, guess who else can't communicate? They can't communicate. And if they can't communicate, isn't that a great time to go round up all of the... So remember, Tom Homan's team has been traveling around the country from state to state to state. What people don't know is...
a great time to play the alien card, if you ask me.
True. I think that's 2027. But Tom Homan's team has a Delta Force black team with them, an intelligence gathering team. They've been going state to state. They are doing the counterintelligence on all of these sleeper cells. So when the lights go out, what do? The National Guard's already in these places, a great way to inject special forces, SOCOM, directly into these cities, and then to go out there and execute and start taking out all of these inside threats that you know you have. And then within 10 days, the lights come back on. The people that just got rounded up are Hezbollah Unit 910, Al-Qaeda, Taliban, all of the sleeper cells. They're all taken out.
And
There's
you
no
think
riots that form.
this happens this fall? All of this happens?
I think coming this fall.
It has to, especially because the first arrests are lined up for this fall, correct? I mean,
that's right.
Obviously, Trump is making, from what I can see, being a strategist as a fighter, just that alone, I see what he's doing. How he's strategizing, putting his chess pieces in the right position for the coming civil unrest. If they rose up for George Floyd, what do you think they're going to do with Hillary Clinton and Obama? I mean, come on, folks.
That's right.
What do you think is going to happen?
Buddy.
This is going to be insane. There's even people out there that are not even, gamed into this, that are just crazy, mad liberals that are going to join the party because they're insane. I mean, wild cards here at every turn.
Absolutely. And you got hundreds of thousands of foreign paid actors. What I mean by that is military trained cartel organization actors that are going to play a part. And I think what they're going to do is they're going to quell that as fast as possible with 10 days.
Do you see that ICE has taken off the maximum age limit, or which was 37 or 37 years old? Now there's no age limit to join ICE. Have you seen this?
I didn't see that. No.
Yeah, they're like, I just told my friend, you can be 60 and join ICE.
Well, they want vets to come in. They want former military.
That's exactly what it is. This is what they're preparing for.
Now look what, and by the way, he could also issue an executive order for a national emergency on crime. The same thing that he's doing in Washington, D.C., he can do. He said, I can do this to L.A. and New York and Chicago if I wanted to. And that's the warning that he's giving the deep state is like, guys, I'm 5 steps ahead of you. Try it and see what happens. Overnight, I will have an executive order. I'll have National Guard and SOCOM on the ground, and nothing's going to happen.
So what do you think this meeting was about with Putin and Trump? Obviously, everyone believes it was about the Ukraine war, but I think there was much more here to unpack.
So going back to kind of my original perspective on all of this, why was Joe Biden's son company, Rosemont Seneca, Devin Archer, Chris Hines, Hunter Biden, on the board of directors of Burisma in Ukraine. Why did Joe Biden withhold the $1 billion of U.S. aid to Ukraine until he fired Shogun, the investigator?
Well, Ukraine is the head of the snake for money laundering.
True, but it specifically was with Burisma. And because Burisma is in the eastern Ukraine, the Donbass region, the same region that Putin just came back and said, I want the whole Donbass. Okay. Now Trump's like, we need to negotiate on that. Now, if you remember when Trump initially came into office, he said that we're working a deal right now where Ukraine, Russia, and the U.S. will share in the Donbass resources. It's all about resource allocation. You got to remember, AI is the future. We're in a cold AI war with China. China and the U.S. are the only two competitors in this
minerals.
War. Russia is the variable in that because whoever Russia sides with will potentially win militarily. Okay, so it's all about rare earth minerals and metals. It's all about oil and gas. It's all about energy, and it's all about control of logistics or supply chain, right? So why did they meet? Number one is Russia wants the Donbass. The U.S. and Russia will negotiate a deal to where the U.S. is going to get a portion of the dividends from everything extracted in that region. It's the only reason that Putin is there right now is because he wants the rare earth minerals and metals in that area, which I think is like 1.7 trillion. Okay, but why were they meeting in Anchorage, Alaska? Well, number one, Anchorage has symbolic. It used to be Russian. It's Russian-American. Number two, it is common ground between Russia and Putin, but far away from NATO. Number three is the Arctic Circle, period. China and Russia have made a massive position in the Arctic, okay? Russia has been helping China in the Arctic over the last 10 years. They have all different types of new ships up there, reconstructing supply zones to basically go around U.S. kind of water maritime sanctions that they put in place for China, Panama Canal, so forth. But imagine that you could just circumvent the whole globe like this instead of going around everything. So this is one of the other reasons Trump wants Greenland. Greenland is rich in natural resources, but it also gives you direct control of the Arctic. So part of the deal that was just negotiated is that the U.S. and Russia, and I came out, I came out on Thursday on my show and I said, anybody saying that Trump is going to give Alaskan resources to Russia doesn't know what the hell they're talking about. What's going to happen is Russia and the U.S. are going to team up and trade and mining excavation in the Arctic. And that's exactly what you just came what happened on Friday. Russia and the U.S. are going to team up on Arctic exploration and Arctic supply chain channels. This is huge. This is basically like an energy deal with Russia. The two largest contributors to the world of energy are now going to control the entire Arctic, and China is going to be pushed out. And that's the whole purpose for Trump.
Yeah, and
push China out of the way.
Globalist elite nightmare. This is what they were terrified of. Now it's happening.
Exactly.
So what is Zelensky going to do from here? What is he going to bring to the table? What is he assuming he's going to bring to the table on Monday?
You mean Marcon and Steimer?
Yeah,
because that's who controls Zelensky.
Yeah.
And then at the back end of it, the CCP and the global national organizations.
I mean, before the meeting, they even attacked Russia with the biggest bombardment of drones up to date. I mean, they're not.
Russia did attack them as well, but it was instigated because Ukraine attacked them before that. But what I think is going to happen is that we could potentially see a false flag to kind of escalate this more. Very similar in Russia, if you remember, they had the music hall shooting, and then you had the attack on the military base. We could potentially see some type of terrorist attack in Russia blamed on Ukraine to prompt a Russian response to kind of break down this negotiation. Exactly what happened in March.
So you were in agreement that the fireworks are about to begin and people better be ready for them, and that's why I wanted to bring you on. You put this together so eloquently, the way you do it, bro. Seriously, like it's step by step by step. It's good for my audience to hear this. So because my audience get a little bit of one, they get the ghost, they get you, they get different guests, and I try to put it together as like this huge puzzle. And I think we're in agreement here that the fireworks fucking kick off around September, October, correct? I mean, that's what we're getting at here. That's basically what we're getting at.
Booms inbound, buckle up, baby, it's coming.
Okay.
Yep, that's about to happen, brother.
So, you got it. I've seen some videos of Hillary Clinton, Obama. They still look so arrogant to me. Like they know something's coming. Like they have their plans as well. People need to understand this. Mm-hmm. They're not just rolling over. Not yet, at least. They will.
There was an insurance policy over the last month that was played by the deep state. Nobody knows about this. I know about this because I've said this on my show before. I'll say it on yours. I consult in the real world. In tech, AI, and these types of things. I was chief operating officer of a cybersecurity company years ago. I still have connections, and I consult. I got brought in on a phone call. And let's just say that the phone call was with the people we're talking about, not the deep state, but the good guys. And that there was an insurance policy that was played. From what I gather, it's been remedied. But they did play their hand to take over parts of the U.S. And it
insurance policy on what? On what?
The deep state had an insurance policy.
What was the insurance policy?
I can't get into that. I can tell you off record, but I can't tell you on this because it's bad. But let's just say that when Juan was talking about why the U.S. gravity bombs were moved to the UK, or why the U.S. deployed two nuclear submarines to Russia. Let's just say that those weren't the real reasons why.
Okay.
Right. But let's also say that there was an insurance policy that they had, and it ultimately failed.
Was it nuclear?
Yep.
Okay. Was it have to do with the West Coast or anything like that?
It has to do with the entirety of the United
Well,
States.
Okay, let's talk about that.
How about this? Is that it was so big that it's that big of a secret I can't say anything.
Okay.
Like, yeah.
All right, folks. Well, that's all here. Josh, thank you for joining me.
Thanks, Nino. Appreciate it, man.
Did we cover everything? Are we good?
Yeah, we got everything.
Okay, cool. Stay with me. All right, folks.
Sorry, everybody. Computer froze. Don't know if you can hear me now. Very sorry, y'all. Good night, everybody. I don't know. Can you hear me, Michelle? I'm ending the show anyway, but my computer froze. For anyone interested, that was a crazy show, right? We're going to have to talk about all the things he said there tomorrow. That was loaded. Very interesting show. All right. Sorry about that, guys. Love you all. Glad you hung around. We had a good show. God bless you. Yeah, we're going to rest soon. I thought Comey might be first. There's a lot of things to talk about in that. Might have to watch that again. Anyway, I will see you all tomorrow night. Love you guys. God bless you all. Stay safe, Patriots. Have a good night.